Hey there. Welcome back to Wisdom Before Sleep. Tonight, we're snuggling in with 105 gentle little tales about the quiet, everyday things that share our lives. The objects in our pockets, drawers, and corners of the world. They're all arranged alphabetically, from aluminum foil to zipper. Each one its own soft, stand-alone chapter. So just glance at the timestamps in the description. Tap whatever calls to you tonight. Maybe mirror, rubber band, or Velcro, and you'll slip straight into its story. Whenever you're cozy and ready, pick the one that feels just right, and let it whisper you gently toward sleep. Number 1. Aluminum foil. Before aluminum foil existed, its ancestor was something far more modest: tin foil. For many years, people relied on thin sheets made from tin to wrap food or protect delicate items. But tin had its limitations. It was heavier, more expensive, and it carried a faint metallic scent that could alter the taste of whatever it touched. As the world moved into the early 20th century, a quieter revolution began, one that would transform not just kitchens, but entire industries. It started in Switzerland, where engineers were searching for a better way to create metal sheets that were impossibly thin, smooth, and flexible. In 1907, a process known as endless rolling was patented, a method that allowed metal to be pressed, stretched, and rolled continuously until it was delicate enough to fold like paper, yet strong enough to hold its shape. This innovation opened the door to something new, something lighter and more resilient than tin: aluminum. Just 3 years later, in 1910, a manufacturing plant in the small town of Emshofen, run by Dr. Lauber, Nair, and C., produced the world's first commercial aluminum foil. It was a quiet milestone, one that did not make headlines, but it marked the beginning of a transformation. Aluminum was abundant, didn't rust, and had no strange aftertaste. It reflected light, resisted moisture, and adapted beautifully to almost any shape. Slowly, its possibilities began to glow. One of the first people to recognize its potential was a confectioner in Bern, Switzerland. In 1911, the makers of Toblerone, the iconic triangular chocolate, began wrapping their bars in aluminum foil. It was more than a convenience. It protected the chocolate from humidity, sunlight, and the subtle damage of time. The foil kept the chocolate fresher for longer, preserving the aroma and texture as if it had just been crafted. The humble wrapper became a quiet guardian of taste, and soon the rest of the world noticed. As aluminum foils spread across continents and industries, the method of making it continued to evolve. Even today, modern foil is created through a beautifully simple process. 2 thin sheets are rolled together as a pair. Pressed between great steel rollers, they become thinner and smoother until they reach their familiar delicacy. Because the 2 layers touch during the final stages of rolling, the sides that meet each other emerge with a soft, matte finish, while the outer surfaces, Those that glide freely against polished rollers come out shiny and reflective. This is why one side of your kitchen foil gleams brightly, while the other whispers with a muted glow. The next time you hold a sheet of aluminum foil in your hands, perhaps as you wrap a warm meal or cover something to keep it safe, you might remember its quiet journey, a journey from tin to aluminum, from Swiss factories to kitchens around the world. You might notice the coolness of the metal, the way it catches the light, the softness of the matte side, and the mirror-like shine of the other. This simple sheet carries within it more than utility. It holds a century of refinement, problem-solving, and care. Number 2. Apron. If you imagine a medieval home, stone floors, wooden tables, and the soft glow of firelight, you might picture cloths spread across surfaces to protect them from spills and stains. In medieval French, there was a word for one of these cloths, naperon, meaning a small table covering. Over time, though, this simple word began to shift, almost like a slow breath shaping itself into something new. What began as a tablecloth gradually became associated with another purpose, protecting not the table, but the person who worked at it. By the 14th century, this quiet transformation was already taking place. Artists of the time left behind visual records, paintings in which everyday people appear in garments tied around the waist, worn over their clothing as they cooked, cleaned, crafted, baked, or brewed. These early aprons were not decorative. They were practical companions, shields against flour, soot, soil, and the small messes that come with a life of constant creation. In these images, the apron becomes almost like a whisper of daily life, a reminder that across centuries, across languages, across millions of individual lives, the simple desire to protect what we wear and the simple act of preparing or creating something with our hands has remained the same. Number 3. Backpack. Think of the last time you wore a backpack. Perhaps it carried books on a rainy morning, or travel essentials as you wandered through a new city. Maybe it accompanied you on a forest path, holding water, a small snack, and the calm assurance that your hands were free. The backpack, in all its simplicity, is a quiet partner in countless human journeys. But like many everyday objects, its roots reach deep into history, shaped by ingenuity, necessity, and the slow evolution of design. The version we recognize today began to take form in the late 19th century, long before hiking trails were marked or schools imagined the modern classroom. Back then, military armies were facing new challenges. Soldiers needed to carry supplies over long distances, sometimes across rugged terrain, and the loads were often heavy. At the time, most bags hung from the shoulders alone, pulling downward and straining the body. It didn't take long for someone to realize that there had to be a better way. In 1875, an American named Henry Merriam patented something revolutionary for its time, a backpack with a rigid frame that transferred the weight away from the shoulders and down toward the hips. It may sound simple to us now, but this one insight transformed how humans would carry weight from that moment onward. The hips, after all, are far better suited for bearing heavy loads, and Merriam's design made long marches more manageable. His invention became one of those quiet turning points in everyday engineering, where a small shift created lasting comfort. As the world entered the early 20th century, others continued to rethink and refine the idea. In Norway, Ole F. Bergen began experimenting with wooden frames that followed the natural curve of the human back. His designs were sturdy, adaptable, and shaped with a deep understanding of how the body moves. Meanwhile, in the United States, Lloyd F. Nelson created an external frame backpack inspired by the woven carrying devices used by indigenous Alaskan communities. His pack, with its wooden frame and canvas straps, became the foundation for what many modern hikers still recognize today. These innovations, emerging from different corners of the world, all shared a single purpose: to make carrying life's necessities easier, gentler, and more natural. By the 1930s, the evolution continued. In 1938, a designer named Jerry Cunningham introduced something that feels completely ordinary to us now, but was innovative at the time: the first backpack with zippers. Until then, packs were usually tied shut with cords or secured with buckles. The zipper brought a new sense of ease, allowing people to open and close their bags quickly, keeping their belongings safe even in the wind or rain. A simple line of teeth, sliding smoothly together, made the backpack more secure and more convenient than ever before. As the decades unfolded, the backpack began to step beyond its military roots. After World War II, outdoor recreation blossomed. People were hiking, exploring mountains, traveling farther, and discovering the quiet beauty of the natural world. And with this movement came a need for packs that were lighter, stronger, and more comfortable. Then, in the 1960s, a material changed everything: nylon. It was durable, yet feather-light, resistant to moisture, and capable of withstanding long days outdoors. Nylon day packs became widely popular, especially among young people who embraced recreational backpacking as a way to connect with nature. For the first time, backpacks were not just tools for carrying burdens; they became companions in exploration, symbols of adventure, curiosity, and freedom. From soldiers marching across continents to students heading to school, from travelers exploring the world to hikers seeking quiet moments in the mountains, the backpack has continued to evolve. But through all these changes, its purpose has remained remarkably constant: to help us carry what matters most while keeping our hands and our hearts free. As you drift toward rest, you might picture the gentle curve of a backpack's straps, the soft rustle of fabric, the way it settles comfortably against the back. In its quiet presence, there is a reminder that humans have always been moving, across landscapes, across time, across dreams. And the things we carry, whether physical or emotional, are always a little easier to bear when the weight is balanced, supported, and shared. Number 4. Battery. The idea of storing electrical energy feels modern, almost futuristic. But the roots of this technology reach far back into history. One of the earliest known electrochemical devices was discovered near Baghdad in what was once part of the Parthian Empire. archaeologists unearthed a small clay jar containing an iron rod surrounded by a copper cylinder, all dating to around 250 BC. To us, it resembles a simple battery, two different metals held apart, waiting for a liquid to carry charge between them. Its purpose is still debated. It may not have powered lamps or machines as modern batteries do. Instead, it might have been used for electroplating, coating small objects in thin layers of metal for decoration or preservation. Whether it was truly a battery in the way we understand it today remains uncertain. Yet this humble artifact hints that humans were exploring the mysteries of electricity long before they understood its deeper principles. Many centuries later, in 1800, a new chapter opened when Alessandro Volta created what is widely recognized as the first true battery. His invention, known as the voltaic pile, was beautifully simple. He stacked alternating discs of zinc and copper, placing pieces of cloth soaked in salt water between them. Each pair of metals produced a tiny amount of electrical potential, and as he built the stack higher, the voltage gently increased. For the first time in history, electricity no longer had to be summoned from lightning or friction. It could be produced steadily, on command, from a device that fit on a tabletop. Volta's quiet stack of discs became a turning point in science, offering a stable source of current that researchers used to explore the nature of electricity, chemistry, and the invisible forces that run through the world. As the decades unfolded, inventors kept refining the idea. In 1859, a French physicist named Gaston Planté created something remarkable: the first rechargeable battery. His lead-acid cell could be used, drained, and then restored simply by supplying current again. This type of battery still lives among us today, hidden beneath the hoods of cars around the world. Planté's discovery introduced a new concept: that energy could be exchanged back and forth, borrowed and returned, again and again. Rechargeability opened the door to more flexible technologies, ones that could adapt to how people lived, traveled, and worked. From these early experiments grew the wide family of batteries we rely on today. Over time, they became smaller, lighter, and more efficient. Their miniaturization was not just a matter of convenience, it reshaped the modern world. Without compact batteries, portable electronics would not exist in the way we know them. There would be no handheld flashlights guiding us through the dark, no personal music players, no smartphones quietly illuminating our palms. Even the small coin-sized cells that power watches and tiny sensors follow the same principles Volta discovered more than 2 centuries ago. It is easy to overlook something so unassuming: a small cylinder or flat square slipped into a device and forgotten until it runs out. But the battery is a quiet ally, holding energy patiently, releasing it gently, and helping our tools come alive wherever we go. In the stillness of night, it reminds us that even the smallest objects around us carry stories that span continents and centuries.
Number 5. Bed. Archaeologists studying the Sabudu rock shelter in South Africa discovered something remarkable: the oldest known evidence of human bedding, dating back around 77,000 years. Imagine that for a moment, our distant ancestors living in a world filled with uncertainty, crafting raised sleeping surfaces from carefully chosen grasses and leaves. These early beds weren't just piles of plants. They were thoughtfully arranged layers, sometimes including leaves with natural insect repellent properties. Even then, Long before written history, humans were creating spaces of comfort and protection, carving out small sanctuaries where they could recover from long days of hunting, gathering, and surviving. As time moved forward and human societies settled, the idea of the bed became more structured. In the ancient Mediterranean world, particularly in places like Malta and Egypt, bed frames and mattresses appeared as early as 3000 BC. In Egypt, these early beds were works of both practicality and quiet elegance. Crafted from wood and raised on legs, they lifted sleepers above the ground, away from snakes, rodents, scorpions, and the uncomfortable chill or dampness of the earth. Instead of modern slats or springs, the sleeping platform was made from woven leather strips or plant fibers stretched tightly across the frame. Softness came from mattresses filled with grasses or hay, creating a gentle barrier between the body and the firm platform underneath. This idea of raising the bed off the ground was not just about avoiding creatures that might wander into a home at night. It also helped regulate temperature. In hot climates, air could circulate beneath the bed, cooling the sleeper. In cooler seasons, being elevated meant greater insulation from the cold soil. The bed was more than a place to sleep. It was part shelter, part tool, and part quiet companion through the rhythms of ancient life. Long before humans built beds with frames, our distant relatives, the Miocene apes, constructed platforms high in the trees. Every evening they bent branches and gathered leaves to make sleeping nests, a behavior still observed in great apes today. These night nests offered safety and softer rest, suggesting that the instinct to create a comfortable, protected place to sleep might reach back millions of years. But the modern concept of the structured, raised bed truly began with human ingenuity, shaped by our desire not just to survive the night, but to sleep well within it. By the time of the Roman Empire, the bed had become something more than a necessity. It evolved into a symbol of comfort, status, and even luxury. Wealthy Romans slept on frames made of bronze, silver, or intricately carved wood. These beds could be so tall that small ladders were needed to climb into them. Mattress fillings were no longer simple grasses. Instead, they used wool, feathers, and other soft materials that signaled wealth and refinement. For the elite, the bed was not just a place to rest, but a personal haven designed to reflect their position in society. And yet, despite all this evolution, from grass beds in rock shelters to towering Roman frames, the core purpose of the bed has remained unchanged. It is the place where the body releases its weight, where the world becomes softer, where every person, across every era, has paused to dream, recover, and prepare for a new day. Tonight, as you sink into your own bed, you join a long tradition of human rest. The comfort beneath you carries echoes of ancient hands weaving leaves, Egyptian carpenters shaping wood, and generations of people who sought safety and peace when evening fell. The bed you lie in now is part of a story stretching across continents and millennia, a quiet reminder that rest is one of the oldest and most universal experiences we share.
Number 6. Blanket. Long before weaving existed, early humans sought warmth and protection by covering themselves with animal hides. In a world where cold nights could be unforgiving, these hides were essential. They offered insulation, shelter, and a sense of safety. You can imagine our ancestors gathering around a fire, wrapping themselves in whatever materials the natural world provided, finding comfort even in the midst of harsh environments. But human creativity is always searching, always improving. Around 3000 BC, in the fertile regions of Mesopotamia, one of the earliest centers of civilization, people perfected the skill of weaving. With this breakthrough came the very first woven blankets. These early textiles were transformative. Instead of relying on animal hides alone, people could now create materials with specific patterns, thicknesses, and purposes. Weaving allowed them to design warmth, to build it thread by thread, transforming simple fibers into fabric that held both beauty and function. As centuries passed, weaving techniques became more refined, spreading across continents and cultures. In 14th century England, a man named Thomas Blanket, or perhaps Blanquette, played a quiet but memorable role in the history of this simple object. He was an entrepreneur who helped popularize woolen bed covers at a time when warm bedding was not accessible to everyone. The blankets he produced were practical, durable, and comforting, and his name gradually became associated with the very object itself. Whether or not he invented the blanket, his influence on the widespread use of woolen bed covers has echoed through time, so much so that his name still lives on each time we speak of a blanket. By the 18th century, another transformation unfolded. Industrial looms, born from the early days of mechanized manufacturing, made it possible to mass-produce blankets quickly and efficiently. What once took many hours of hand weaving could now be created on a much larger scale. Warmth became more accessible, and blankets of all kinds, woolen, cotton, woven, and later even synthetic, began to fill homes across the world. Each one offered the same quiet promise: warmth during cold nights, comfort during moments of rest, and a familiar weight that helped ease the mind. Blankets, though, are not only a part of domestic life, they are woven into cultural history as well. Their story is tied closely to the history of wool and weaving in many regions. Consider the Pazi-Rik rug from the 5th century BC, discovered in a burial mound in Siberia. It is the oldest known pile-woven carpet, showcasing intricate designs and astonishing craftsmanship. Its existence tells us that ancient cultures possessed advanced weaving technologies capable of producing textiles that were not only warm but beautifully detailed and incredibly durable. Such creations remind us that woven fabrics have long been a symbol of both necessity and artistic expression. In colder climates, blankets took on even greater significance. In Scotland, for example, heavy wool blankets became part of daily life. Local resources shaped the fabric: sheep bred for tough, insulating wool, dyes extracted from lichens and native plants, patterns influenced by landscape, tradition, and community. These blankets were more than coverings. They were symbols of heritage, passed down through families, woven with meaning as well as warmth. As you lie beneath your own blanket tonight, you might notice its softness, its texture, or the familiar weight that helps your body relax. Within that simple layer of fabric lies a quiet story of humanity, of ancient fires, early looms, and the hands of countless weavers across many cultures. The blanket connects the past to the present, reminding us that even in our modern world, some comforts remain timeless.
Number 7. Blue jeans. Blue jeans' journey begins not in a fashion studio or a bustling modern mall, but in the rugged landscapes of 19th century America, at a time when miners, laborers, and cowboys needed clothing that could withstand long days of physical work. On May 20th, 1873, two men, Jacob Davis, a tailor with practical hands, and Levi Strauss, a dry goods merchant with an eye for opportunity, were granted a U.S. patent for a simple yet brilliant idea: reinforcing work pants with copper rivets. Jacob Davis had noticed a common problem. Work trousers, especially those worn by miners during the California gold rush, tended to tear at places that endured the most stress: the corners of pockets, the base of the fly, the seams tugged and strained by long hours of movement. With a quiet spark of ingenuity, he added small copper rivets to these weak points, strengthening the pants in ways that threads alone could not. It was a modest solution, but a transformative one. The rivets held firm where cloth often failed. Yet Davis lacked the funds to patent his idea, and so he turned to Levi Strauss, a merchant who supplied cloth, tools, and everyday goods to the growing population of workers in the American West. Strauss recognized the potential immediately. Together, they filed for a patent, and together they created what were then called waist overalls, durable, riveted trousers made from tough fabric. The fabric itself, denim, had a long history by that point. Woven from sturdy cotton twill, it was known for its durability, its ability to soften with wear, and its deep indigo color, which faded beautifully over time. As the riveted trousers spread from workshops to mining camps and to open plains, the world began to give them a new name: blue jeans. What began as purely functional workwear quietly transformed into something larger. Cowboys wore them as they rode across dusty trails. Railroad workers wore them as they laid tracks through mountains. Farmers wore them as they tended their land. And gradually, as decades passed, blue jeans stepped beyond practicality and entered the realm of style. By the mid-20th century, they had become symbols of youth culture, independence, and expression. They appeared in films, music, and magazines. People of every background began to wear them, not just for work, but for comfort and identity. From artists in quiet studios to students walking across campuses, from musicians on stage to people simply enjoying a peaceful weekend, blue jeans became a universal garment, familiar, approachable, and deeply human. Their story is one of partnerships and small ideas, of fabric woven tightly and rivets placed carefully,
of clothing designed not for fashion but for endurance. And yet their impact has reached far beyond the dusty workshops where they first took shape. Tonight, as you rest, imagine a pair of well-worn jeans, softened by time, shaped gently by the body that wears them, carrying memories in each crease and faded line. In their simplicity lies a reminder of how innovation often begins with a practical need, a thoughtful solution, and two people who saw what could be created when durability meets imagination. Blue jeans, born from work and shaped by the world, continue to accompany us through ordinary days and quiet nights. And in that enduring presence, they invite us to appreciate the small, steady things that last. Things that carry us through life with strength, comfort, and ease.
Number 8. Book. When you think about a book, the gentle weight of it in your hands, the soft whisper of pages turning, the quiet invitation to step into another world, it feels timeless, as if books have always existed just as they are. But like many everyday objects, the story of the book is one of gradual transformation shaped by human needs, imagination, and the steady evolution of how we share knowledge. In the ancient world, long before pages could be flipped with a simple motion, the scroll reigned. Made from papyrus or parchment, scrolls held information in long, continuous sheets that had to be unrolled with both hands. To read a scroll was to journey linearly through its contents, moving slowly from beginning to end. If someone wanted to revisit a passage or return to a specific idea, they had to roll backward carefully, sometimes through meters of material. It was a medium that carried wisdom, but not always conveniently. Scrolls were elegant, but they asked for patience. Then something remarkable began to take shape in the 1st century CE, a quiet revolution in how humans interacted with written knowledge. Inspired by Roman wax tablets, which were often bound together like early notebooks, a new format emerged: the codex. The codex changed everything. Instead of a long, continuous roll, information was divided into individual pages. These pages could be stacked, ordered, and bound securely along one edge. For the first time, a reader could open a written work to any section with ease. They could flip forward or backward, pause, compare passages, or return instantly to a favorite line. The act of reading itself became more fluid, more intimate, more personal. This new form quickly found an important group of advocates: early Christians. As they traveled long distances carrying scripture, they needed a medium that was compact, durable, and practical. The codex met all these needs beautifully. It was easier to carry than a scroll, less susceptible to wear, and more efficient for referencing scripture during teaching and discussion. As Christianity spread, so too did the popularity of the codex, gently pushing it into the heart of the literary world. By the 6th century, the codex had almost entirely replaced the scroll throughout the Greco-Roman world. This shift marked one of the most important transitions in the history of human communication. With the codex, reading became more than a linear experience. It became an exploration. Books could now organize complex ideas, preserve long texts, and invite readers to engage with them in ways that scrolls simply could not support. What is astonishing is how enduring this form has been. Nearly 2,000 years later, the physical structure of the codex remains the foundation for the modern book. Whether it is a novel, a textbook, a journal, or a cherished childhood story, the experience is the same. A cover that protects the pages within, sheets bound together, and the quiet ritual of turning page after page. As you lie peacefully tonight, perhaps with a book of your own resting on a bedside table, you might reflect on how this simple object connects you to countless generations of readers, people who sought meaning, comfort, and beauty in words. The book, in its codex form, has carried stories across continents and centuries, survived periods of upheaval, and stayed close to human hands and hearts. Its invention was not loud or dramatic, but gentle and practical, born from a desire to understand more easily, to travel more lightly, and to read more freely. Every time you open a book, you participate in that long history, turning pages in the same way readers have done for nearly 2 millennia. And in this small motion, the quiet lift of a page, the soft brush of paper, you become part of a story that continues, night after night, in homes and libraries and whispered spaces of the world.
Number 9. Bowl. When you think of a bowl, you might picture something simple, something resting quietly in a kitchen cupboard or cradled between your hands on a peaceful morning. A small, curved vessel holding soup, fruit, or something warm and comforting. But tonight, as you prepare to rest, let us gently travel back through time and discover how this humble shape has followed humanity across tens of thousands of years, carrying not just food, but stories, traditions, and the unfolding of civilization itself. The bowl is one of the oldest objects ever crafted by human hands. Long before cities rose from the earth, long before writing or metalworking, people instinctively shaped vessels to hold the things that sustained them. In 2009, archaeologists uncovered a remarkable artifact in a cave in China. A simple clay bowl, fragile yet enduring, dating back around 18,000 years. Imagine the world in which it was made. Ice ages retreating, early humans roaming and gathering, families settling around fires. That ancient bowl is more than an object. It is a quiet reminder that even at the dawn of our species, we sought ways to gather, to store, to nourish. Over time, as cultures blossomed in different corners of the world, bowls appeared everywhere, each shaped by local materials, customs, and needs. In China, Neolithic potters crafted bowls decorated with swirling patterns and painted designs, taking the practical purpose of a container and turning it into an expression of beauty. Their hands shaped clay with care, smoothing surfaces that would one day hold meals shared in early homes and communal gatherings. These bowls, carefully fired in ancient kilns, carried not just food, but the emerging artistic spirit of early China. Far to the west, in the Mediterranean lands of Greece and Crete, bowls became central to daily life and ritual. They held grains, oils, wine, and offerings to deities. Some were adorned with geometric motifs, others with scenes of myth and daily activity. A bowl was never just a bowl. It was part of the rhythm of life, part of how people ate, celebrated, and honored what they believed. Across the ocean, in Native American communities, bowls were shaped from clay, stone, and sometimes carved from wood. Each culture had its own techniques, its own traditions. Some bowls were used for grinding and preparing food, others for storing precious items. Many were decorated with symbols passed down through generations, designs that connected people to the land and to their ancestors. Even the simplest vessels carried meaning and memory. In Mesopotamia, in the fertile lands between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, something extraordinary unfolded. Around the 4th millennium BC, during the rise of the Uruk culture, bowls became the first known mass-produced consumer product. These were standardized beveled rim bowls, simple, uniform, functional. Archaeologists have found them in enormous quantities, suggesting they may have been used to distribute grain rations to workers, perhaps even marking an early form of economic system. It is strange to think that such a modest object, the shape of a small palm cupped to hold something precious, played a part in the machinery of early cities and organized labor. And yet, through all these cultures and eras, the bowl has remained constant in its purpose: to hold, to contain what would nourish us, what we wished to share, what we needed to keep safe for later. Its shape is universal, curved, welcoming, shaped like the hollow of two hands brought together. Perhaps that is why it has endured for so long. The bowl reflects something deeply human, the desire to gather, to protect, to offer, and to receive. Tonight, as you reflect on its story, imagine the gentle continuity of it all. Thousands of years, countless hands shaping clay, smoothing edges, carving patterns, or simply leaving the surface plain and practical. Bowls resting beside ancient hearths, carried across steppes and deserts, placed on temple altars, or tucked into the quiet corners of everyday homes. The bowl you might use today, light, smooth, familiar, is part of that same lineage. Whether it holds a warm meal, fresh fruit, or simply rests empty on a shelf, it connects you to people long past, people who also ended their days seeking comfort, nourishment, and moments of stillness.
Number 10. Broom. The broom is one of humanity's oldest tools. Long before factories, long before machines, people created brooms from what nature provided. Early versions were humble bundles of twigs, grasses, or thin branches tied to the end of a sturdy stick. These simple tools swept floors of packed earth, cleared away dust from cooking areas, and helped families keep their living spaces clean long before the first walls or windows existed. In these early days, the broom was not merely an object. It was an extension of the hands, an everyday companion that shaped the rhythm of home life. Across the world, different cultures crafted their own versions. Indigenous peoples of the American Southwest made brooms from the leaves of the yucca plant. These plants are strong, flexible, and beautifully suited to sweeping. A yucca broom wasn't just functional. It reflected a deep relationship with the land, where tools were created from what was available. Each part of the plant used with respect and purpose. As time passed and societies grew, so did the broom's design. A quiet but significant shift came in 1797, when an American farmer named Levi Dickinson
crafted a new kind of broom for his wife. Instead of twigs, he bound together tassels from a plant called sorghum broomcorn. The result was something sturdier, smoother, and far more efficient. Word spread quickly through their community, and soon Dickinson was making brooms not just for his family, but for neighbors and beyond. What began as a single thoughtful gesture became the foundation of a small industry. By 1810, innovation took another step forward with the creation of the foot-treadle broom machine. This clever device allowed broom makers to wind the fibers tightly and consistently onto handles, producing stronger, more durable brooms at a faster pace. What had once been individual craftsmanship grew into a cottage industry. Small workshops filled with the sound of treadles tapping, each movement securing broomcorn into place. Over time, these workshops expanded into larger factories, and the broom became one of the everyday tools shaped by the Industrial Revolution. But the story of keeping our spaces clean didn't stop with the broom itself. Another simple, often overlooked tool quietly evolved alongside it: the dustpan. In 1897, Lloyd P. Ray patented an ergonomic upgrade that seems obvious now, but was revolutionary then. A dustpan with a long handle and a metal collection plate. For the first time, people could sweep debris into a container without bending or kneeling. It brought comfort to a task repeated thousands of times across a lifetime, turning an ordinary moment of tidying into something gentler on the body. Together, the broom and the dustpan formed a humble partnership, one that has accompanied households through countless mornings and evenings, through the changing seasons, through centuries of human living. They helped maintain homes, whether those homes were ancient huts, wooden cabins, or modern apartments. They cleared away dust not only from floors, but from daily life itself, creating small pockets of order and calm that make a house feel like home. As you consider their story tonight, perhaps you can imagine the quiet movements of those who came before us, sweeping the ground with bundled twigs, gathering yucca leaves, setting foot upon treadles, or guiding a long-handled dustpan across a wooden floor.
These simple motions connect us to generations past, reminding us that even the most ordinary tools carry histories shaped by ingenuity, patience, and care.
Number 11. Bucket. The bucket is far older than most of the objects we use today. Long before the rise of cities or the shaping of metal, people crafted wooden buckets, using a technique that would come to be known as coopering. These vessels, made from carefully carved wooden staves, bound tightly by hoops, were essential tools. They held water drawn from rivers and wells, caught grains harvested in the fields, and carried food, soil, and countless other necessities of daily living. Imagine, for a moment, the rhythm of ancient life, the creaking of wooden hoops as water settles into the bucket, the soft sounds of footsteps along a worn path, the cool sensation of wood smoothened by years of handling. In a world without faucets or plumbing, without modern storage or transport, a simple bucket was a lifeline. It helped families gather what they needed, nurture crops, care for animals, and survive the changing seasons. As centuries passed, human hands continued to refine materials. With the development of metalworking, a quiet transformation unfolded. Craftsmen discovered that iron could shape sturdier, longer-lasting buckets, ones that did not swell with moisture or crack under heat. These early metal buckets brought a sense of reliability to everyday tasks. They could hold hot coals, transport building materials, or withstand the harsh demands of travel and work. Over time, iron gave way to galvanized steel, coated with protective layers that resisted rust and prolonged the life of each bucket. In barns, workshops, and bustling markets, steel buckets became familiar companions. Their metallic sound, soft ringing when set down, gentle clinks when handled, became part of the soundtrack of ordinary life. Durable yet simple, they were objects that blended easily into the background, quietly supporting the steady work of human hands. Then in the 20th century, another shift began, this one shaped by the rise of plastics. Plastic buckets were lighter, easier to mold, available in many colors, and affordable for households everywhere. They appeared in kitchens, gardens, construction sites, and children's playrooms. Some held cleaning supplies, others carried sand on summer beaches, while many became improvised containers for storage, gardening, or crafting. Their lightness allowed even a child to lift one, and their durability meant they could be used again and again in countless small ways. Across ages and cultures, the bucket has remained wonderfully consistent in its purpose: to hold, to carry, to assist. It doesn't boast or shine. It simply supports the rhythms of daily life. Whether made of wood, shaped by a cooper's careful hand, metal forged in the heat of early industry, or plastic molded in a modern factory, the bucket reflects the ongoing story of human adaptation, always finding new materials, new shapes, new possibilities. And perhaps there is something soothing in that thought, something calming in the idea that even the simplest objects we use, objects we rarely pause to appreciate, carry with them long histories and quiet wisdom. Objects that remind us that life is built not only from grand innovations, but from small, reliable tools that help us tend to our needs, care for our loved ones, and move gently through each day.
Number 12. Calculator.
Long before glowing screens and handheld devices, long before tiny chips could process billions of operations in a second, people were searching for ways to ease the burden of arithmetic. Counting has always been part of human life, measuring harvests, tracking trade, mapping the stars. And for thousands of years, tools like the abacus helped guide those calculations. Rows of beads sliding across polished rods provided a kind of rhythm to thinking, a tactile way of making numbers speak. But as societies grew, so did the need for something more precise, more automatic, something that could capture the growing complexity of human knowledge. In the early 17th century, a remarkable chapter began. In 1623, a German polymath named Wilhelm Schickard built what is believed to be the first mechanical calculating machine. His device combined a set of rotating gears with a mechanism for carrying numbers from one place value to the next. Although the machine was lost to history for centuries, its details surviving only in letters, it marked the first attempt to replace manual calculation with mechanical reliability. Not long afterward, in 1642, a young French mathematician named Blaise Pascal created a device he called the Pascaline. Designed to help his father with the demanding work of tax collection, the Pascaline used interlocking gears and dials to carry out addition and subtraction. Each turn of a wheel moved another, creating a precise and almost musical mechanical dance. For those who had spent hours adding columns of numbers by hand, this machine must have felt almost magical. A few decades later, in the 1670s, the philosopher and mathematician Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz introduced the stepped reckoner, a machine capable of multiplication and division as well. Its heart was a stepped drum, a beautifully engineered cylinder with teeth of varying lengths, able to perform repeated additions automatically. Leibniz famously said, "It is unworthy of excellent men to lose hours like slaves in the labor of calculation," and his machine was a bold attempt to free human minds for deeper thought. Still, these early creations were delicate, expensive, and rare. It would take another century and a half before mechanical calculators became part of everyday work. In 1820, Charles Xavier Thomas de Colmar patented the arithmometer, a machine sturdy and reliable enough to support commercial use. When mass production began in 1851, mechanical calculation moved from the hands of inventors into the offices of bankers, engineers, and administrators. The arithmometer became the first widely used mechanical calculator, showing that machines could not only imitate human arithmetic, but surpass it in speed and endurance. Over time, these mechanical devices grew more compact, more sophisticated, and more accessible. Rows of levers, cranks, and gears gave way to key-driven machines, and later to the electronic calculators of the 1970s, small enough to hold, precise enough to trust, and fast enough to become everyday companions for students, scientists, and anyone working with numbers. And yet, beneath the sleek surfaces of modern calculators, the same story lives on. A story of gears turning, ideas unfolding, and human beings seeking ways to lighten their mental load. From the abacus to the Pascaline, from Schickard's early design to the arithmometer, each invention was a step toward freeing the mind, toward turning the invisible language of numbers into something manageable, gentle, and clear. As you drift toward rest tonight, consider how every small device around you, even something as unassuming as a calculator,
carries a long journey within it. A journey shaped by those who looked at the world and thought, there must be a better way. Their machines, whether made of wood, metal, or silicon, are quiet reminders of human creativity, steadily helping us make sense of the world, one number at a time.
Number 13. Calendar. From the very beginning, humans looked upward for guidance. Long before writing or mathematics, people noticed a pattern in the heavens: the sun rising and setting, the moon swelling and shrinking, the stars shifting in slow, steady arcs across the night sky. These cosmic rhythms controlled the floods, the harvests, the migrations of animals, and the length of the seasons. Time, measured on a grand scale, was written in light. In ancient Egypt, this understanding became especially refined. The Egyptians watched the sky with a sensitivity born from necessity. Their lives depended on the rhythm of the Nile, whose yearly flood brought fertile soil to the land. They discovered something remarkable. Just before dawn, once each year, the bright star Sirius would rise heliacally, appearing in the morning sky after a period of invisibility. This rising coincided with the flooding of the Nile. It became a celestial signal, a cosmic clock that helped them organize their entire year. From this observation, the Egyptians created one of humanity's earliest solar calendars, a civil calendar consisting of 365 days. They arranged these days into 12 months of 30 days each, and added 5 extra festival days at the end of the year. It was elegant, predictable, and deeply intertwined with their understanding of the world. With this calendar, festivals, agricultural cycles, and rituals aligned with the stable path of the sun. Elsewhere, different civilizations turned to the moon. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians used a lunar calendar rooted in the moon's monthly phases. The crescent moon waxing and waning provided a natural way to mark time. Yet the moon alone created challenges. Lunar months drifted through the seasons, sometimes falling out of harmony with agricultural needs. Over time, societies learned to combine lunar cycles with solar observations, adjusting months and adding days to keep nature and the calendar in balance. The Romans faced this challenge too. Their earliest calendars were based on the moon, but they often slipped out of sync with the seasons. Months wandered unpredictably, and the Roman year sometimes bore little resemblance to the natural world it was meant to reflect. Eventually, this growing misalignment became a serious problem. Festivals drifted, political terms became confusing, and agricultural planning suffered. To solve this, Julius Caesar introduced the Julian calendar in 46 BC, working with the Alexandrian astronomer Sosigenes. They shifted Rome from a lunar system to a solar one, anchoring the year firmly in the sun's path. The Julian calendar included 365 days, with a leap year every 4 years to correct the slight discrepancy between the calendar year and the true solar year. For its time, it was a brilliant correction, simple, stable, and effective. It brought order to a system that had drifted far from the natural rhythms it hoped to mirror. Yet over centuries, even small imperfections can grow. The Julian calendar's leap year system slightly overcorrected the year, causing a gradual drift of about 1 day every 128 years. By the 1500s, this drift had become noticeable, particularly in the timing of Easter, which no longer aligned with the spring equinox as early Christian communities intended. In 1582, Pope Gregory XIII introduced a gentle but important reform, the Gregorian calendar. By adjusting how leap years were calculated, it brought the calendar back into harmony with the Earth's orbit around the Sun. This new system realigned seasonal markers and prevented future drift. Slowly, over the next few centuries, different regions of the world adopted it, until it became the most widely used calendar across the globe today.
What is beautiful, as you consider this long timeline, is how deeply human the story is. Each calendar, whether rooted in the moon, the sun, or the stars, reflects people trying to understand their place in the universe, watching the sky, noticing patterns, caring enough to measure time so that life could be more stable, more predictable, more connected to nature's cycles. As you rest tonight, think of the quiet elegance of that effort, the way time itself is a bridge between ancient sky watchers and all of us living now. The calendar you use today is the result of thousands of years of observation, adjustment, and care, shaped by civilizations that looked up at the same sky you see when you gaze at the stars. Number 14. Camera. Imagine the world almost 200 years ago, long before photographs filled albums, screens, and memories. Back then, capturing an image was not simple. It required an extraordinary amount of time, careful preparation, and a deep curiosity about how light behaved. In 1826, a French inventor named Nicéphore Niepce created what is widely recognized as the first permanent photograph. He used a sliding wooden box camera, a device that looked more like a small piece of furniture than a tool for creativity. The camera sat facing a window, and Niepce coated a pewter plate with a light-sensitive substance called bitumen. Then, he opened the camera's lens and waited. Hour after hour passed, 8 long hours in total, as sunlight slowly etched the scene onto the metal plate. When the exposure was complete, the faint outline of a courtyard appeared. It was blurry, grainy, and delicate. But it was also a miracle. For the first time, light itself had recorded a moment. Niepce soon worked with another Frenchman, Louis Daguerre, a skilled painter and stage designer. Daguerre was fascinated by the idea of capturing reality with light instead of paint. And together they searched for a quicker, clearer method. Niepce passed away before they achieved it, but Daguerre continued the work. In 1837, he introduced the daguerreotype, a process both beautiful and precise. To make a daguerreotype, a thin copper plate coated in silver was exposed to iodine vapor, which sensitized the surface to light. After the image was taken, it was developed over heated mercury vapor, slowly revealing a detailed, shimmering picture. No two daguerreotypes were the same. Each was a unique, mirror-like portrait that captured astonishing detail, from textures of fabric to tiny strands of hair. These images, held carefully in small cases, felt like precious windows into a moment that could never be repeated. Around the same time, across the English Channel, another breakthrough emerged. William Henry Fox Talbot introduced the calotype in 1841. Unlike the daguerreotype, which created a single picture that could not be reproduced, the calotype produced a paper negative. From one negative, multiple positive prints could be made. This simple idea, the ability to make copies, became the foundation for almost all modern photography. It allowed families to share images, scientists to document discoveries, and explorers to bring back scenes from faraway places. As the decades unfolded, photography continued to evolve with quiet, determined progress. Early photographers worked with wet plates, rushing to prepare chemicals on glass surfaces and expose them before they dried. It required speed and skill, often under challenging conditions. But these images, landscapes, portraits, moments frozen in time, carried a sense of clarity and patience that still inspire us today. Then came roll film, which made cameras portable and accessible. Suddenly, anyone could capture memories without needing a studio or elaborate equipment. Families documented birthdays, travels, and everyday life. Artists experimented with composition and light. The camera moved from the hands of specialists to the hands of millions. In the 20th century, the 35mm format arrived, bringing sharper images and greater creative control. Photographers could now carry lightweight cameras through city streets, forests, or distant mountains, capturing authentic slices of life. Many of the most iconic photographs in history were taken with these small, agile devices. And then, quietly, but profoundly, the digital age began. Sensors replaced film. Light was transformed into digital information. Millions of tiny pixels, creating images with clarity once impossible to imagine. The camera became not just a tool, but a constant companion. Today, it lives in our pockets. With a simple tap, we capture moments that once would have taken hours to record. Yet, despite all these changes, the heart of photography stays the same. It is the desire to hold on to a fleeting moment, to preserve a memory, a feeling, or a glimpse of beauty. From Niepce's 8-hour exposure to the instant images of today, the camera has always been a quiet bridge between the world as it is and the world as we wish to remember it. As you drift toward rest, imagine the slow gathering of light inside that first wooden box camera. The patience it required, the stillness it invited. Photography began with waiting, with observing, with letting time gently leave an imprint. In that way, the story of the camera is also a reminder for us that even in a fast world, there is value in slowing down, noticing the details, and allowing moments to settle softly, just long enough to become unforgettable.
Number 15. Candle. Imagine nightfall in a world before electricity. A world without switches, without the soft glow of lamps, without the quiet hum of anything powered by wires or circuits. When darkness arrived, it arrived completely, settling gently over fields, villages, and cities in a way that is difficult to imagine today. In that deep quiet, there was one small, steady companion that allowed people to continue their evenings, to gather, to read, to pray, to think, or simply to sit in stillness. That companion was the candle. The candle, in its unassuming simplicity, was once humanity's primary defense against darkness. For thousands of years, it was the little flame that kept the night from swallowing the world whole. It was the warm circle of light in a home, the silent guide down a corridor, the glow that illuminated letters on a page, and the flicker that allowed families to linger a little longer before sleep. It stood at the center of rituals, at bedsides, on wooden tables, and in the hands of travelers moving quietly under the night sky. The earliest candles were made from tallow, rendered animal fat shaped into a solid form that could burn slowly. These tallow candles were smoky and carried a distinctive, heavy scent. They were functional rather than luxurious, used not because they were pleasant, but because they brought light when nothing else could. Families poured them, shaped them, trimmed them, and stored them carefully, knowing that each candle represented precious hours of visibility after the sun had gone. Yet as civilizations grew and crafts evolved, people sought candles that burned more cleanly, more brightly, and with less smoke. From this search emerged beeswax candles, smoother, more refined, and far more pleasant in scent. Beeswax burned with a steady, golden flame that barely smoked. For many cultures, it symbolized purity and was often reserved for religious ceremonies, temples, and important gatherings. In churches and sacred spaces, the glow of beeswax candles became part of rituals that stretched across centuries. They represented devotion, the presence of the divine, and the small but profound connection between light and the human spirit. In time, another material appeared: spermaceti, a wax derived from sperm whales. Unlike tallow, spermaceti produced a bright, clear flame and emitted little odor. These candles were prized for their elegance and long burn times. During the age of maritime exploration, they became common in wealthier homes and in cities that buzzed with early industrial energy. When spermaceti candles were lit, they cast a pure, steady light that seemed almost ahead of its time. Each step in the candle's evolution, from tallow to beeswax to spermaceti, reflects a quiet human longing not just for illumination, but for a certain kind of experience with light. A candle was never only about seeing in the dark. It was also about warmth, atmosphere, and emotional comfort. In the flicker of a candle, people found a gentle companion to their thoughts, a source of calm during storms, and a reminder that even in darkness, a small flame is enough to create a world of its own. In the centuries before electricity, entire communities shaped their lives around candlelight. Writers composed by it. Philosophers contemplated long into the night beside it. Parents comforted children with its glow. Travelers carried small candles in lanterns to find their way home. In winter months, when nights were long and cold, candles were symbols of endurance. The soft light they offered was not powerful, but it was steady, and that steadiness was often enough. Today, even though candles are no longer necessary for survival, they remain deeply woven into our emotional landscape. They signal peace, ceremony, memory, and reflection. We light them to celebrate, to mourn, to meditate, to slow down, or simply to make a room feel gentle and alive. The flame of a candle still calls us to pause, to breathe, to notice the quiet details of a moment. As you prepare to rest tonight, imagine the long journey of the candle across human history. Think of the countless hands that shaped them, the rooms they illuminated, the comfort they offered, and the way they transformed darkness into something soft and bearable. A single flame, dancing lightly, holding back the night, not with force, but with quiet presence. In many ways, the candle's story is a reminder that even the smallest sources of light can carry great meaning.
And in the peaceful glow it casts, we can still feel a connection to all who lived before us, who gazed at a candle's flame and found a sense of calm, just as you do now.
Number 16. Canned soup. To understand the beginnings of canned soup, imagine a time in the late 19th century when soup was already a beloved food, nourishing, inexpensive, and easy to prepare. But there was one challenge. Soup is mostly water, and water is heavy. Transporting large quantities of soup over long distances was inefficient and costly. A single can might cost as much as 30 cents, a significant amount at the time. This made widespread distribution difficult, and soup remained largely a local product, made fresh in homes or restaurants. Into this world stepped John Dorrance, a young chemist working for the Campbell Company. In 1897, he introduced an idea that was simple in concept, but revolutionary in impact. He wondered what would happen if the water could be removed from soup before it was shipped. Water could be added later, by the consumer, in the comfort of their own kitchen. The soup would be lighter, the cans smaller, the shipping costs dramatically reduced, and because it cost less to transport, it could cost less to buy. Dorrance succeeded in creating the first condensed soup, a product that delivered all the flavor, texture, and nourishment of traditional soup, but without the weight of the liquid. Removing the water dropped the price from 30 cents per can to just 10 cents. Suddenly, soup was no longer a luxury or a local convenience. It became a staple of everyday life, affordable for families across the country. In quiet kitchens, on busy evenings, in moments of comfort or illness or celebration, condensed soup began to appear as a reliable companion. Yet for canned soup to be more than affordable, for it to be safe, it needed something else, a deeper understanding of how heat works inside a sealed can. This is where MIT professor Samuel Prescott made his quiet but crucial contribution. Prescott developed time temperature tables, scientific guidelines showing how long and how intensely canned foods needed to be heated to eliminate harmful microbes while preserving flavor and quality. His work might sound technical, but its impact was deeply personal. Thanks to Prescott's research, families could trust the canned soup they set on their tables. It was safe, dependable, and ready whenever it was needed. Together, these innovations helped turn canned soup into what it remains today: a pantry staple, a small symbol of convenience, warmth, and care. The simple act of opening a can, hearing that soft metallic sound, pouring the soup into a pot, and watching it slowly warm, has become a quiet ritual in homes around the world. A gesture of comfort on cold evenings, a quick meal when time is short, a familiar taste when life feels overwhelming. As you settle deeper into rest, imagine the countless kitchens where canned soup has simmered gently on stovetops. The hands that open the cans, the steam that rises, the bowls that are filled. A product born from chemistry and ingenuity, yet cherished for something far more human: its ability to bring a sense of warmth and ease to everyday life.
Number 17. Chair.
Long before chairs became everyday objects, sitting was a very different experience. In many ancient cultures, most people rested on the ground, on mats, or on low stools. The idea of lifting the body off the earth, of having a raised seat with a back, and sometimes even arms, was not simply about comfort. It was about status, about communicating a place within society. The earliest chairs were not for everyone. They were symbols as much as they were furniture. In ancient Egypt, chairs appeared as early as the 3rd millennium BC. They were often beautifully crafted, made from carved wood and decorated with gold, ivory, or leather. These chairs were reserved for royalty and high officials, their very design reflecting power. To sit in a chair in ancient Egypt was to be seen quite literally as elevated, raised above the ordinary, above the everyday world of stools and mats used by the rest of society. Similar patterns appeared in the classical world. In ancient Greece and Rome, chairs were known and used, but again, they were mostly for elites. Greek and Roman homes were filled with benches and stools for common use, while chairs with backs and arms were symbols of authority. The curule chair of the Romans was a folding seat reserved for magistrates and dignitaries, a seat not just of comfort, but of judgment and command. Meanwhile, far across the world, in China, a quiet cultural shift was unfolding. Although early Chinese societies also used mats and low platforms, by the 12th century, chairs had become widespread, shaping daily life and household design. Beautiful hardwood chairs with elegant curves and joinery appeared, showing how a simple form could become art. Sitting in a chair became not an act of privilege, but a cultural norm, influencing posture, etiquette, and the layout of traditional dwellings. Even across the ocean, among the Aztecs of Mesoamerica, chairs emerged in unique forms. These seats, often built for rulers and important figures, carried designs that reflected the identity and artistry of their culture. Though materials and shapes differed across continents, the idea was the same. The chair was both a tool and a symbol, a way of lifting the body and expressing meaning. In medieval Europe, chairs preserved their connection to authority. Most people sat on stools, benches, or even the bare ground, while chairs were reserved almost exclusively for nobility. A medieval chair was not just furniture, it was a throne. It was tall, heavily ornamented, carved with intricate patterns, crests, and symbols of lineage. To occupy such a seat was to hold power, and to sit in the presence of one was to understand one's place within the social structure. But as time flowed into the Renaissance, something shifted. Ideas about individuality, comfort, and domestic life began to change. Homes became more refined, and furniture followed. Chairs, once exclusive, started entering the lives of ordinary people. Their shapes became more varied, some designed for study, others for dining or conversation. Luxury and practicality blended into forms that felt more human, more inviting. This quiet expansion continued for centuries, but the true transformation came with the Industrial Revolution. For the first time in human history,
Furniture could be mass-produced. Machines cut wood, shaped components, and created identical pieces quickly and efficiently. What had once required the skill of a dedicated craftsman could now be manufactured for a fraction of the cost. Chairs, once emblems of wealth and hierarchy, became accessible to nearly everyone. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the chair was no longer a symbol of power alone. It had become a companion to daily life, a place to rest after work, a comfortable corner for reading, a seat at the dinner table where families gathered. Designers began exploring new shapes, new materials, new philosophies. From ornate Victorian chairs to the lightweight designs of modernism, the chair became a canvas for creativity and a vessel for comfort. And today, in homes across the globe, chairs come in countless forms. Some are simple and wooden, others are soft, upholstered, and shaped to embrace the body. Some fold, some recline, some swivel. Yet all share the same purpose: to offer rest, support, and a sense of grounding. As you sit in your chair now, or lie down preparing for sleep, consider how this ordinary object carries the echo of so many lives before yours. Ancient Egyptians, Greek thinkers, Roman magistrates, Chinese families, Aztec leaders, medieval nobles, Renaissance artists, and workers of the industrial age, all played their part in shaping the chair you know today. And perhaps there is something gently comforting in that thought. A chair, after all, is more than wood or metal or fabric. It is a quiet reminder that every era of human history has sought the same simple thing: a place to sit, to pause, to breathe, and to be.
Number 18. Clock. For as long as humans have watched the rising and setting of the sun, we have been trying to understand time. Early civilizations used shadows, water, or the movement of stars to mark its passing. But the journey toward portable time, time you could carry with you, time measured not by nature but by human invention, began many centuries later. In the 15th century, something remarkable emerged. Clocks powered not by weights or flowing water, but by tightly wound springs. These spring-driven mechanisms were small enough to fit into wooden boxes or metal cases. For the first time, people could take time with them, keeping track of the hours even when they moved away from church towers and public squares. These early portable clocks eventually evolved into pocket watches, elegant objects kept on chains and tucked into waistcoats. They were symbols of refinement and craftsmanship, often decorated, carefully engraved, or passed down through generations. To own one was to hold a tiny marvel of engineering, where dozens of miniature gears worked together in perfect harmony, all powered by the tension of a spring. For centuries, pocket watches remained the standard, especially for men. Wristwatches, surprisingly, were originally seen as delicate accessories worn almost exclusively by women throughout the 19th century. They were considered ornamental rather than practical. But history has its quiet moments of transformation, and one of those moments came during World War I. Soldiers in the trenches needed a way to check the time quickly, without fumbling for a pocket watch while navigating the chaos around them. Strapping a small watch to the wrist was far more practical. It allowed for instant access, freeing the hands for urgent tasks. Slowly, almost silently, wristwatches transitioned from feminine jewelry to essential military tools. And when the war ended, the habit stayed. Men returned home still wearing wristwatches, and society embraced them as the new universal way to keep time close. Through the 20th century, watches continued to evolve, shaped by new materials, new designs, and new expectations. But it was in the 1960s that a quiet revolution took place, a revolution powered by quartz. Quartz timepieces introduced a level of accuracy that mechanical watches could not match. Instead of relying on springs and gears alone, quartz watches used the steady vibration of a quartz crystal under electrical current. This vibration became the heartbeat of the watch, regulating time with remarkable precision. Suddenly, timekeeping became more reliable, more affordable, and far more accessible. The quartz watch changed daily life in subtle but profound ways, ensuring that nearly anyone could carry a precise instrument on their wrist. Then, in the 21st century, another transformation emerged, one that blended timekeeping with computing. Smartwatches arrived, capable of doing far more than marking the passing seconds. They measure heart rates, track steps, display messages, store music, and connect with phones and satellites. In a sense, the watch returned to its origins as a symbol of innovation. But this time, instead of carrying only gears and springs, it carries tiny processors and glowing screens. And yet, despite all the technology housed within them, smartwatches still rest on the same ancient longing: to understand time, to feel its rhythm, to bring a little order to our days. As you listen tonight, think of how far this journey has come. From the first spring-driven clocks of the 15th century, ticking softly inside handcrafted cases, to pocket watches held by merchants, travelers, and scholars, to wristwatches worn in the mud and urgency of World War I, to quartz watches that brought astonishing accuracy, and now to devices that do more than tell time. They help guide our lives. The clock, in all its forms, is more than a tool. It is a quiet companion that sits on our wrists, our walls, our nightstands. It reminds us of passing moments, of beginnings and endings, of pauses and transitions. It helps us rise in the morning, meet loved ones, honor commitments, and eventually return to rest.
Number 19. Coffee. The story begins in the highlands of Ethiopia, the ancient home of the coffee plant. For generations, wild coffee trees grew here, their cherries ripening under the African sun. It is said, though the details are wrapped in legend, that a goat herder named Kaldi noticed something curious. His goats, after nibbling on the bright red cherries of a particular plant, became lively and energetic, leaping and prancing late into the day. Intrigued, Kaldi shared this discovery with local monks, setting in motion a chain of curiosity that would eventually change the world. But while Ethiopia gave birth to the plant, the true birthplace of coffee as a beverage, the way we know it today, was Yemen. It was there, in the 15th century, that people first roasted and brewed coffee beans into a drink. In the quiet, contemplative spaces of Sufi monasteries, monks drank coffee to stay awake through long nights of prayer and meditation. The beverage kept their minds alert, their hearts steady, and their voices chanting into the early hours of dawn. Slowly, coffee became more than a stimulant. It became a symbol of devotion, clarity, and spiritual discipline. From Yemen, coffee began its gentle journey outward. It traveled across the Red Sea to Mecca, where pilgrims and scholars embraced it. Soon, the sound of grinding beans and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee drifted through the alleys of the holy city. Coffeehouses emerged as gathering places, spaces where people came not only to drink, but to talk, exchange ideas, play games, and listen to music. These early coffeehouses became centers of conversation and community, places where news traveled quickly and stories were shared. As the drinks spread across the Middle East, through Cairo, Damascus, and Istanbul, coffeehouses multiplied. They were often called schools of the wise, for they welcomed poets, merchants, travelers, and thinkers. The act of sipping coffee slowly, thoughtfully, became a ritual that brought people together and helped them make sense of the world. Even today, in many cultures, sharing coffee remains a gesture of hospitality and warmth. As you prepare to drift into sleep, think of the gentle journey of this humble bean. Think of the hands that cultivated it, the travelers who carried it across oceans, the communities that gathered around it. Coffee's story is one of movement and warmth, reminding us that even the simplest rituals in our lives are rooted in centuries of human curiosity, creativity, and care.
Number 20. Coin. Imagine holding a coin between your fingers. It feels cool at first, then slowly warms in your palm. It has weight, texture, and the faint echo of countless hands that have carried it before you. Now imagine traveling far back in time, more than 2,600 years, to a place in western Anatolia, in what is now modern Turkey. There, in the ancient kingdom of Lydia, the first stamped coins were born. Before coins existed, trade was done through barter: sheep for grain, pottery for cloth, metal for land. But this system often required negotiation. Was one goat equal to 3 baskets of barley? Was a piece of silver worth a bolt of cloth? Each exchange was uncertain, requiring trust, judgment, and sometimes long debate. In Lydia, craftsmen discovered a way to bring order to this uncertainty. They used electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver found in local riverbeds, and shaped it into small, rounded blanks. Then they pressed a punch, much like a signet seal, into the metal. That stamp guaranteed something precious: weight, purity, and therefore value. A stamped coin meant that an official authority had tested it, approved it, and given it meaning. With this simple idea, trade transformed. Suddenly, a person could buy goods with a single piece of metal whose worth was universally recognized. Coins traveled from one market to another, smooth in the hands of merchants, shining in the sun, passing seamlessly between strangers who no longer needed to argue over what something was worth. The concept spread quickly. Greek city-states
began minting their own coins, each with symbols that carried stories of identity and pride. Some bore the images of gods, Athena with her wise owl, Apollo with his radiant profile. Others carried the faces of rulers or emblems of a city's heritage. Coins became tiny artworks, stamped with culture, belief, and power. As they moved from hand to hand, they carried not only value, but also messages, reminders of the divine, the heroic, and the political. By the classical period, coins were everywhere. They made taxation easier, allowed governments to pay soldiers, and encouraged long-distance trade across seas and mountains. A farmer in one region could sell grain to a merchant from another, and the coin between them served as a bridge. Trust made tangible, value made portable. Over the centuries, coins adapted to new empires, new metals, and new economies. Their forms changed: round, square, thick, thin. But their purpose remained constant. They simplified exchange. They moved resources. They connected people who had never met and whose lives were vastly different. For millennia, coins were at the heart of marketplaces. From bustling Greek agoras to the shaded stalls of Roman bazaars, from the spice routes of Asia to medieval towns lit by the glow of lanterns. And even today, in an age when digital transactions flow silently through invisible networks, coins continue to exist as comforting reminders of something human and ancient. The feeling of one in your pocket, the clink they make when gathered together, the familiar motion of handing one to another person, they all carry echoes of Lydia's early merchants pressing symbols into electrum. As you drift gently toward rest tonight, think of how something so small can hold such a long story. A coin is not just metal. It is a tiny vessel of trust, of artistry, of history. It is a reminder that humans have always sought ways to understand value, to trade fairly, and to create meaningful connections with one another. In that soft understanding, let your thoughts settle like a coin placed carefully on a table, quiet, simple, and timeless.
Number 21. Compass.
Long before the compass became a tool for ships and explorers, ancient thinkers were already curious about the mysterious force that made certain stones pull gently toward iron. The Greeks knew about magnetism, and they observed it with fascination, but they never transformed this knowledge into a practical tool for guiding travel. The idea remained more of a scientific curiosity than something that could reshape navigation. Far away in China, however, this same natural force inspired something entirely new. During the Han Dynasty, people discovered that a particular stone, lodestone, could be magnetized. Instead of imagining it merely as a strange rock, they shaped it into a smooth spoon and placed it on a polished bronze plate. When the spoon was allowed to settle, its handle would quietly turn until it pointed south. At first, this was not meant to guide travelers over distant horizons. It was used for geomancy and divination, as people tried to understand the invisible forces believed to flow through the land and influence harmony in daily life. This early version of the compass was not a navigational instrument at all.
It was more like a spiritual guide, something used to interpret the balance of the natural world. Yet without knowing it, these early Chinese scholars had created one of the most important tools in human history. Over time, the practical potential of this magnetic force began to reveal itself. By the 11th century, Chinese mariners had started placing slender, magnetized needles on the surface of water. These needles floated freely, aligning themselves with Earth's magnetic field. As they pointed steadily in one direction, sailors began to understand that this small, quivering line could help them orient themselves even when the sky was overcast, or when familiar coastlines fell away into the distance. Imagine those early voyages, wooden ships rocking gently on dark waters with no stars visible overhead, the sea stretching endlessly around them, and then at the center of the ship, a delicate needle floating in a bowl, turning slowly until it found its direction. That simple, quiet motion made it possible to cross oceans with confidence, transforming uncertainty into something manageable, even reassuring. The idea spread from China to the rest of the world. Soon, European navigators adopted the compass and began using it to chart new routes across seas they had once feared to enter. With each generation, the compass became more refined, no longer a needle floating on water, but a carefully built instrument with a pivot, a protective case, and markings that helped sailors understand their course with greater precision. By then, its earlier life as a divination tool seemed almost forgotten. The spiritual spoon had evolved into a navigator's companion, guiding merchant ships, explorers, and travelers toward new lands. It played a silent role in countless migrations, scientific expeditions, and exchanges between cultures. Without it, many of the global connections we now take for granted would have unfolded much more slowly. As we reflect on the compass tonight, it becomes more than just an object. It becomes a symbol of humanity's desire to find direction, sometimes literally, sometimes on a deeper level. It reminds us that understanding often begins with curiosity, that something used for contemplation can become something used for exploration, and that great transformations can grow from the smallest of beginnings. And perhaps, as you settle into rest, there is comfort in knowing that even in the vastness of the world, both ancient travelers and modern ones have always found ways to orient themselves. A tiny needle, a carved spoon, a magnetic stone, quiet tools that have helped countless people find their way. May that thought bring you a sense of calm direction tonight, wherever you are.
Number 22. Concrete.
Long before modern cities rose from steel and stone, ancient builders were experimenting with ways to create something strong, something lasting, something that could resist the tests of time and nature. Among the most skilled were the Romans, who developed a mixture known as opus caementitium, or Roman concrete. It was more than a construction material. It was one of the quiet miracles of ancient engineering. This Roman concrete began with simple ingredients: lime mortar, pieces of rubble, and volcanic ash gathered from regions like Pozzuoli near Naples. When these ingredients were combined, they formed a mixture that behaved differently from anything the world had known before.
And when this mixture touched seawater, something extraordinary happened. Instead of weakening, as many materials would, the concrete began a slow and steady transformation. The minerals inside reacted with the salt water, forming durable compounds known as calcium aluminum silicate hydrates. These tiny structures knit themselves together, strengthening the concrete gradually, almost as if the material continued to grow more resilient with each passing tide. Over centuries, rare minerals such as tobermorite formed within the concrete, crystals that scientists today study with admiration. These minerals helped Roman harbors, breakwaters, and seawalls remain stable through storms, erosion, and the endless rhythm of waves. Some of these structures, touched by thousands of years of water and weather, still stand today, silent witnesses to the brilliance of their makers. By around 150 BC, this remarkable concrete had already spread widely across the Roman world. Builders used it to create domes that seemed to float over open spaces, to anchor massive aqueducts that carried water across valleys, and to support temples that have endured long after empires faded. One of the most famous of these constructions is the Pantheon in Rome. Its dome, still the largest unreinforced concrete dome in the world, rises gracefully towards the sky, a perfect expression of balance and harmony. To stand beneath it, even today, is to feel the quiet confidence of a civilization that understood something profound about materials and time. Centuries later, in the 19th century, a new chapter began with the invention of modern Portland cement. This form of concrete, made using higher temperatures and a different chemical process, became the foundation for our contemporary world. It enabled the rise of skyscrapers, highways, and countless structures that shape the daily movements of modern life. Yet, despite its strength, even Portland cement cannot always match the extraordinary durability of its ancient predecessor, something that has inspired researchers worldwide to study Roman methods in hopes of creating more resilient materials for the future. As we reflect on concrete tonight, it becomes more than a building material. It becomes a reminder that wisdom can be found in unexpected places. The Romans, observing nature and experimenting with patience, created a substance that endured for millennia. Their concrete, strengthened by time and seawater, shows us how deeply human curiosity and careful observation can transform the world. And perhaps there is comfort in knowing that even the most solid structures we rely on, from bridges to homes, from temples to city walls, began as small, simple mixtures held together by vision and hope. As you ease into rest, you might imagine those ancient builders mixing ash and lime under the Mediterranean sun, crafting something meant to last far beyond their own lifetimes. A quiet legacy carried forward in every foundation we walk upon today.
Number 23. Correction fluid. Long before the glowing screens and effortless editing tools of the digital age, typing a document was an unforgiving task. The typewriter, elegant and mechanical, pressed each letter permanently into the page. And for secretaries, writers, and office workers, even a tiny typing error could undo a whole line, sometimes an entire page. Each mistake felt final, leaving a small moment of frustration in a day filled with careful work. It was in this world, one of clacking keys, carbon copies, and quiet precision, that a Texas bank secretary named Bette Nesmith Graham found herself searching for a gentler solution. By day, she typed letters and reports at her desk. By night, she enjoyed painting, losing herself in the easy movements of a brush gliding over canvas. And it was this simple connection between two parts of her life that sparked a transformative idea. She noticed something painters understood instinctively. When you make an error on a canvas, you do not erase it. You simply paint over it. You cover it with a fresh layer, creating room for the picture to evolve without starting again from the beginning. Bette wondered if the same principle might help with typed mistakes, if a thin layer of paint might allow typists to correct errors calmly, without tearing out sheets or retyping entire pages. So, in 1951, in the quiet warmth of her own kitchen, she began to experiment. Using tempera paint, she mixed a water-based formula carefully matched to the color of the bank's stationery. It was practical, gentle, and surprisingly effective. She bottled the mixture in small containers, labeled it with the simple name "Mistake Out," and shared it discreetly with coworkers. What began as a personal solution soon became something people relied on daily. As demand grew, so did Bette's confidence. By 1956, she officially founded the Liquid Paper Company, transforming her kitchen invention into a product found in offices, schools, and homes across the country. Secretaries kept it beside their typewriters. Students carried it in pencil cases. For the first time, a typing mistake no longer meant frustration or waste. It simply meant a tiny pause, a soft stroke of a brush or applicator, a moment for the paper to dry, and then the chance to begin again. There was something soothing about that process, the small ritual of covering an error with a thin layer of white, like a fresh snowfall gently settling over the past. It reminded people that imperfections could be corrected with patience rather than urgency. And in this way, correction fluid became more than a tool. It became a quiet companion to countless hours of work. For decades, liquid paper remained a staple in workplaces around the world. It sat beside telephones, typewriters, and stacks of paper, waiting for the next small human error that needed an equally human solution. Even after word processors and digital editing arrived, offering instant backspaces and undo keys, many people still kept a bottle nearby, almost as a reminder of a time when mistakes were handled slowly, with care. Tonight, as we look back on the story of correction fluid, it feels like a gentle reminder of something universal. Mistakes do not have to be permanent. With creativity, patience, and a willingness to look at the world a little differently, we can cover over what went wrong and continue our work with renewed calm. Bette Nesmith Graham's simple kitchen experiment grew into a global tool, helping millions of people move through their tasks with a little more ease. And perhaps her story offers a quiet comfort that solutions often come from observing the ordinary moments of our lives, and that even the simplest ideas can bring clarity, grace, and a second chance. May that thought accompany you as you rest, reminding you that every page, no matter how marked, can always be made ready for something new.
Number 24. Cup. The earliest cups, did not begin as the smooth ceramics we recognize today. Long before kilns and potter's wheels shaped graceful vessels, people turned to the materials around them: wood from nearby forests, bamboo from warm riverbanks, and the horns of animals they hunted. These early cups were part of daily life, used to carry water or share a meal, yet they vanished almost completely from the archaeological record. Because they were organic, they returned quietly to the earth. Time softened them, broke them down, and folded them back into the soil, leaving behind only a faint suggestion of how people long ago lifted their drinks. Still, traces of ancient craftsmanship remain. Around 2800 BC, in parts of Europe, a culture arose that archaeologists now call the bell beaker culture. They are remembered partly through the distinctive cups they left behind, beakers shaped like small, inverted bells. Their silhouettes are simple, but unmistakably elegant, and they reveal how early communities expressed identity and artistry even in everyday objects. Some cups from the ancient world were not merely functional, they were treasures. One of the most remarkable is the Ringlemere cup from Bronze Age England, crafted around 1600 BC. It is made entirely of gold, hammered into a rippled form that glows softly even today. Its presence suggests that cups could hold symbolic meaning, status, or ceremonial importance. To imagine someone nearly 4,000 years ago holding this cup, perhaps during a gathering, perhaps in a ritual, adds a quiet sense of continuity between their hands and ours. In other regions, people drank from the curved horns of animals, a practice that would eventually inspire Rita, the artistic pouring vessels of the ancient world. These Rita, sometimes shaped like animals or mythical creatures, combined function with imagination. They show us that even simple actions like drinking or pouring could be touched by creativity and meaning. As time passed, pottery began to flourish. Pottery is one of the most enduring markers of early human settlement. Long before writing, before cities, before metal tools, people were shaping clay into bowls, pots, and cups. This technology appears to have emerged independently in several parts of the world, including Mesopotamia and China. The ability to shape and fire clay changed how communities stored food, cooked meals, and shared drink. In many ways, pottery helped people shift from wandering to settling, from brief camps to stable homes. Among the most influential pottery traditions was that of ancient Greece. Greek potters developed a whole vocabulary of cup shapes, each designed for a particular purpose or occasion. The kylix, shallow and wide, was often used in social gatherings, its shape encouraging both ease of drinking and beautiful decoration across its interior surface. The kantharos, deeper and framed by two high handles, carried associations with the god Dionysus and symbolized festivity and abundance. These vessels were not only objects to be used, but objects to be admired, pieces of art woven into the fabric of daily life. When we look at the cup on our bedside table now, or the one waiting for us in the kitchen, it is easy to forget how many centuries lie behind its shape. Yet every cup we touch carries echoes of those early wooden vessels, of golden treasures buried long ago, of horns raised in ancient ceremonies, of clay shaped by hands that lived thousands of years before ours. A cup is more than a container. It is a companion to rest, warmth, nourishment, and conversation. It has traveled across cultures and eras, changing form, yet always returning to the same simple purpose: to hold something life-giving and to bring it gently to our lips. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps there is something soothing in knowing that even the simplest objects have long, quiet histories. Objects shaped by human need, by creativity, and by the timeless desire to make ordinary moments feel just a little more beautiful.
May the story of the cup accompany you gently into the night.
Number 25. Curtain.
Long before homes had the clear glass windows we know today, people had to find other ways to shelter themselves from the outside world. In the distant warmth of ancient Egypt, one of the earliest forms of curtains appeared not as delicate fabric, but as animal hides hung in doorways. These hides shielded families from dust blowing in from the desert, softened the brightness of the sun, and offered a small sense of privacy in a climate where walls were often porous and open. Though simple, these coverings marked one of humanity's earliest instincts to create a boundary between the outer world and the tender space of home.
As civilizations evolved, so did the idea of the curtain. In ancient Rome, where architecture grew increasingly sophisticated and households became more layered in structure, curtains began to move from purely practical coverings toward something more expressive. Romans draped fabrics in doorways and across interior spaces, not only to divide rooms or manage temperature, but to display their social standing. Homes of the wealthy featured cloth dyed in rich colors, sometimes embroidered with intricate designs. The sway of a Roman curtain was both a gesture of privacy and a subtle sign of prestige. Many centuries later, in medieval Europe, homes still lacked true glazed windows. Instead, families relied on wooden shutters to block out chill winds, rain, or wandering animals. When more insulation was needed, oil-soaked cloth was pressed into service, a thick material that helped block drafts and dim the harshness of winter wind. These cloths were practical, but they lacked the softness and comfort we associate with curtains today. They were solutions born from necessity, stitched directly into the rhythm of survival. It was not until the 15th century that curtains, as we imagine them, began to appear across European homes. Wealthy households started hanging textiles over the recessed openings of windows, discovering that fabric could soften light in a pleasant way, warm a room during colder seasons, and create a sense of elegance. The cloth became more than a barrier. It became part of the room's atmosphere, part of its gentle character.
During the Tudor and Stuart periods in England, curtains blossomed into something far more luxurious. Silk, velvet, and intricate brocades began to drape windows in noble homes. The folds of these fabrics were more than decoration. They served as symbols of power, refinement, and access to far-off trade routes. A curtain could speak silently about a family's prosperity, the same way a painting or piece of furniture might today. To draw one aside was to reveal not just a window, but the life and status of a household. By the late 17th century, the design of curtains became increasingly artistic. Decorative pelmets, shaped borders that crowned the tops of windows, were introduced, adding a sense of finish and formality. Tiebacks appeared as well, allowing fabric to be gathered gracefully at the sides, creating soft folds that framed a room like a gentle smile.
And as the centuries progressed, pull-up curtains emerged, early ancestors of the blinds we know today. With a simple motion, people could control the light entering their home, adjusting it to match the mood of morning, afternoon, or the quiet onset of evening. What began as hides shielding ancient doorways had transformed into a dance of textiles, textures, and choices, each curtain telling the story of its era and the people who lived behind it. When we look at curtains today, in our bedrooms or living rooms, we see an object that feels calm and familiar. They soften morning light, shelter us from the brightness of midday, and help rooms feel cozy when night comes. But they also whisper of a long heritage, of Egyptians shielding themselves from desert winds, of Romans shaping spaces with woven cloth, of medieval families guarding against draughts, and of early modern households decorating their windows with silk and velvet. The curtain, in its quiet way, has always been about protecting a sense of peace. It has always been a soft boundary between the world outside and the world within. As you rest tonight, perhaps it brings comfort to remember that people throughout history have sought the same gentle separation, the same feeling of safety, the same desire to make their homes warm and welcoming. And so, the next time you draw a curtain closed or let it fall open to the light, you might sense the centuries moving with it, soft, layered, and beautifully human.
Number 26. Dice. Dice are so old that they slip beyond the reach of recorded history. Their origins stretch back into a time when people were still learning how to shape their world, when chance and fate were intertwined with everyday decisions. Long before dice took the form we know today, people used the natural shapes around them, small bones, smooth stones, pieces of wood, to ask questions of luck, to entertain themselves, and to create meaning from uncertainty. One of the earliest ancestors of the dice may have been the humble knuckle bone. These were bones taken from the ankles of animals, shaped by nature into irregular pieces that landed in different positions when tossed. People used them for games, but also for divination, hoping that the way a bone fell might reveal something hidden, perhaps guidance for a journey, or insight into the future. In this way, the earliest dice were not merely tools of chance, but part of humanity's long conversation with the unknown. By the time ancient Egypt flourished, dice-like objects had already taken on new forms. Two-sided throw sticks were used in the ancient board game Senet, which dates back to before 3000 BC. These sticks, marked on one side, were cast onto the ground or a table, their positions determining how players moved across a board that symbolized the soul's journey through the afterlife. Imagine the scene thousands of years ago: the dim glow of oil lamps, the soft clatter of wooden sticks, and the focus of players trying to read the path their pieces would take. Even then, chance and strategy were intertwined in a way that feels familiar to us today. Some of the earliest true cubic dice, shaped into neat little squares, were discovered in the burnt city of Iran, dating from around 2800 to 2500 BC. Held in the hand, They are small reminders of how ancient people took the first steps toward creating objects of precise, intentional randomness. These were no longer natural bones or improvised tools. They were crafted with care so that each face held meaning, each throw held possibility. Farther east, in the cities of the Indus Valley Civilization, another chapter in the story of dice was unfolding. In Mohenjo-Daro, archaeologists uncovered terracotta dice that reveals something striking. They already used the modern arrangement of dots, where opposite faces add up to 7. This pattern, so familiar today, shows the thoughtful consistency with which ancient makers approached design. Even across vast distances and cultures, people were beginning to agree on how to shape chance itself. Dice also appear in Mesopotamia, in layers of earth that date back to around 3000 BC. Here, too, these tiny objects served not only as tools for entertainment, but as instruments of divination. Life in these ancient cities was often unpredictable. Floods, harvests, trade, and politics all carried an element of uncertainty. Dice offered a small way to seek answers, to find a moment of guidance in a world filled with mysteries. Across thousands of years and many civilizations, dice traveled from tombs to marketplaces, from temples to taverns. They were used by kings seeking omens and by children playing simple games. They were carved from bone, shaped from clay, cast in bronze, and eventually polished into the plastic cubes we know today. And though their materials changed, the feeling of rolling dice, the quiet anticipation, the soft tumble, the pause before they come to rest, remains the same. There is something comforting in their continuity. Dice remind us that humans have always lived with uncertainty, and that we have always found ways to meet it with curiosity and playfulness. They have offered both entertainment and reflection, marking the space between what we can control and what we must simply accept. As you drift toward sleep tonight, perhaps you can imagine those ancient hands, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Persian, Indus Valley, each holding a small cube of chance, each wondering what the next cast would reveal. Across millennia, we are connected by that same flicker of wonder, that same quiet hope hidden in the roll of a tiny, timeless object.
Number 27. Duct tape. The story begins during one of the most turbulent periods in human history, the years of the Second World War. Factories across the United States were alive with activity. Men and women worked long hours manufacturing the tools and supplies needed for soldiers overseas. Among them was a woman named Vesta Stout, a mother of 2 sons who were serving in the Navy, and a worker at an ammunition plant in Illinois. Her job involved inspecting and packing ammunition boxes. These boxes were sealed with paper tape and then secured with wax, a method that offered little flexibility. When she watched how soldiers would have to struggle to open these boxes quickly in moments of danger, she felt a quiet but persistent concern. The paper tape tore poorly, the wax resisted knives, and precious seconds could be lost, seconds that might mean everything on the battlefield. Instead of letting the problem pass, Vesta allowed it to rest in her mind, the way a thoughtful person carries a worry they hope to ease. She found herself thinking about how to seal the boxes securely, yet still allow soldiers to open them swiftly when they needed to. She imagined a tape that was strong but yielding, waterproof yet easy to grip. Something practical, durable, and built for real-world conditions. Drawing on her everyday knowledge and her observations, she suggested a new kind of tape, one made from cloth for strength, coated to repel water, and designed so soldiers could simply pull a tab and open the box without tools. Her idea was not only clever but compassionate, born from a desire to protect those who depended on the supplies she handled every day. When her supervisors did not act on her proposal, Vesta did something remarkable. She wrote directly to President Franklin Roosevelt, explaining the problem and offering her solution. It was a bold act, driven by a blend of determination and genuine care. And the letter reached people who listened. Soon, the War Production Board approved her idea. Industrial Tape Corporation, later known as Permacell, and part of Johnson & Johnson, was authorized to produce this new tape. What emerged was a strong, olive-drab strip of waterproof cloth-backed adhesive, simple in appearance, yet incredibly versatile. Soldiers quickly discovered that it did far more than seal ammunition boxes. It patched holes, secured equipment, repaired vehicles, and held together anything that needed to stay in one piece a little longer. Its usefulness seemed endless. They nicknamed it 100-mile-an-hour tape, not because it literally endured such speeds, but because it felt capable of fixing almost anything, even in the most demanding conditions. When the war ended, the tape did not fade from memory. Instead, it made its way into garages, toolboxes, workshops, and homes. People found that the same qualities that made it invaluable on the battlefield made it a quiet hero in everyday life as well. Over time, as heating and cooling systems became more common, people began using the tape on air ducts, and the name duct tape took hold. Though modern ductwork typically uses specialized tapes, the name stayed, a lingering echo of how objects evolve as they move from necessity to tradition. Today, duct tape comes in an array of colors and patterns, used for repairs, crafts, improvisations, and quick fixes of every kind. But beneath its modern versatility lies the same spirit that Vesta Stout once carried. The spirit of noticing a problem, caring enough to imagine a better way, and believing that even small changes can make a meaningful difference. As you drift into rest tonight, perhaps there is comfort in this simple story. It reminds us that innovation doesn't always begin in laboratories or grand workshops. Sometimes it begins at an ordinary workbench, in the hands of someone paying close attention. Sometimes it begins with a small thought that things could be safer, easier, or kinder than they are today. And perhaps, like duct tape itself, solutions often arrive quietly, strong, steady, and ready to help hold the world together, one gentle improvement at a time.
Number 28. Envelope. In our time, an envelope feels simple. A soft rectangle of paper, folded with intention, sealed with a touch of moisture or a strip of adhesive. But this quiet object carries a lineage much older and more surprising than most of us imagine. Its earliest ancestors were not made of paper at all. They were made of clay. Around 2000 BC, in the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, communication traveled in the form of clay tablets covered in tiny wedge-shaped marks. These were the cuneiform messages of the Babylonians: contracts, receipts, promises, stories, and instructions etched into wet clay. And sometimes, when a message needed to be protected or authenticated, people would place the tablet inside a hollow clay sphere. They pressed seals and inscriptions into the outer layer, making it clear who sent the message and who was meant to receive it. To reach the information inside, the outer shell had to be broken open. It was an envelope, both literal and symbolic. A strong protective casing that could not be opened without signs of tampering, designed to keep secrets secure until they reached the right hands. Imagine a Babylonian merchant holding such a sphere, its surface cool and smooth, the marks of a seal pressed deeply into it. Within that fragile shape was a message, perhaps news of a trade shipment, perhaps a personal note, preserved inside like a small, silent treasure. Centuries passed, and as civilizations shifted and technologies changed, the materials used to carry messages changed too. When paper began its long journey around the world, carried along ancient trade routes from East Asia toward the Middle East and Europe, people discovered a softer, more flexible way to protect their words. Instead of encasing messages in clay, they folded the paper itself, tucking its edges inward so that the writing remained hidden. Hot wax, melted and allowed to drip onto the fold, became the seal. A signet ring pressed into the wax told the receiver exactly who had closed the letter and whether the seal had remained intact. These wax-sealed letters had a certain beauty to them. They were personal, deliberate, and tactile. To send a letter was to create a small ceremony with your hands, folding, pressing, sealing, leaving behind a tangible imprint of your presence. Even today, many people feel a quiet pleasure when they see a wax seal, the way it blends artistry with intention. As letter writing spread and more people began corresponding across towns, cities, and countries, the need for greater efficiency grew. The 19th century brought enormous change. In 1840, Britain introduced the penny post, a system that allowed nearly anyone, rich or poor, to send letters for a single penny. With this reform came the first adhesive stamps, small printed rectangles that served as proof of payment, and the introduction of standardized envelopes. No longer did each person need to fold their own paper into protective shapes. Now, neatly cut envelopes, uniform in size and shape, carried the world's messages. This shift brought a new sense of accessibility to communication. Letters became more common, more democratic. They traveled from farmhouse to city, from office to cottage, from student to family, from lovers separated by distance. And though envelopes were simple, they played a vital part in making these connections feel safe and sincere.
As demand grew, inventors looked for ways to produce envelopes more quickly and precisely. In 1851, patents were filed for the first envelope folding machines. These early machines were mechanical, rhythmic, and almost musical in their movements, cutting, creasing, folding, and gumming thousands of envelopes in the time it once took a person to make only a handful. Mass production had arrived, and with it came the modern envelope as we know it today. Since then, envelopes have carried far more than paper. They have carried announcements of births and condolences of loss. They have delivered invitations to weddings and news from distant travels. They have transported legal documents, heartfelt confessions, postcards scented faintly of perfume, and letters written in hurried, hopeful handwriting. Each envelope has held a moment of human emotion, wrapped quietly in paper. And even now, in an age where so much communication travels through screens and signals, envelopes continue to exist, sometimes out of necessity, sometimes out of tradition, and sometimes simply because there is something deeply comforting about holding a physical message in your hands. Something about the texture of paper, the sound of a crease, the anticipation of lifting a flap to reveal the words hidden within. As you drift toward rest tonight, perhaps you can imagine the long chain of hands that have made and carried envelopes across time. Mesopotamian scribes shaping clay spheres, medieval writers heating wax over small flames, Victorian inventors tinkering with machines that folded paper with clockwork precision. They all shared the same quiet intention: to protect a message until it reached the person who needed to read it. The envelope, humble as it may seem, has always been a vessel for connection, a small guardian of privacy, a companion to human hope.
Number 29. Eraser. Long before erasers took the form we know today, people still felt the same desire to correct their marks. Whether they wrote on parchment, paper, or slate, the need to undo a mistake was as old as writing itself. But the solutions available in earlier centuries were humble and surprisingly fragile. Writers reached for small pieces of bread, kneaded until soft and pliable, using the crumbs to lift graphite or charcoal from a page. Others used wax, rubbing gently to lighten a mark or soften an error. These early methods were imperfect, but they offered a quiet reassurance that even in the most ancient of tasks, humans have always looked for ways to revise, refine, and improve. Then, in the late 18th century, something unexpected happened. Around 1770, an English engineer named Edward Nairn made a discovery that would reshape the world of writing. One day, while reaching for the usual piece of bread to correct a mistake, he accidentally picked up a piece of gum elastic, natural rubber that had arrived in Europe from the forests of South America. To his surprise, the rubber lifted the pencil marks with far greater ease than bread or wax ever could. What began as a small accident soon became a revelation. Realizing the potential of this newfound ability, Nairn began cutting rubber into small blocks and selling them as the first dedicated erasers. People were fascinated by this new material, amazed by how cleanly it removed marks from paper. Yet early rubber had a challenge. It could decay quickly. It could become sticky, brittle, or soft depending on the weather.
Exposure to heat and sunlight made it crumble. At the time, rubber was useful but unpredictable, more a novelty than a long-term tool. That changed in 1839 when an American inventor named Charles Goodyear discovered the process of vulcanization. By heating natural rubber with sulfur, its structure transformed. It became stronger, more elastic, more resilient. It no longer melted in the summer or cracked in the winter. This breakthrough turned rubber into a practical, reliable material that could be shaped, stretched, and used in countless ways, including in the humble eraser. With vulcanized rubber, the eraser finally became durable enough to accompany the growing use of pencils around the world. And in 1858, another gentle evolution occurred. Hyman Lipman, a stationery store owner in the United States, patented the idea of attaching a small eraser to the end of a pencil. With this simple innovation, two separate tools became one, allowing writers to make and correct their marks with a single object. It was a small act of convenience, but one that carried enormous symbolic weight. It meant that creation and correction could sit together in harmony, side by side. Imagine the millions of hands, students, artists, engineers, musicians, who have held a pencil with an eraser on its tip. The drawings revised, the letters rewritten, the numbers adjusted, the ideas refined. In each gentle motion of rubbing out a mistake, there is a quiet message. It is all right to correct yourself. It is all right to begin again. Today, erasers come in many forms. Soft pink blocks, kneaded gray putty used by artists, precise mechanical erasers that lift fine lines with care. Yet their purpose remains unchanged. They continue to remind us that errors are not failures. They are part of the process, part of the learning, part of the movement toward clarity. As you drift toward rest tonight, perhaps it is comforting to think about how this tiny object carries a much larger meaning. The eraser is a symbol of forgiveness in the smallest, most tangible way. It shows that what we write is not fixed forever, that every mark we make, on paper or in life, can be adjusted with patience and care.
Number 30. Eyeglasses. The tale of eyeglasses begins in northern Italy in the late 13th century. Around the year 1290, in cities like Pisa and Florence, craftsmen began experimenting with small, curved lenses that could help people read and work more easily. These early spectacles were simple compared to the refined designs we know today. The frames held two round lenses, riveted together at the center, and users balanced them delicately on the bridge of the nose. There were no temples to secure them, no flexible hinges, just a careful balance between lens and face. Yet for those who had struggled with blurry text or tired eyes, these early glasses felt like a quiet miracle. By 1306, a preacher named Giordano da Pisa mentioned in one of his sermons that he had met the person who first made eyeglasses. Even then, the invention felt remarkable enough to be noted publicly, a sign that people were beginning to recognize the transformative power of this simple tool. Suddenly, those whose eyes had aged or weakened could read again, could study again, could work with precision once more. A lens was not just a piece of glass. It was a way to restore independence, confidence,
and connection to the world.
Over the following centuries, the idea of eyeglasses spread steadily through Europe. In Strasbourg, spectacle shops were documented as early as 1466, showing that eyeglasses had moved from rare curiosities to everyday items available for purchase. Craftsmen learned to shape lenses more accurately. Glassmakers discovered how to create clearer, purer materials, and people began carrying and wearing spectacles more regularly, folding them into the rhythms of their work and daily life. Still, the design remained simple. For nearly 400 years, spectacles had no side arms to rest over the ears. They perched lightly on the face or were held by hand. It wasn't until 1727 that a new and thoughtful innovation emerged: frames with temples, thin arms extending from the lenses to hook gently over the ears. This feature made eyeglasses far more stable and practical. For the first time, people could move, read, write, and work freely without worrying that their lenses would slip or fall. Yet the story of vision aids stretches far beyond Europe. In the Arctic, long before the invention of glass spectacles, the Inuit created snow goggles carved from materials such as caribou bone, driftwood, or ivory. These goggles featured narrow horizontal slits that reduced the harsh glare of sunlight reflecting off snow and ice. This natural reflection could cause snow blindness, a painful and dangerous condition in the polar environment. The Inuit goggles were ingeniously designed not to magnify vision, but to protect it. They show us that different cultures, facing different challenges, all found their own ways to honor and preserve the precious sense of sight. As the world changed and new technologies emerged, eyeglasses found their place in modern life as well. In the early 20th century, as automobiles and airplanes began connecting distant places, goggles became essential for safety. Early motorists wore protective eyewear to shield their eyes from wind, dust, and flying debris. Aviators adopted goggles too, their lenses glinting in the sun as they navigated open cockpits high above the ground. These early goggles were a bridge between the ancient purpose of sight protection and the rapidly accelerating pace of modern life. Today, eyeglasses exist in an endless variety of shapes, colors, and styles. Some are sleek and minimal, others are bold and expressive. Some help people see clearly up close, others improve distance vision, and still others protect eyes from harmful light. And even though many of us take them for granted, eyeglasses remain one of humanity's most compassionate inventions, a simple, elegant tool that makes the world clearer, kinder, and more accessible. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps there is comfort in the thought that the desire to see clearly, whether across a snowy horizon, across a written page, or across the span of a lifetime, is something shared across cultures and centuries. And in that shared desire lies the story of countless hands and minds, shaping, polishing, and refining a tool that helps us greet the world with clarity.
Number 31. Fork. For most of human history, people relied on just two tools at the table: the knife and the spoon. These companions are ancient.
The knife grew out of early cutting tools, appearing long before recorded history. The spoon, shaped by the simple need to scoop liquids and soft foods, followed soon after in cultures across the world. But the fork. The fork arrived much later. In the long timeline of dining customs, it is almost a newcomer, especially in the West. Its journey begins in the Byzantine Empire, a place where East and West blended in art, ceremony, and daily life. In those royal courts, long before the fork appeared on European tables, it was already quietly shaping meals. It was not yet the everyday tool we know now. Instead, it had a certain elegance, a symbol of refinement, used by nobility who viewed it as a delicate instrument of etiquette rather than a simple utensil. From there, slowly, the fork made its way into Europe. But it didn't travel alone. It needed influential hands to carry it across borders, and one of the most notable belonged to Catherine de' Medici. When she moved from Italy to France in the 16th century to marry into the French royal family, she brought with her a collection of customs, tastes, and objects, including the fork. In her world, it was already accepted as a proper tool for dining, something that allowed for graceful, careful interaction with food. But France was not yet ready for such a change. Many people looked at the fork and felt an unexpected resistance. Something so refined, so controlled, seemed unnecessary. Why use this slender instrument when fingers had served so well for generations? Why pick up a fork when a knife could spear food just as effectively? To many, the fork felt excessive, a symbol of luxury rather than practicality. Some even mocked it openly, arguing that it interfered with the honest simplicity of eating by hand. Others feared that adopting such an object would make them appear pretentious or overly concerned with appearances. And yet, change, especially cultural change, often begins with a whisper rather than a shout. What feels strange at first slowly becomes familiar. What seems unnecessary at one moment quietly proves its usefulness in the next. Over time, the fork's advantages revealed themselves, not as extravagance, but as a gentle improvement to the rhythm of life at the table. It allowed for cleaner eating, for more varied foods, for a way of interacting with meals that felt both thoughtful and precise. Gradually, households large and small began to accept it. The fork shifted from being an object of ridicule to an everyday companion, finding its place beside the knife and spoon on tables across Europe and eventually around the world. And if you think about it, there is a kind of calm beauty in that transformation. A simple tool, once resisted and even laughed at, slowly becomes part of the quiet rituals that shape daily life. It reminds us that even the most ordinary things we barely notice as we settle down for dinner, have long histories and long journeys behind them. They carry stories of cultures meeting, of traditions evolving, and of people learning, little by little, to see familiar things through new eyes. Tonight, the fork sits beside you, maybe without much thought, but somewhere in its smooth handle and gentle tines is the memory of centuries, of Byzantine courts, of royal tables in Renaissance France, of old debates about what it means to eat with dignity and grace.
Number 32. Hammer. It might be easy to look at a hammer and see only a solid head,
and a sturdy handle, something waiting to strike, shape, or break. But beneath its familiar form lies a timeline stretching millions of years, reaching into the deep past where early hominins were just beginning to understand how objects could extend their hands and multiply their strength. Long before Homo sapiens appeared on Earth, long before our species learned to speak or share stories by firelight, stones were already being used as hammering tools. Archaeologists have uncovered ancient hammerstones that are around 3 million years old, objects shaped not by machines, but by the patient hands of early ancestors whose lives were intertwined with the landscapes around them. These stones were simple, without handles, but they represented something extraordinary. The beginning of intentional tool use, the spark of human creativity in its earliest form. Imagine those early moments, an ancestor picking up a stone, not just to hold it, but to use it, perhaps to crack open a nut, to shape a piece of wood, or to strike flakes off another stone to make a cutting edge. Each action, small and repetitive, was part of a long journey of experimentation. These first hammerstones became extensions of the hand, allowing early hominins to explore the world in new ways and access foods they couldn't reach before. With each strike, they learned more about force, material, and precision, planting the seeds of the technological path that humanity would one day follow. It took nearly 2.5 million years before another quiet but important shift occurred. Wooden handles began to appear, attached to stone heads using sinew, plant fibers, or natural resins. This may seem like a simple advancement, a stick bound to a stone, but it fundamentally changed the hammer's potential. With a handle, a person could swing harder, aim more precisely, and work longer without tiring. Tools became not just something held, but something crafted with intention, shaped to suit tasks and adapted to the needs of communities that were slowly becoming more complex. As time passed and human societies expanded, the hammer changed with them. Around 3000 BC, in regions where metallurgy was emerging, people began to shape hammerheads from bronze. Bronze was harder than stone, easier to form, and capable of holding shapes that natural rocks could not. A bronze hammer could strike with greater consistency, could withstand repeated blows, and could be made in forms that matched new types of work: chiseling, shaping, building.
Then, around 1200 BC, another significant shift unfolded as iron and eventually steel hammers appeared. Iron, once mastered, offered new degrees of strength and durability. Steel, forged with careful control of carbon, elevated those qualities even further. These metals allowed the hammer to evolve far beyond its early origins. It was no longer just a basic tool for survival. It became an instrument that could shape civilizations. With iron and steel hammers, people raised temples, carved sculptures, forged weapons, repaired wagons, built ships, and began constructing the complex world that would eventually lead to ours. Over centuries, the hammer continued to diversify. As human knowledge deepened, so did the roles we asked this tool to fulfill. Specialized hammers emerged for carpentry, each one shaped
to help builders join wood with care and precision. Others were crafted for metalwork, hammers that could flatten, bend, chase, or shape glowing metal fresh from the forge. And still others were created for geology, sturdy tools made to split rocks and reveal the stories written inside the earth itself. Every few generations, new variations appeared, each one reflecting the needs of its time. A hammer became not just a tool, but a companion to different crafts, a symbol of building, shaping, repairing, and understanding. Even today, when machines can perform tasks once done by hand, the hammer remains essential. It sits in toolboxes around the world, ready to help fix a loose hinge, hang a picture frame, build a piece of furniture, or tap gently on a chisel to guide the creation of something new. And as you rest tonight, it's soothing to remember that this humble tool connects us to a very long thread of human experience. The hammer you might have in your home carries within it the memory of stone tools used under open skies 3 million years ago. It carries the story of wooden handles crafted with care, of bronze heads shaped in the first metalworking cultures, of iron and steel forged in ancient workshops glowing red in the darkness. It carries the legacy of builders, artisans, and explorers, each one using the same fundamental motion, a simple strike, to change their surroundings. In a world that often feels fast and complicated, there is something deeply grounding about objects like this. They remind us that progress is patient, that human creativity unfolds slowly, step by step, blow by blow, and that even the simplest tools, those we rarely think about, hold within them the quiet history of our species learning how to shape its world.
Number 33. Headphones.
Long before headphones became part of travel bags, study desks, and bedside tables, their earliest ancestors emerged in a very different setting. In the 1880s, when telephones were still new and communication networks were growing rapidly, telephone switchboard operators needed a tool that would allow them to hear callers more clearly while keeping their hands free. Engineers responded by creating head-mounted listening devices, simple, functional instruments that rested on the head or shoulders and channeled sound through a single earpiece. They were not designed for music, comfort, or long hours of listening pleasure. Instead, they served a practical purpose at a time when every connection was made manually, wire by wire, voice by voice. The idea of bringing sound closer to the ear, however, planted a quiet seed. And in 1910, a young inventor named Nathaniel Baldwin nurtured that seed in the most unassuming of places, his kitchen table. Working alone, without the resources of a large laboratory or industry support, Baldwin crafted a pair of headphone-style receivers that were far more sensitive and powerful than the common radio listening devices of the time. His design captured sound with remarkable clarity, allowing faint signals to be heard more distinctly. At a time when wireless communication was still finding its shape, this improvement felt almost revolutionary. The U.S. Navy took notice.
they began purchasing Baldwin's headsets, recognizing that clearer communication could mean safer operations and more reliable signals. His creation was not yet intended for everyday consumers. No one was slipping on these headphones to enjoy music or private listening sessions. But Baldwin's work revealed what was possible when sound was delivered directly to the ears in a focused, intimate way. It was the first step toward a future in which headphones would become not just tools, but companions. Decades passed before the next great shift arrived. By the mid-20th century, recorded music was becoming more common, and people were beginning to explore new ways of experiencing sound. In 1958, a musician and entrepreneur named John Koss introduced something entirely new: the first commercial stereo headphones designed specifically for music listening. Unlike earlier headsets, which were built for communication, these were created for enjoyment. They offered two separate audio channels, left and right, mirroring how sound naturally reaches our ears. This opened the door to a deeper, more immersive listening experience. Music no longer came through a distant speaker. It surrounded the listener in a private, delicate sphere of sound. From that moment, headphones slowly became part of everyday life. Their shape changed, their materials evolved, and their sound quality improved with each passing decade. Over time, they transformed from heavy, functional devices into lightweight, comfortable companions. They followed people onto buses and into libraries, into quiet corners of bedrooms, and across long flights over sleeping oceans. They carried voices from faraway places, whispered lessons from teachers, delivered recordings of orchestras, choirs, and storytellers, and offered moments of retreat when the world felt too loud. And as you rest tonight, it's calming to remember how these familiar objects grew from simple beginnings. A switchboard operator's tool from the 1880s, an inventor's carefully shaped creation on a kitchen table in 1910, a musician's dream of hearing music in stereo in 1958. Each step along the way was shaped by curiosity, by the desire to hear more clearly, and by the quiet human wish to bring sound closer to the heart. Headphones remind us that sometimes innovation begins in unexpected places, in small rooms, on simple tables, in moments when someone imagines a better way to connect with the world. And now, in this gentle space of evening, they become part of a different kind of connection, a peaceful moment shared with the stories that help us unwind.
Number 34. High heels. When most people think of high heels today, they picture fashion runways, special occasions, or the delicate curve of a shoe designed to add height and grace. But their origin story begins in a very different world, one far removed from glamour and rooted instead in practical need and military skill. Around the 10th century, in the vast landscapes of Persia, cavalry riders faced a challenge familiar to anyone who has ever ridden a horse: keeping their feet steady in the stirrups. Precision mattered in battle, and a firm stance helped a rider anchor themselves while aiming a bow or controlling a spirited horse. To solve this, cavalrymen began wearing shoes with raised heels. The heel acted almost like a catch, preventing the foot from slipping forward. This simple innovation transformed riding, allowing soldiers to stand taller in the saddle and maintain stability even while moving at high speed. These early heels were not fashion statements. They were tools of war, functional, sturdy, and deeply connected to the culture of horsemanship that defined Persian society. Still, even practical designs can carry a certain dignity. A raised heel signaled not just a technique, but a way of life, one tied to the strength, discipline, and prestige of a skilled cavalryman. Centuries passed, and the influence of Persian culture spread through travel, diplomacy, and trade. In the early 17th century, emissaries from Persia visited Europe, bringing with them many things that fascinated local aristocrats: rich textiles, new forms of art, and unexpectedly, heeled footwear. European men, especially those in the upper classes, were captivated. They admired the association between heels and horsemanship, seeing in them echoes of power, authority, and exotic sophistication. Gradually, noblemen across Europe began wearing heeled boots of their own. These heels were not yet the refined shapes we imagine today. They were sturdy, practical, and a direct reflection of the riding culture that inspired them. Yet in the courts of France and England, heels also became symbols of status. To wear them was to stand a little taller, both literally and socially. The heel suggested a life free from heavy labor, a life of refinement and privilege, where one could afford to value appearance as much as practicality. Over time, something interesting happened. Heels began to shift from a symbol of aristocratic masculinity to an item increasingly associated with women. Fashion, like the tide, moves gradually, but inevitably. As the 18th century unfolded, men's and women's footwear styles started to diverge. Women's heels grew slimmer, more curved, and more delicate, designs shaped to complement dresses, posture, and the aesthetics of the period. The heel became a way to alter silhouette and movement, creating a sense of grace and lift with each step. Men's heels, meanwhile, began to fade from everyday fashion. Changing tastes, the increasing emphasis on practicality in men's clothing, and the rise of more utilitarian styles gradually pushed heeled boots out of mainstream male attire. By the late 18th century, it was increasingly women who embraced heels, while men shifted toward flatter, simpler shoes. This transition marked the beginning of the cultural associations we know today, where heels are often linked to femininity, elegance, and decorative fashion. But beneath those associations lies a deeper, quieter truth. High heels trace their lineage to horseback warriors, emissaries bridging cultures, and centuries of shifting identities. They are reminders of how objects travel from one purpose to another, how something born from necessity can transform into something expressive, symbolic, or even celebratory. As you drift into rest tonight, you might find comfort in that idea, the gentle awareness that everything familiar has a story, and every story holds unexpected turns. High heels, in their journey from Persian cavalry gear to European court fashion to modern expression,
tell us that human creativity is always in motion. It adapts, reshapes, and reinvents, weaving together practicality, beauty, and identity in ways that span centuries.
Number 35. Ice cream.
The story begins in ancient Mesopotamia and Persia, places where the summer heat could be intense and unforgiving. Long before refrigeration, people discovered a way to keep something cold by collecting snow from distant mountains. Royal households, with their resources and connections, stored this precious snow in deep pits or specially built ice houses. It was not simply for cooling drinks. It became a way to create refreshing desserts, delicate mixtures of snow and flavorings that must have felt miraculous in such warm climates. Imagine the sensation: a handful of snow brought down from the mountains, blended with fruit syrups or herbs, offered as a rare pleasure during long, hot seasons. It was an early form of iced delight, a luxury made from nature's simplest ingredients. The idea spread from region to region. In ancient Greece and Rome, the elites enjoyed snow-cooled drinks, mixing snow with honey, fruit, and even wine. These early concoctions were far from modern ice cream, but the desire was the same: to experience a moment of coolness, a gentle break from the heat, a reminder that pleasure could be crafted from the world's simplest gifts. Then, far to the east, during China's Tang Dynasty, something remarkable was recorded. A mixture of milk and other ingredients chilled until it became a sweet, icy dessert. This early iced milk treat brought together creaminess and coldness in a way that echoed what we now recognize as the beginnings of true ice cream. It was served to emperors and nobles, reflecting both refinement and innovation, a sign of how food traditions evolve with creativity and curiosity. Centuries later, in Europe, the idea of frozen desserts began to change once more. In the 17th century Italy, cooks experimented with freezing sweetened creams, creating creamy, chilled dishes that blended elegance with indulgence. Italy became an early center for this new craft, and from there it traveled outward. By 1672, a frozen cream dish had even been served at a banquet for King Charles II of England, a sign that this special dessert was making its way into royal tastes and celebrations. Soon, recipes began appearing in books, with one documented as early as 1694. Ice cream, as we understand it, was slowly taking shape. From Europe, the treat crossed the ocean to America in the 18th century. As the young nation grew, so did the affection for frozen sweets. People experimented, adapted, and innovated. By the late 1800s, entirely new creations appeared. The ice cream soda in 1874, the ice cream sundae around 1881, and new ways of serving ice cream that combined it with textures, sauces, and playful ideas. Each creation reflected the spirit of its moment, joyful,
inventive, and eager to bring sweetness into everyday life. And then came a turning point that became part of ice cream folklore: the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. According to the stories most often shared, an ice cream vendor ran out of dishes at the height of the fair's excitement. Nearby was a waffle vendor, Ernest Hamwi, who was selling crisp, warm pastries. Seeing an opportunity, he rolled a waffle into a cone-like shape, creating a holder for the melting ice cream. Whether every detail of this legend is exact or not, the moment captures something true about innovation, how a simple problem can lead to a delightful invention. From that point on, the ice cream cone became a beloved part of the experience, a way to enjoy ice cream not just as a dessert, but as something portable and personal, eaten as you walked through a festival or a sunlit street. More innovations continued to shape ice cream culture. In 1923, the popsicle emerged, transforming frozen sweetness into a form held on a stick, a small, colorful treat that children around the world would come to cherish. Each new idea carried forward the same old dream: to enjoy a moment of coolness, sweetness, and comfort. And now, as you lie quietly and let your thoughts drift, it's soothing to remember that behind every familiar treat is a long journey. Ice cream connects ancient royalty, storing snow in stone chambers, emperors savoring iced milk, Italian chefs experimenting with frozen cream, and generations of families strolling with cones on warm afternoons. It is a reminder that pleasure has deep roots, that humans across time have always looked for small ways to bring joy into their days.
Number 36. Kettle. The word kettle itself carries echoes from the past. It comes from the Old Norse kettle and the Latin catillus, both meaning cauldron. These ancient words remind us that the kettle we know today grew out of large, sturdy vessels used long ago for heating, cooking, and preparing food over open fires. They were not yet the sleek, humming electric appliances of modern kitchens, but they carried the same basic purpose: to heat water, to create warmth, and to support the simple acts that bring comfort to a home. If we travel back even farther, more than 5,000 years into the past, we find some of the earliest kettle-like vessels in ancient Mesopotamia, around 3500 BC. These early kettles were made of bronze, shaped carefully by artisans who understood the properties of metal long before the age of factories and machines. People used them for heating liquids and preparing meals, and though their forms were heavier and their surfaces less refined than the kettles we know today, they already held an essential place in domestic life. Around their warmth, families gathered. From them came the water for early teas, infusions, broths, and countless simple comforts. As centuries passed, kettles appeared in many cultures and in many shapes: metal pots resting above hearth fires, ceramic vessels designed for brewing, and graceful teapots used in ceremonies from China to Persia to Europe. Each one reflected the customs of its people,
their tastes, their technologies, their winters and summers, their need for warmth and nourishment. But the greatest transformation came much later, during the late 19th century, when electricity was beginning to reshape everyday life. In 1891, the Carpenter Electric Company produced one of the first electric kettles. It was a marvel of its time, though far from efficient. Its heating element was placed at the base, but not fully integrated into the vessel, and it could take more than 10 minutes to boil a single pot of water. Still, it carried a quiet promise, an idea that water could be heated quickly and safely without relying on fire. A few years later, in 1893, Crompton & Co. displayed an electric kettle with a separate heating element, showing that the technology was slowly improving. Then, in 1902, the Archer kettle appeared, integrating the heater directly into the body of the kettle. This was a turning point. The water heated more evenly, the device worked more efficiently, and the idea of an electric kettle began to take a clearer shape. The true breakthrough came in 1955, when Russell Hobbs introduced the K1 kettle. It featured a thermostat that allowed the kettle to turn itself off automatically once the water reached boiling point. For the first time, people could fill a kettle, switch it on, and walk away without worrying about steam spilling or water boiling dry. It brought a sense of ease and safety into the kitchen, a small convenience that quietly transformed everyday routines. Over time, electric kettles continued to evolve. Their shapes became more refined, their materials more durable, their designs more intuitive. Some were built for speed, others for precision, allowing tea drinkers and coffee enthusiasts to choose exact temperatures for delicate drinks. What began as a bronze vessel thousands of years ago gradually became an essential appliance in homes around the world. And yet, despite all these changes, the heart of the kettle remains the same. It is a device that offers warmth. It prepares water for morning tea, late-night cocoa, or a simple cup of hot water on a quiet evening. It gathers people in kitchens, marks the beginning of conversations, and brings comfort during moments when we simply need something warm to hold between our hands. As you rest tonight, you might think of the kettle not just as an appliance, but as a link across time, a small companion that has traveled with humanity from ancient firesides to modern countertops, from bronze pots in Mesopotamia to thermostats in 1950s Britain. Its story is a gentle reminder of how even the simplest tools carry a long and meaningful history.
Number 37. Key. The history of the key is inseparable from the history of the lock, because one cannot exist without the other. Together, they represent our ancient desire for safety, privacy, and the ability to protect what we value. The earliest known locks and keys appeared around 6,000 years ago in ancient Babylon and Egypt. These first mechanisms were made primarily of wood, carved carefully by hand to create a simple but effective design known as the pin tumbler lock. To open it, people used large wooden keys shaped somewhat like toothbrushes, their notches lifting internal pins in just the right way to release a bolt. Though humble by today's standards, these early locks offered a sense of security in worlds where most doors were still made of wood
and could be pushed open with ease. The oldest surviving lock and key ever discovered comes from the ancient Assyrian city of Nineveh, dating to around 704 BC. To imagine someone using that key nearly 3,000 years ago is to feel a quiet connection across time. One person lifting a latch, stepping into a home, carrying dreams and worries not so different from our own. As civilizations grew more complex, so too did the tools they used. The Romans, skilled metalworkers and engineers, refined the earlier systems. They replaced wooden mechanisms with iron and bronze, creating locks that were smaller, stronger, and far more intricate. They introduced something called wards, fixed internal obstructions that required a key with matching cutouts to turn properly. This innovation not only improved security, but also allowed for new kinds of keys, including the famous skeleton key, a single key designed to bypass many locks with a similar structure. The very idea of a master key, something that could open multiple doors, was already alive in the Roman mind. Roman keys were often designed with beauty as well as function. Some were small enough to be carried easily and were sometimes worn as rings, symbols of both authority and access. To wear a key was to signal responsibility, trust, and sometimes wealth. Among elite households, keys served as markers of one's role within the family or community, granting permission to storerooms, chests, and treasured belongings. Over centuries, locks and keys continued to evolve as metalworking improved. But the true transformation of the key into the modern form we recognize today came much later. In the mid-1800s, an American inventor named Linus Yale Sr., and later his son Linus Yale Jr., revolutionized the security world with an updated version of the ancient pin tumbler mechanism. Their design introduced flat, lightweight keys with serrated edges, keys that matched perfectly with precision-engineered cylinder locks. This innovation laid the foundation for the modern Yale key, the slim metal companion that hangs from countless keychains around the world. The Yale mechanism was brilliant because it was simple, reliable, and secure. It refined an idea born in ancient Egypt, adapting it to a world beginning to rely on factories, machines, and standardized production. For the first time, keys could be made in uniform shapes, cut with exact patterns, and reproduced as needed. This standardization let locks become widespread in homes, businesses, and cities, shaping the modern relationship we have with personal space and security. Even today, as technology introduces digital locks and keyless entry systems, the physical key remains a steady presence. Its shape is familiar, its weight reassuring, its click in the lock a quiet ritual that signals safety, arrival, and belonging. It opens doors not only to rooms, but to memories, childhood homes, the first apartment we lived in alone, places we return to after long journeys. As you rest tonight, it's soothing to imagine how many hands across history have held keys much like the ones we use today. From wooden tools in Egyptian workshops, to metal rings worn by Roman caretakers, to finely cut brass keys carried in modern pockets, each one has served the same gentle purpose: to protect, to open, and to give us a sense of control over the spaces we inhabit.
Number 38. Light bulb. Before the late 19th century, the rhythm of daily life was guided by the rising and setting of the sun. People worked in the hours of daylight, rested when night fell, and relied on fragile sources of illumination: candles that flickered, oil lamps that smoked, and gas lamps that hissed softly in the dark. Light was precious. It was something to be conserved, something that shaped how families moved through their evenings. Nighttime was quieter, slower, and often limited by the simple fact that reliable light was difficult to maintain. Then, in the 1870s, something extraordinary began to take shape. Inventors around the world were searching for a way to create light that was steady, safe, and available at the touch of a switch. Among the most influential of these inventors were Thomas Edison in the United States and Joseph Swan in Britain. Working independently at first, both men were driven by the same dream: to make electric light practical, accessible, and dependable, something that could truly enter and transform everyday life. Their efforts brought them to the incandescent light bulb, a small glass vessel with a thin filament that glowed brilliantly when electricity flowed through it. The idea of incandescence, heating a material until it glowed, was not entirely new. Scientists and tinkerers had experimented with glowing filaments and sealed glass containers earlier in the century. But Edison and Swan achieved something the earlier attempts could not: a bulb that lasted long enough and burned steadily enough to be useful in homes and workplaces. Edison's version used a carbonized bamboo filament that could glow for many hours without burning out, while Swan's design refined the vacuum inside the glass, improving efficiency and longevity. Eventually, the two men recognized the strength of each other's work and formed a joint company to bring electric light to the world. Their collaboration helped turn a promising idea into a functioning system, one that not only produced light, but depended on the development of entire electrical networks. And this is one of the quiet truths behind the light bulb's impact. It wasn't just a small glowing filament that changed the world. It was the entire infrastructure built to support it. Power stations, electrical wires, switches, sockets, all of these grew because the light bulb created a need for them. It was the spark that encouraged cities and communities to adopt centralized electrical systems, paving the way for countless inventions: refrigerators, radios, computers, and the endless flow of modern technology that now shapes our routines. As the light bulb became common, daily life expanded. Work hours stretched into the evening. Factories could operate longer. Universities could host lectures after sunset. Families could read together in the soft glow of a lamp, and people could gather in brightly lit theaters, restaurants, and meeting halls. The world became brighter, not only in a literal sense, but in the way people imagined their possibilities. Night no longer felt like a boundary. It became another canvas on which life could unfold. And yet, despite its immense influence, the light bulb remained simple in shape and purpose: a small glass globe, a glowing thread, a quiet presence hanging from ceilings and resting on nightstands. It was something anyone could understand and use.
It was a steady, gentle companion to human life, lifting darkness and bringing warmth to the quietest corners of homes. Even today, when newer forms of lighting, LEDs, halogen lamps, fluorescent tubes, have joined or replaced traditional incandescent bulbs, the original light bulb remains a powerful symbol of human ingenuity. It represents curiosity, persistence, and the willingness to imagine a world that is brighter than the one we inherited. It stands for the moment civilization learned to extend the day, shaping evenings that were once ruled by firelight into spaces filled with clarity and calm. As you rest tonight, you may notice the soft glow of a lamp in your room, or perhaps a light from the hallway, or the faint shimmer of streetlights through a window. All of these are gentle echoes of Edison and Swan's work, echoes of a time when a handful of glowing filaments slowly rewrote humanity's relationship with the night.
Number 39. Lighter. For thousands of years, long before the modern lighter appeared in pockets or on tables, people depended on the simple combination of flint and steel to create fire. It was a practice refined across cultures and generations. A piece of flint struck sharply against steel would shower tiny sparks onto tinder, dry leaves, fine bark, or cloth charred for easy ignition. It took skill and patience, and even in the best conditions, success was never guaranteed. But for millennia, this was one of humanity's most reliable ways of coaxing fire into being. Then, in the early 19th century, a remarkable shift occurred. In 1823, a German chemist named Johann Wolfgang Dobereiner created an invention that would quietly reshape the way people approached fire. His device, known as Dobereiner's lamp, was one of the earliest true lighters, a tabletop apparatus that seemed almost magical for its time.
The lamp worked through a simple but ingenious chemical reaction. Inside, zinc and sulfuric acid reacted to produce hydrogen gas. When this hydrogen passed over a piece of platinum, something extraordinary happened. The gas ignited spontaneously. The platinum acted as a catalyst, setting off a tiny flame without the need for a spark. It meant that fire could be summoned gently, almost effortlessly, at the touch of a mechanism. In a world accustomed to the uncertainty of flint and steel, Dobereiner's lamp must have felt like a small wonder. What makes this story even more intriguing is that the lighter actually predates something many people assume came first, the friction match. While the modern match seems simple and ancient, it arrived after Dobereiner's invention. The lighter, in its earliest form, was not a pocket-sized tool, but a tabletop contraption, one that required careful handling but demonstrated a completely new way of generating flame, using chemistry, catalysis, and precision. Over time, the idea evolved. As technology advanced, people began looking for more portable, practical designs. The 19th and 20th centuries saw enormous progress in metallurgy and fuel storage, leading to the creation of lighters that were smaller, safer, and easier to carry. Modern cigarette lighters use butane gas, a clean-burning fuel stored under pressure. When released and ignited, it creates a steady flame that can be easily controlled. To spark the gas, lighters typically use either a tiny piece of pyrophoric metal, commonly called a flint, or a piezoelectric igniter that generates a spark through pressure. These igniters are themselves remarkable. The traditional flint is not actually flint, but an alloy that sparks when scraped quickly. The piezoelectric igniter, on the other hand, relies on a crystal that produces electricity when compressed. A small click, a small release, and a spark leaps forth. Something invisible becomes visible, and fire is born again. From Dobereiner's elegant chemical lamp to the small metal lighter you may carry in a pocket or see resting on a kitchen counter, the evolution of this object reflects something deeply human. Our desire to bring light into our surroundings, to create warmth and possibility with a gesture as simple as pressing a thumb. As you rest tonight, it's soothing to realize that behind this small tool is a long lineage of ingenuity. People across time have sought ways to control fire, not out of fear, but out of fascination, curiosity, and the wish to make life a little easier. A spark is one of the oldest gifts shared among human beings, passed from ancestors tending campfires to the modern world shaped by chemistry and engineering.
Number 40. Lipstick. The story of lipstick begins in deep antiquity, long before modern cosmetics counters or brightly lit mirrors. In ancient Mesopotamia, thousands of years ago, upper-class women crafted lip color from crushed semi-precious stones. These stones, gathered, ground, and shaped with care, produced shimmering pigments that reflected light in subtle, enchanting ways. Wearing such colors was more than cosmetic. It was a mark of status, a symbol of refinement, and a way of participating in the beauty practices of a sophisticated, urban civilization. Imagine someone in that age applying a tint made from lapis lazuli or other precious minerals, an act that connected them to both earthly materials and cultural traditions. Far to the west, in ancient Egypt, lip coloring took another form. Egyptians had a deep relationship with cosmetics, seeing them not only as adornment, but as part of health, ritual, and spiritual life. They created lip dyes from ingredients such as fucus algin, iodine, and bromine, substances that produced distinctive reds and purples. For Egyptians, painted lips were associated with vitality, divine protection, and the elegance seen in art and ceremony. Their choices of color carried meaning, reflecting a culture where beauty and symbolism were tightly interwoven. As centuries passed, the practice of tinting the lips spread across regions and evolved in new ways. In the Islamic Golden Age, a remarkable development appeared in the work of Abu al-Qasim al-Zahrawi, an influential Arab physician and surgeon. He described solid perfumed sticks used for cosmetic application, objects that can be seen as the earliest precursors to modern lipstick. These sticks were carefully formulated, scented, and shaped, offering a method of applying color that was refined and portable. Al-Zahrawi's writings reveal how deeply people cared not just about appearance, but about the craft behind beauty, its textures, its scents, its effect on daily life. Moving forward into the modern era, lipstick took on a new form as commerce, fashion, and industry began shaping everyday objects. By 1884, commercial lipstick had appeared in Paris, wrapped in delicate silk paper. It was luxurious, but still somewhat fragile, an object meant for those who appreciated elegance, even in small details. The silk wrapping created a sense of ceremony each time it was used, connecting the act of applying lip color to the experience of refinement and art. Then, in 1915, an important transformation occurred thanks to Maurice Levy, who created the metal lipstick tube. This simple innovation added durability, protection, and a sense of modernity to something that had once been soft and transient. The metal case made lipstick more practical to carry, less vulnerable to heat, and more convenient for everyday use. It allowed lipstick to move from vanity tables into handbags and pockets, traveling with people through their days and nights. Then, in 1923, James Bruce Mason Jr. introduced the swivel-up tube, the mechanism that many people still use today. With a gentle twist, the color rose from its container like a small, elegant offering. This design turned lipstick into something instantly accessible, part of the rhythm of modern life. From crushed stones in ancient Mesopotamia, to dyed pigments in Egypt, to perfumed sticks in medieval Andalusia, to silk-wrapped colors in Paris and metal tubes in the early 20th century, lipstick has traveled through human history as a companion to identity, creativity, and emotion. And whatever its form, it has always carried the same quiet message, that beauty can be an act of self-expression, a gesture of confidence, or simply a moment of care in one's day.
Number 41. Lock. The earliest locks we know of appeared nearly 6,000 years ago in the bustling civilizations of ancient Babylon and Egypt. These early devices were crafted from wood, and although their materials were simple, their design was surprisingly sophisticated. They used a pin tumbler system, a mechanism that would still feel familiar to a modern locksmith.
To open these wooden locks, people used large keys shaped almost like oversized wooden toothbrushes. When inserted, the key lifted the internal wooden pins to just the right height, allowing the bolt to slide free. It is humbling to imagine someone in ancient Egypt, perhaps a worker returning home at dusk, lifting a wooden latch with a key that echoed the principles of today's technology. Among the treasures of the ancient world, archaeologists discovered the oldest surviving lock and key in the ruins of Nineveh, the Assyrian capital, dating back to around 704 BC. Holding such an object today, knowing it last secured a door nearly 3,000 years ago, reminds us of how deeply rooted our daily habits truly are. Even then, people cared about keeping their doors shut at night and safeguarding the things they held dear. As centuries passed, new hands improved these early designs. The Romans, skilled metalworkers with a practical eye, transformed the lock from a wooden mechanism into something stronger and more durable. They crafted locks from bronze and iron, metals that could endure travel and weather and time. They also introduced something called wards, internal barriers that prevented the lock from turning unless the correct key was fitted. With this development came the skeleton key,
a clever tool that could bypass multiple simple warded locks. Roman keys became small enough to carry discreetly, and some people even wore them as rings, a blend of usefulness and personal expression. Many of the keys we find from Roman sites are tiny works of art, shaped with careful detail, worn smooth by years of touch, and created to slide into locks that protected homes, storage chests, and even personal boxes of letters or jewelry. Through these objects, we see a society that valued both practicality and beauty in the things they carried every day. But the transformation of the lock and key did not end with Rome. In the 19th century, a new chapter unfolded through the work of Linus Yale Sr. and his son, Linus Yale Jr., American inventors who refined an ancient idea into the modern form most of us know today. They studied the old Egyptian pin tumbler design and recognized its enduring genius. Then, using metal precision and industrial-era craftsmanship, they created the flat, compact keys and cylindrical locks that now secure countless doors around the world. The Yale mechanism, patented in the mid-1800s, brought together ancient inspiration and modern engineering. Its design was efficient, reliable, and difficult to tamper with. Over time, it became the global standard, shaping the keys that rest in our pockets, hang on our hooks, and jingle softly in our bags. When we look at a modern key, a small sliver of metal with careful ridges, we are holding a piece of history that stretches back more than 4 millennia. And when we turn that key in a lock, hearing the gentle click that signals safety or welcome, we are echoing a gesture made by countless hands before ours. So, the story of the lock and key is not just about technology. It is a story about human comfort, the feeling of returning home, the desire to protect what is precious, and the quiet assurance that comes from knowing that something you value is safely behind a door you can open whenever you choose.
Number 42. Match. For most of human history, fire was something people coaxed into being with patience and skill. Long before electricity lit our nights, and long before gas stoves warmed our kitchens, people relied on the steady rhythm of striking flint against steel. Sparks were precious, and the warmth they created was something earned through practiced hands. Families carried tinderboxes on journeys, and travelers protected glowing embers through wind and rain, knowing how essential a single flame could be. And then, in the early 19th century, an unexpected moment changed the way the world brought fire to life. It happened in England in the year 1826, in the quiet workroom of a chemist named John Walker. He was an observant man, someone who spent his days surrounded by powders, liquids, and curious mixtures. On an ordinary evening, Walker dipped a small wooden splint into a blend of chemicals, antimony sulfide, potassium chlorate, and a few other substances he was experimenting with. He let it dry and set it aside without much thought. Later, as he was tidying his workspace, he happened to drag that dried splint across the rough surface of his hearth. And in that instant, something remarkable happened. The splint burst into flame, not from a spark of flint, not from a glowing ember, but simply from the friction between wood and a textured surface. It was an accident, yet it carried the promise of transforming everyday life. This was the birth of the friction match, what Walker himself called friction lights. They were simple, small wooden sticks with chemical tips that would ignite when drawn across sandpaper. Yet their simplicity made them extraordinary. For the first time, people could create fire instantly, reliably, and without elaborate tools. A traveler could pack dozens of tiny flames in a small container. A family could light a lamp or stove in seconds. In many ways, the invention brought a quiet kind of magic into ordinary homes. It is also a story about generosity. Although Walker recognized the usefulness of his discovery, he chose not to patent it. He believed the idea should belong to everyone, a gift that could ease daily life for people across the world. Because of this choice, other inventors soon refined the design, improving safety and manufacturing, making matches even more accessible and dependable. Walker earned little from the invention itself, but his contribution lit countless fires in kitchens, workshops, and homes, an impact far greater than any profit. Today, matches feel ordinary, almost invisible in their simplicity. A small wooden stick, a tiny head of chemicals, a soft rasp against a striking surface, and suddenly warmth and light appear. Yet each time a match flares to life, it echoes that moment in 1826, when an accidental scrape in a quiet English room revealed a new way to harness fire.
Number 43. Mirror. Long before we knew ourselves through photographs or screens, long before polished glass hung on our walls, people saw their reflections in the quiet language of nature, a pool of still water settling after the wind had passed, a shallow basin in the earth after the rain. These simple moments offered the earliest glimpses of a face looking back. For thousands of years, this was how humanity met its own image, softly, briefly, and often imperfectly, as ripples danced across the surface. But human curiosity has always reached beyond what nature provides. The desire to see oneself more clearly, to understand one's appearance, and perhaps even one's inner expression, eventually led early societies to create their own reflecting surfaces. One of the oldest examples we know comes from Anatolia, where obsidian mirrors have been discovered in sites dating to around 6000 BC. Obsidian, a glossy black volcanic glass, can be shaped and smoothed until it holds a dark, shimmering reflection. To imagine someone from ancient Anatolia holding a piece of obsidian, tilting it toward the light, and seeing their features outlined within its dark depths, it brings a certain tenderness to the history of mirrors. Even then, people were trying to understand how they appeared to the world. As time moved forward, new materials entered the story. In Mesopotamia and Egypt, artisans began to craft mirrors from polished bronze, copper, and even silver. These metal mirrors required great skill to produce because the surface needed to be worked with care until it gleamed like a small, handheld sun. They were often treasured items, kept in protective cases, decorated with intricate handles, and carried by people of status. When you picture someone in ancient Egypt preparing for a ceremony or a day at court, you can almost see them gazing into the warm, golden reflection of a copper mirror, adjusting clothing and jewelry, connecting with a version of themselves shaped by light. The next great transformation arrived during the 1st century in the world of the Romans. They developed a method that would eventually evolve into the familiar mirrors we know today: glass backed with a thin layer of metal. These early glass mirrors were difficult to make, requiring expertise in both glassblowing and metalworking. Yet when they succeeded, the result was something remarkable: a clearer, more faithful reflection than metal alone could provide. Glass could be shaped into smoother, more refined surfaces, and the reflective metal layer behind it amplified the clarity. This innovation marked a turning point. Gradually, as knowledge spread and techniques became more refined, mirrors began to shift from luxury objects to everyday companions. Over many centuries, artisans experimented with different metals: tin, lead, and eventually silver. The modern mirror, the one hanging in homes around the world, relies on a thin layer of silver or aluminum, carefully deposited onto the back of a sheet of glass. The metal provides the reflection, and the glass protects and stabilizes it. Together, they create a quiet, dependable surface that shows us our face as clearly as light allows. It is easy to forget how extraordinary that is. A mirror is such a common object, something we glance at while preparing for the day, something we pass by without much thought. Yet it carries a history that spans more than 8,000 years. It has journeyed from volcanic glass held in ancient hands to polished metals glowing under desert suns, to the bright, precise reflections that greet us each morning.
Number 44. Needle.
When we think of tools that shaped human history, our minds often drift toward grand inventions, engines, ships, writing, or the wheel. But sometimes it is the smallest objects, almost weightless in the hand, that quietly transform the way a species survives, grows, and imagines its future. One of these humble yet extraordinary creations is the needle. Tonight, as you settle into a place of rest, let us drift far back in time, far beyond recorded history, beyond ancient cities and early agriculture, back into the deep quiet of the Paleolithic world. Picture the vast landscapes of the Ice Age, where early humans moved through bitter cold, across frozen plains and wind-swept valleys. In those harsh environments, survival depended on warmth. Fire could offer heat, but clothing, truly fitted, tailored clothing, became essential for humans to thrive in climates far colder than the ones their bodies evolved for. Around 40,000 years ago, long before metalwork or pottery or cities, our ancestors created one of the first refined tools in human history: the bone needle. These early needles were beautifully simple: thin slivers of bone shaped with patience, polished, smooth, and pierced with a carefully carved eye. That tiny hole, so small it could only be made through steady hands and remarkable skill, changed everything. It allowed fibers to be threaded through the needle, turning it into a tool not only for piercing material, but also for pulling it together. With it, early humans could sew animal hides into fitted, layered clothing,
creating garments strong enough to withstand the unforgiving winds of the Ice Age. It's easy to overlook the significance of this step. Before the needle, people could wrap themselves in hides or furs, but the fit was loose, the protection imperfect. The bone needle allowed garments to take shape around the body the way a shelter wraps around a home. Seam by seam, stitch by stitch, humans gained a new kind of resilience. They weren't just surviving the cold, they were mastering it, shaping their environment and expanding into new territories. The needle helped our species migrate, explore, and flourish in regions once thought uninhabitable. Imagine someone sitting in a quiet cave tens of thousands of years ago, working by the flickering light of a small fire. They take a piece of hide, softened and prepared, and use a bone needle to weave sinew through the edges. Their hands move slowly, rhythmically, creating something both practical and comforting. That simple moment, so ordinary in their world, so profound in its effect, bridges directly to the clothing we wear today. As centuries flowed into millennia, the needle evolved alongside the humans who depended on it. Different cultures refined the design, experimenting with ivory, horn, wood, and eventually metal. The idea remained the same, but the tool became more precise, more durable, more capable of delicate work. Textiles emerged, woven fabrics, dyed materials, patterns and colors that expressed identity, status, and artistry. And through it all, the needle was there, guiding thread through every fold. By the time medieval Europe developed the craft of steel-making, needle-making took another leap. Steel needles were strong, slender, and long-lasting. Their fine points could glide through cloth without tearing it, and their perfectly round eyes held the thread securely. This development allowed for stitching far finer than anything possible with earlier awls or wooden tools. Fabrics could be shaped with elegance and precision. Tailoring became an art form. Clothing was no longer merely a necessity, it became a language, a way for people to express who they were, what they valued, and how they wished to be seen. With steel needles came embroidery, lace-making, and decorative stitching. Each art form allowed people to tell stories through cloth, stories of nature, of faith, of personal joy or daily life. In these quiet, repetitive motions, generations found comfort and creativity. The same basic tool that once protected humans from freezing temperatures now gave them a way to add beauty to their world. And yet, even as centuries passed and technologies advanced, the essential form of the needle stayed the same. A slender shaft, a sharp point, an eye through which thread can travel. It remains one of the simplest tools ever created, and one of the most enduring. If you place a Paleolithic bone needle beside a modern steel one, separated by tens of thousands of years, you would still recognize their shared purpose instantly. There is something profoundly human about this continuity. The needle embodies patience, care, and connection. It is a tool that requires the quiet persistence of hands. Every stitch is a small act of intention, joining one part to another, weaving warmth, protection, or beauty into something whole. Tonight, as you let your thoughts slow and soften, it may bring a sense of peace to remember how such a tiny object played such a vast role in human survival and creativity. The clothing you wear, the textiles that surround you, the blankets, the cushions, the fabrics that bring comfort, are all part of a lineage that began with a single idea in a cold, ancient world. A needle is small, but its story is immense.
It reminds us that humanity's greatest advancements often begin in the quiet spaces, in gentle movements, in tools shaped not from grandeur, but from need and imagination. And in that soft truth, there is a calm reassurance. Progress does not always roar forward. Sometimes it starts with a single point, a single thread, and hands working slowly in the glow of firelight, shaping a future stitch by simple stitch.
Number 45. Paper. To understand the story of paper, we must travel back to ancient China during the Han Dynasty, more than 19 centuries ago. It was a world of silk scrolls, bamboo slips, and wooden tablets. Writing materials existed, but they were heavy, expensive, and often impractical. Bamboo was durable but cumbersome. It could be thick and difficult to carry. Silk was smooth and beautiful, but far too valuable for everyday use. People needed something lighter, something more accessible, something that could hold ink gracefully, something that could travel with them across mountains, rivers, and time. In the year 105 CE, a man named Kai Lun, an official in the imperial court, began to experiment. He was not trying to change the world. He was simply searching for a better way to record information, to capture thoughts, to preserve messages. But sometimes great change arises from quiet curiosity. Kai Lun gathered mulberry bark, strips of hemp, scraps of old cloth, and the fibers of worn-out fishing nets. These materials were humble, everyday things that people would normally discard. Yet in his hands they held potential. He soaked them in water, broke them down into pulp, and stirred the mixture until it became soft and fibrous. Then, using a fine screen, he lifted the watery pulp into the air, allowing the thin layer of fibers to settle evenly across the surface. When the sheet dried, it formed something new, light, flexible, durable, and wonderfully suited for writing. This was true paper. Not just a surface, but a revolution. The court recognized the value of Kai Lun's creation almost immediately. For the first time, people could write with ease on something that was simple to produce, easy to transport, and capable of holding detailed characters without smudging or fading quickly. Letters became more common. Records became more thorough. Ideas could be preserved not only for years, but for generations. The invention of paper brought a kind of gentleness into communication. It allowed thoughts to move freely from one mind to another, carried on a surface so light it could be lifted by a breeze. Governments used it to keep track of population, taxes, and laws. Scholars used it to copy classic texts with greater speed. Artists discovered that brushstrokes danced gracefully across it. Children learned to read and write with more ease. In countless small ways, paper made learning more accessible and knowledge more enduring. From China, this quiet innovation began to travel. First to Korea and Japan, where local artisans developed their own styles, textures, and techniques. Then, much later, it began its long westward journey along the Silk Road. Traders carried it carefully, protecting it from moisture and wind as caravans crossed deserts and mountains. Slowly, paper entered the Islamic world, where skilled papermakers in places like Samarkand and Baghdad refined the process even further. They introduced mills powered by water wheels, which made production faster and more efficient. Libraries grew, Poetry flourished. Scientific discoveries could be recorded and shared widely. Eventually, paper found its way into medieval Europe. At first, it was met with hesitation. Parchment, made from animal skins, was still the preferred material for important documents. But little by little, people realized the gift they had been given. Paper was lighter. It was cheaper. It allowed books to become more abundant, more varied, and more affordable. And when the printing press emerged centuries later, it was paper that carried the knowledge of that new age into the hands of countless readers. If we pause for a moment, we begin to understand how deeply paper shaped the world we live in. It preserved centuries of philosophy, science, mathematics, stories, laws, and letters. It allowed maps to guide explorers across oceans. It carried music across generations. It held the first sketches of inventions that would transform society. And for people everywhere, it gave a physical home to thoughts that might otherwise have disappeared like morning mist. Even today, in a world filled with digital screens and instant messages, paper remains a quiet companion. It is in the notebooks where we write our goals and dreams, in the journals where we reflect on our days, in the letters that still carry emotion across distances, and in the pages of books that help us understand ourselves and others. There is something soothing about the idea that the soft rustle of paper, the turning of a page, the gentle scratch of a pen, is connected to a discovery made almost 2,000 years ago by a thoughtful man working patiently with bark, fibers, and water. It reminds us that many of the things we rely on most began in stillness, in contemplation, and in simple materials shaped by human hands.
Number 46. Paperclip. The story of the paperclip begins not with great machines or ancient inventions, but with a very human need that emerged in the 19th century, a time when people were writing more, printing more, filing more, and recording more than ever before. Paper was becoming increasingly abundant, flowing into homes and workplaces in ways no previous century had experienced. Letters, invoices, manuscript pages, legal contracts, drafts, notes, and reports were scattered across desks, often forming untidy piles that begged for a simple way to keep them in order. Before the paperclip, these loose sheets were often stitched, pinned, or even glued together, each method effective in its own way, yet far from convenient. A stitched packet could not be undone without leaving marks. Pins poked fingers and tore paper. Glue was messy and permanent. What people needed was something reusable, something gentle, something that could gather pages together without changing them. And so, inventors began experimenting. Throughout the 19th century, several different designs appeared: loops and hooks, twists and folds, some clever, some awkward. Many of these early attempts worked well enough, but lacked the grace and ease that would later define the modern paperclip. It was a period of trial and error, of artisans and manufacturers exploring how a simple strip of wire could be shaped into a useful form. Then, somewhere in the late 1800s, a design emerged that would soon become beloved around the world: the double oval. Two loops of wire, elegant in their symmetry, formed by bending a single piece of metal back onto itself, in a way that was both stable and flexible. This design, which we now recognize instantly as the paperclip, did not have a dramatic debut. It wasn't patented or promoted with great fanfare. Instead, it spread quietly through everyday use, chosen simply because it worked beautifully. This particular shape came to be known as the gem paperclip. Although the exact origins remain a little mysterious, it was the Gem Manufacturing Company in Britain in the 1990s that helped popularize it on a global scale. Their version was consistent, smooth, reliable, and easy to produce in large quantities. Soon, offices from London to New York, from small shops to government archives, recognized its value. No pins, no glue, no damage to paper. Just a smooth, looping embrace that held sheets together with the perfect balance of firmness and delicacy. What makes the gem design so remarkable is its quiet efficiency. The inner loop offers friction, preventing slippage. The outer loop guides the paper gently into place. The whole form distributes pressure evenly, avoiding bends or tears. And yet, for all its subtle engineering, it remains one of the most unassuming objects we use day to day. It doesn't boast, it doesn't demand attention, it simply does its job, holding thoughts and ideas together with calm reliability. Over the years, the paperclip has become more than just an office tool. It has been a symbol of resistance, notably during World War II, when people in Norway wore paperclips on their clothing as a quiet sign of unity and opposition to occupation, an understated emblem of strength in times of difficulty. It has also been repurposed in countless creative ways as makeshift hooks, bookmarks, phone SIM ejectors, or tiny sculptures shaped by wandering hands during long moments of thought. In these small acts, we can see how even the simplest objects invite imagination. Yet despite all these varied uses, the core purpose of the paperclip has remained unchanged since the 19th century: to bring order to loose papers, to hold scattered pieces together, and to offer clarity to a world full of information. In its soft metallic shine, we find a quiet companion to our daily lives, gently keeping our ideas aligned. Tonight, as you drift toward rest, think of the paperclip as a reminder of how small solutions can carry immense value. Not every invention needs to be grand to change the way we live. Sometimes, a single piece of bent wire, so light it barely presses against your fingertips, can bring calm to the chaos of cluttered desks and scattered pages. The paperclip teaches us that elegance can be found in simplicity, and that even the smallest tools can support us in ways we rarely notice. As you ease into sleep, let this thought settle with you. In a world filled with big challenges and complex creations, there will always be room for things that bring gentle order, one quiet loop at a time.
Number 47. Pen. Long before the modern pen arrived in offices and classrooms around the world, humans were already searching for ways to bring their thoughts into visible form. The desire to write, to leave marks that would remain beyond a moment, runs deep in the human story.
And so our journey takes us back more than 5,000 years to ancient Egypt around 3000 BC. In that early world of temples, river valleys, and desert winds, scribes used slender reeds cut from marshes. These reed pens were dipped into rich, dark ink made from soot and plants. With them, Egyptians recorded rituals, measured harvests, told stories of their gods, and inscribed their daily lives onto papyrus. Even these earliest pens carried a sense of purpose, the wish to capture something fleeting and preserve it. Centuries passed, and writing tools evolved. By the 6th century, a new form of pen began to take hold, one that would leave a lasting mark on the history of writing: the quill pen. Crafted from the sturdy feathers of geese or swans, quills offered flexibility and precision. When cut and shaped by skilled hands, a quill could glide across parchment with a smoothness unmatched by reeds. The gentle scratch of a quill became the musical backdrop of monasteries, royal courts, and early universities, as scribes copied manuscripts letter by careful letter. With quills, poets composed their verses, philosophers drafted their ideas, and explorers recorded the lands they encountered. A single feather became the bridge between imagination and permanence. But as societies grew and literacy spread, the need for durable, efficient tools increased. In the 19th century, metal nib pens began to replace quills. Unlike feathers, which wore down and needed trimming, metal nibs were reliable and long-lasting. They could be manufactured consistently, making writing instruments more widely available. For the first time, ordinary people, not just trained scribes, could own pens that did not require constant care. Everyday writing became smoother, more accessible, and more practical. Still, dipping pens into inkwells remained a delicate affair. Ink spilled easily, hands stained, pages smudged. And so the next great advancement emerged in 1884 when an American inventor named Louis Edson Waterman patented the fountain pen. His design allowed ink to flow steadily from a built-in reservoir, guided by the movement of the hand itself. Writing became a balanced partnership between the pen and the writer, the ink moving almost as if it knew where the words were headed. The fountain pen introduced elegance and convenience, a symbol of refinement, but also a practical tool for anyone who valued clarity on the page. Then, in the 20th century, another transformation arrived, this time from the inventive mind of Laszlo Biro, a Hungarian journalist who knew firsthand the frustrations of smudged ink and slow drying times. In 1938, Biro patented a new kind of pen, one that used a tiny rolling ball to transfer quick-drying ink onto paper. This ballpoint pen was clean, sturdy, and remarkably reliable. It worked in many environments, required no delicate handling, and made writing effortless. Its invention opened the door to a new era where smooth, everyday writing became available to nearly everyone. The ballpoint pen was affordable, portable, and practical. Truly a tool for the world. From reeds dipped in soot-based ink, to quills shaped from feathers, to metal nibs, fountain pens, and ballpoints,
The evolution of the pen reflects more than just technological progress. It reflects our desire to express ourselves, to communicate across distances and generations, and to give shape to the thoughts that rise quietly within us. Every stroke of a pen across paper is part of a much older rhythm, a rhythm that began thousands of years ago as the first reed etched symbols onto papyrus under the warm Egyptian sun. And tonight, as you relax into a gentle calm, it is comforting to imagine how many hands have held pens before yours.
Think of the stories penned at dawn, the letters written by candlelight, the notes taken during moments of inspiration, and the signatures that marked turning points in countless lives. The pen, in all its forms, has been a companion to human thought, an instrument of memory, creativity, and connection.
Number 48. Pencil. The pencil is a tool many of us encounter very early in life. Its touch is often our first experience of leaving a mark on a page, the very beginning of shaping letters, lines, and ideas. But its history stretches far beyond childhood classrooms and sketchbooks. It is a story shaped by discovery, by ingenuity, and by centuries of people searching for better ways to express themselves. To find the pencil's origins, we travel back to the 16th century, to the rolling landscapes of England. In that era, a remarkable discovery took place in the Lake District, a large deposit of an unusual, dark, lustrous substance, graphite. Its texture was smooth, almost silky, and when drawn across a surface, it left a bold, clean line.
People quickly realized its value. Shepherds first used chunks of this newly found material to mark their sheep. Artists noticed the richness of the strokes it produced. Scholars found it far cleaner and easier to work with than charcoal. But raw graphite was fragile. It crumbled easily, stained hands, and broke under pressure. So people improvised. They wrapped the graphite in string or sheathed it inside hollow pieces of wood. It was simple but effective, a way to protect the material and guide it more smoothly. These early makeshift tools were the ancestors of the pencil we know today, born out of practicality and need. Slowly, the idea spread across Europe. By the year 1692, the first mass-produced wooden pencils were being crafted in Nuremberg, Germany. Artisans there cut thin slivers of wood, carved grooves for the graphite, and sealed the pieces together with care. These early pencils were prized for their portability and ease. For the first time, people had a writing tool that was clean, quiet, and did not require dipping into ink. It could be carried anywhere, from a pocket on a long journey to a desk in a busy workshop. With each improvement, the pencil became more essential to daily life. And yet, the story of the pencil was far from complete. Though graphite was useful, supplies from natural deposits were limited, and its hardness varied unpredictably. Some pieces were soft and dark, others too crumbly or too pale. There was a need for consistency, for a way to shape graphite into a reliable, predictable form. This challenge was solved in 1795 by a French inventor and soldier
named Nicolas Jacques Conté. Living during a time when France was cut off from foreign graphite supplies due to war, Conté was determined to find a way to produce pencils domestically. Through careful experimentation, he discovered that powdered graphite could be mixed with clay, then fired in a kiln, forming a solid core that could be adjusted in hardness depending on the ratio of clay to graphite. More clay produced a harder, lighter core. More graphite produced a softer, darker one. This invention, the clay graphite core, revolutionized the pencil. It created the modern system of hardness grades that artists and writers still rely on today. It also made pencil production more stable, more efficient, and more widely available. Suddenly, pencils were no longer bound by the quirks of natural graphite deposits. They could be crafted with precision, their qualities predictable, their performance dependable. From that moment forward, the pencil became a companion to the creative spirit. Architects used it to sketch the first lines of buildings that would touch the skyline. Composers drafted melodies that would echo across generations. Students filled notebooks with discoveries, mistakes, and fresh ideas. Artists brought entire worlds to life with strokes that could be light as air or deep as shadow. And even now, in a world filled with digital tools, the pencil remains beloved, tested through time, and still essential in moments when inspiration arrives quietly and needs to be captured quickly. Perhaps the beauty of the pencil lies in its simplicity. Its wooden body, warm in the hand, its core, capable of leaving marks both bold and delicate, its eraser, offering the comforting freedom to revise and begin again. With each use, it reminds us that creation does not need to be perfect. It only needs a beginning, a single line, a thought taking shape.
Number 49. Pillow. The pillow as we know it today feels like an invitation to relax, a small sanctuary for the head, a quiet support that whispers of warmth and comfort. But its earliest beginnings were far from soft. In ancient Mesopotamia, among some of the world's first cities, temples, and written records, people slept with their heads resting not on feathers or fabric, but on carved stone. These early pillows were sturdy, elegant, and often surprisingly beautiful. Shaped carefully and polished smooth, they served a purpose that might seem unusual to us now. They kept insects away from the face during the night, and they helped preserve elaborate hairstyles that symbolized status and identity. For these early civilizations, sleep was not only a time of rest, but a moment when one's appearance and safety still mattered. From Mesopotamia, we move gently across time and geography to ancient Egypt, where the idea of supporting the head took on a spiritual meaning. Egyptians used wooden headrests, small curved supports designed to cradle the neck and lift the head from the ground. These headrests were thought to protect the sleeper from harm, especially from the unseen world of spirits that wandered through the night. In tombs, beautifully carved headrests were placed alongside the deceased, intended to guide and support them on their journey into the afterlife. Even in sleep, the head carried deep significance, believed to hold life's breath and dreams. Far to the east, in early China, carved wooden or bamboo headrests also became part of nightly life. These supports were practical, helping people stay cool in warm climates and maintaining posture through the night. Some Chinese headrests were decorated with delicate carvings or porcelain designs, blending comfort with artistry.
To ancient Chinese thinkers, the firmness of a wooden headrest was thought to encourage clarity of mind and good health. Rest was not only physical, it was a way to cultivate the spirit. For many centuries, across different cultures, pillows were firm, elevated, and symbolic. It might feel surprising when compared to the soft cushions we use today, but in those early societies, comfort was often secondary to symbolism, practicality, or ritual. It wasn't until the Middle Ages in Europe that something closer to the modern pillow began to take shape. Gradually, people started filling fabric cases with soft materials, down feathers, wool, or straw. These early soft pillows offered warmth and gentleness, but they were still luxuries. Only the wealthy owned them, and even then they were treasured items, used sparingly and protected carefully. For everyday people, sleep was often simple and firm, without the softness we take for granted. Then came a quiet revolution, the rise of textile production. As weaving, stuffing, and sewing techniques spread, and as materials became easier to produce in large quantities, pillows slowly found their place in ordinary homes. The Industrial Revolution amplified this change dramatically. Factories could spin fibers faster, create cheaper fabrics, and produce fillings that made pillows accessible to families of all backgrounds. For the first time in human history, the soft pillow, once reserved for royalty, clergy, or the wealthy, became a familiar companion in sleeping spaces across the world. From that point forward, pillows continued to evolve. Different cultures added their own traditions and preferences. Some preferred firm cushions filled with cotton or buckwheat hulls. Others favored feather pillows that felt airy and light. Over time, pillows came to express not only comfort, but culture, shaped by the climate, resources, and beliefs of the people who use them. Today, when you rest your head on a pillow, whether it's thick or thin, soft or supportive, you're participating in a long human journey toward gentler sleep. Your pillow may be filled with memory foam, feathers, synthetic fibers, or something else entirely, but its purpose remains deeply familiar: to cradle you, to lift you slightly from the sleeping surface, and to offer peace in those quiet hours when the world grows dim. If you pause to think about it, the pillow's story is a story about what humans value. At first, protection, then symbolism, then comfort, and finally, personal well-being and rest. It reflects our desire to create softness in a hard world, to carve out small places where the mind can drift, heal, and dream.
Number 50. Plastic.
For most of human history, people created their world using the materials the earth provided: wood from forests, clay from riverbeds, metal from the mines, fibers from plants and animals. These materials defined what could be built, how things were shaped, and what the boundaries of invention looked like. But by the 19th and early 20th centuries, something began to change. People were searching for new substances, materials that did not crack under pressure, that did not rust or rot, that could be molded into countless forms. There was a desire for something durable, lightweight, and versatile, something that nature itself did not offer. It was in the early 1900s, during a time of rapid scientific innovation, that a Belgian-born chemist named Leo Baekeland began to experiment with the idea of creating a completely synthetic substance, something made not from natural fibers or resins, but designed from the molecular level up. Baekeland, curious and persistent, spent long hours in his laboratory, exploring combinations of chemicals in search of a new material that might transform the manufacturing world. In 1907, he succeeded. Through careful experimentation, he produced a hard, heat-resistant substance that could be molded before it set, then retain its shape with remarkable stability. He named it Bakelite. This seemingly modest brown material carried qualities that felt almost magical for its time. It did not melt easily, it did not rust or rot, and it could be poured into molds to create smooth, durable shapes. With Bakelite, a new chapter began. The world suddenly had access to the first fully synthetic plastic. It soon appeared everywhere, woven into the handles of telephones, shaped into radios and electrical components, polished into jewelry and decorative items. Bakelite was strong, stable, and inexpensive to produce. It allowed factories to create objects in uniform shapes and sizes, something that was much harder to achieve with traditional materials. For the first time, manufacturing had a substance that could adapt to almost any purpose. And yet the story of plastic was only just beginning. While Bakelite opened the door, the decades that followed pushed that door wide open. The period after World War II brought a burst of innovation unlike anything seen before. With new techniques in chemistry and industrial processing, scientists and engineers developed plastics that were lighter, softer, more flexible, or more transparent than Bakelite. Each new invention fulfilled different needs, some for packaging, some for construction, some for household use. Among these new plastics were polyethylene and PVC, materials that quickly became essential to everyday life. Polyethylene could be formed into thin films that protected food, shaped into containers that were easy to carry, or molded into countless tools and toys. PVC, strong and adaptable, became central to building pipes, flooring, insulation, and a wide variety of home materials. These plastics reshaped the modern world with quiet persistence. They made products cheaper, made storage easier, and created opportunities for innovation in medicine, transportation, communication, and beyond. Consider the objects around you: the light switch on the wall, the casing of a phone, the frame of a pair of glasses, the keys on a keyboard, the insulation protecting electrical wires. Nearly all of them carry the legacy of plastics invented during the 20th century. And for many decades, these new materials brought a sense of possibility. Lightweight and strong, they allowed society to produce tools and objects that were once unthinkable, helping improve hygiene, safety, and convenience on a global scale. But as with all great inventions, the story of plastic is also a story of reflection. For many years, the ease of mass production and the low cost of manufacturing encouraged a culture of disposability. Plastic spread faster than anyone anticipated, appearing in every industry and in every household.
only later did the world begin to understand the long-lasting nature of the material, the way it resists decay, the way it lingers in landfills and oceans, the way it asks us to consider not only what we create, but what we leave behind. Yet even this part of the story offers a moment for quiet contemplation. Plastics have brought incredible benefits, from sterile medical equipment that saves lives, to durable components for airplanes and cars, to lightweight packaging that keeps food fresh for longer. At the same time, their persistence teaches us responsibility, nudging us to rethink how we produce, how we use, and how we care for the world we inhabit. And so, when we look at plastic through the soft lens of evening, we are reminded that its story is both human and hopeful. It is a story of invention, of a chemist stirring mixtures in a small laboratory at the dawn of the 20th century. It is a story of transformation, turning new molecular structures into objects that shaped modern living. And it is a story of learning, as we now seek ways to use this material wisely, to recycle it effectively, and to create alternatives where they are needed.
Number 51. Plate. Across the long stretch of human history, there is something tender and almost symbolic about the way people have gathered around food. And one of the quiet companions of this daily ritual is the humble plate. It sits before us without demanding attention, yet it carries stories that reach back thousands of years, across continents and cultures, through changing technologies and evolving tastes. If we were to drift slowly into the past, far beyond the boundaries of recorded memory, we would find that the earliest plates were not plates at all. In the ancient landscapes of Mesopotamia and Egypt, long before ceramic kilns or metalworking were refined, people often relied on what was most practical and close at hand. Flat rounds of bread, similar in spirit to early pita or other unleavened breads, served as both dish and food. A meal could rest upon this simple surface, and when the meal was finished, the plate itself was sometimes eaten. It was efficient, sustainable, and deeply connected to the rhythms of everyday life. Alongside these edible dishes were wooden platters, hewn from trees that grew near rivers and settlements, shaped with simple tools and used again and again in family homes and communal gatherings. These early plates tell us something about human ingenuity. Even with limited materials, people found ways to make mealtimes more organized and more beautiful. As centuries passed, societies grew more complex. Craft traditions deepened, and new materials began to shape the way people presented their food. In the classical civilizations around the Mediterranean, Greece, Rome, and their neighbors, plates made of metal and pottery became common. Bronze and silver dishes shimmered in the glow of lamplight during evening feasts, while simpler clay plates served everyday households. Pottery plates were not only practical, but also expressive, often decorated with patterns, stories, and symbols that revealed how people saw their world.
The clay itself carried memories of the earth it came from, and the finished plate became a small piece of art resting on a dining table. In time, a remarkable transformation began far to the east, in China. Here, artisans perfected the craft of porcelain, a material both delicate and strong, able to hold heat without cracking and to shine with a subtle, almost luminous beauty. Porcelain plates became treasured objects, admired not only for their function, but also for their elegance. They carried the mastery of kiln temperatures, the precision of mineral mixtures, and the quiet patience of artists who painted them by hand. These plates traveled across continents through early trade routes, inspiring wonder wherever they landed. They were unlike anything that Europe had seen before, and for centuries, European craftspeople tried to uncover their secrets. It was not until the 18th century that Europe finally succeeded in producing porcelain of its own. This achievement changed the future of tableware forever. Workshops and factories began to emerge, each developing its own style, influenced by local artistry and the long-admired techniques from China. Porcelain plates became more accessible, and over time, they found their place not only in palaces and grand homes, but also in ordinary households. They added a quiet sense of refinement to daily meals, whether holding a simple supper or a carefully prepared celebration. From those early rounds of bread in Mesopotamia to the polished porcelain we know today, the plate has reflected humanity's ongoing search for comfort, beauty, and shared experience. It has served people in bustling ancient cities and peaceful rural villages, in moments of festivity and moments of quiet routine. Though it sits silently beneath our meals, it remains a witness to the universal act of gathering, eating, and finding nourishment, not only for the body, but for the spirit. And when we place a plate before us today, we hold a small echo of every hand that shaped one before, a reminder that throughout history, even the simplest objects have carried gentle stories, inviting us to slow down, appreciate the moment, and remember how deeply connected we are to those who came before us.
Number 52. Playing cards. To follow the story of playing cards, we travel back to China during the Tang Dynasty, around the 9th century. It was an age of poetry, invention, and flourishing cultural life. Families gathered in candlelit rooms, scholars exchanged stories over warm cups of tea, and the earliest known playing cards began to appear as part of this rich social tapestry. These early cards were not identical to the decks we hold now. Their shapes, images, and purposes varied widely. Some were decorated with characters and symbols that reflected local traditions, while others resembled miniature scrolls, carrying hints of earlier games and storytelling practices that were deeply rooted in Chinese culture. As these cards became more popular, they naturally began to travel. Merchants, traders, and travelers carried them along the great routes that connected Asia to the Middle East and beyond. Along the Silk Road, one of the most important trade networks in human history, ideas and objects moved as gently and steadily as the caravans themselves.
In this slow and organic way, playing cards found their way westward, arriving first in places like Persia and Egypt. There they blended with local customs and design preferences. The appearance of the cards shifted, their patterns evolved, and new games emerged, each shaped by the environment and the people who embraced them.
By the 14th century, these cards had reached Europe. Their arrival sparked curiosity and imagination. At first, they were luxury items, painted by hand and reserved for those who could afford such detailed artistry. Over time, as printing technologies improved, playing cards became more accessible, spreading from noble households to taverns, homes, and gathering places of all kinds. They quickly became companions to evenings filled with conversation, storytelling, and gentle competition. In a world without modern entertainment, a deck of cards offered something simple yet endlessly engaging. Games that could be learned quickly, shared easily, and enjoyed by people of all ages. The story of the modern suits, hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades takes us to France in the late 15th century. It was there that these symbols took the form we recognize today. The French system was practical, elegant, and easy to reproduce. The suits were simple enough for printers to create in large numbers, helping to make playing cards more widely available than ever before. These symbols would eventually become the global standard, spreading to distant regions and shaping the decks used around the world. And yet, beneath all the variations and evolutions, the origin remains steady. Playing cards most likely began in China, carried forward not by sudden breakthroughs, but by the quiet movements of people traveling, trading, and sharing their cultures with one another. They passed through different hands, crossed different landscapes, and slowly transformed, just as many traditions do when touched by time. Today, when we shuffle a deck, we are holding a small echo of that long journey. We hold a piece of history shaped by countless moments of human connection, from ancient Chinese households to bustling markets along the Silk Road, from Persian gatherings to medieval European evenings warmed by firelight. And in the simple act of drawing a card, we participate in a tradition that has brought people together for more than 1,000 years.
Number 53. Pockets. Long before pockets were stitched into garments, people relied on something much simpler. In earlier centuries, long before modern tailoring shaped clothing into the forms we know today, both men and women tied small pouches to their belts. These were often made of leather or sturdy cloth, drawn tight with a cord and worn at the waist. Inside these pouches, people carried their most practical treasures: coins, keys, a knife for daily tasks, or perhaps a cherished trinket that brought comfort. These pouches knocked gently against the imagination, like something out of an old folktale, reminding us of a time when life was lived at a different rhythm, and when every useful object needed its own place to rest. As societies grew and clothing styles shifted, the idea of having a safe, personal space for personal belongings became even more important. By the 17th century, men's fashion began to transform. Tailoring became more precise, fabric choices diversified, and clothing started to follow the contours of the body in new ways. It was during this period that the first sewn-in pockets appeared in men's garments. These early pockets were more than convenient storage. They represented a subtle change in the relationship between people and their clothing. Instead of something hanging visibly from a belt, these hidden spaces were integrated into the structure of the garment itself, quietly supporting daily life. For women, the evolution unfolded differently. Instead of stitching pockets into dresses and skirts, women continued to wear separate tie-on pockets beneath their outer garments. These pockets often came in pairs, tied around the waist and resting out of sight beneath layers of fabric. A woman would reach through a discreet opening in the side of her skirt to slip her hand into the pocket beneath. These pockets became small sanctuaries, holding items that mattered: needlework tools, a small purse, a folded letter, a piece of fruit for later, or anything she wished to keep close but hidden. In many homes, these pockets were lovingly embroidered, transforming a simple storage space into a personal, almost intimate extension of the self. This difference between men's and women's pockets endured for centuries. Even as men's clothing embraced the practicality of built-in pockets, women's garments remained shaped by ideals of elegance, modesty, and limited movement. For many generations, pockets were never simply functional. They reflected social expectations about what each gender should carry, how freely they should move, and even what parts of their lives were considered private. It was not until the 20th century, a time of immense cultural change, that women's clothing began to adopt sewn-in pockets more fully. As women gained greater independence and public presence, their garments slowly adapted to meet the real needs of daily life. Built-in pockets were no longer a luxury or an afterthought. They became a quiet recognition that women, like men, needed space to carry the things that supported their routines and their journeys. The shift was gradual but meaningful. Every new garment that included pockets made a small statement that comfort and practicality belonged to everyone. Today, pockets are everywhere, though not always in equal measure. A pocket can hold a phone, a moment of convenience, or even a small memory, like a ticket stub from a meaningful day, or a smooth pebble picked up from a walk. They accompany us to work, to school, through busy cities and quiet evenings at home. They are a reminder that even the simplest features of our clothing carry long histories of culture, craft, and human need.
Number 54. Postage Stamp. To appreciate the quiet power of this tiny square of paper, we can drift back to the early 19th century, to Britain in the year 1840. During this period, sending a letter was not as simple as placing it into a mailbox. The cost of mailing a letter depended on distance, the weight of the envelope, and even the number of times a messenger had to handle it. Payments were often made by the person receiving the letter, not the person sending it. Imagine, for a moment, expecting news from a loved one only to discover that you must be prepared to pay for the privilege of reading their words. It was a system full of inconsistencies and frustrations,
and it made communication something restricted to those who could afford it. Against this backdrop, a new idea was proposed, an idea both practical and humane. Instead of complicated payments collected upon delivery, what if the sender could pay a simple, uniform fee in advance? It was an elegant solution, one that promised fairness, clarity, and dignity for both senders and recipients. This idea took physical form in the first adhesive postage stamp the world had ever known. It was small, rectangular, and printed in a deep, quiet shade of black. At its center was the profile of Queen Victoria, young and steady, symbolizing a promise of reliability. This stamp came to be known as the penny black, named for its color and the price required to send a standard letter. Although modest in appearance, the penny black changed the world in subtle yet profound ways. It allowed letters to be sent prepaid, making communication more accessible and predictable. Suddenly, people who had been hesitant to correspond could send messages with confidence. The stamp simplified the postal system itself, transforming something that was once tangled and inconsistent into a process that could be easily understood by all. A small symbol on an envelope became a sign that the journey of the letter had already been taken care of, freeing the recipient from unexpected fees and removing barriers to connection. This breakthrough did not remain within Britain's borders for long. Other nations quickly recognized the gentle genius of the postage stamp. One by one, postal systems around the world adopted the idea, standardizing mail rates and creating networks that connected distant cities, rural villages, and quiet corners of the world. The stamp became a universal language, an agreement that a message, once sent, would be carried faithfully across miles of land and sea. Over time, stamps evolved beyond their practical purpose. They became small works of art, miniature windows into the culture, history, and identity of each country that issued them. People began to collect them, not just for their utility, but for their beauty, their variety, and the stories they represented. A single sheet of stamps might depict landscapes, historic moments, endangered animals, poets, scientists, or symbols of national pride. Each one was both a marker of value and a tiny reflection of the world. Yet at their heart, stamps remained what they had always been, helpers of connection. They carried birthday wishes, confessions of love, news from distant places, and updates from home. Even in times of conflict or hardship, stamps continued to do their quiet work, ensuring that words could cross borders when people could not. Today, as digital communication moves swiftly and effortlessly, the postage stamp continues to exist, sometimes used, sometimes kept as a memory. Holding one between your fingers evokes a slower rhythm of life, a time when writing a letter required pausing, thinking, and choosing each word with care. The stamp is a gentle reminder that connection has many forms. Some are instant and bright, others are slower, more deliberate, and deeply human. And so, when we think of the penny black, the world's first postage stamp, we are reminded of how something so small can reshape the way people relate to one another. A single printed square opened the doors to easier communication,
binding people together across distance. It is a testament to the quiet beauty of simple ideas, to the way they ripple outward, traveling farther than we ever expect, like a letter making its steady way through the world, carrying a piece of someone's heart from one place to another.
Number 55. Pot.
The story of the pot does not begin in grand palaces or bustling cities. It begins in the simplicity of early human settlement. In the Neolithic period, long before writing or metal tools, when people were still discovering how to shape their environment to support a more settled way of life. During this time, people began to line woven baskets with clay. The clay coating made the baskets resistant to heat and water. And when these clay-lined baskets were placed near a fire, something remarkable happened. The clay hardened, holding its shape even after the basket burned away. What remained was a sturdy vessel, born from the meeting of earth, water, and fire. These early pots were humble, yet they opened the door to new possibilities: longer simmering of food, safer storage, and more varied cooking techniques that nourished both body and community. As centuries passed, pottery became one of the foundations of human settlement. It emerged independently in different regions, including Mesopotamia and China, demonstrating how deeply rooted the human need for reliable vessels truly is. In the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, surrounded by rivers that supported early agriculture, people shaped clay into bowls, cups, and pots, creating tools that supported a growing rhythm of daily life. Meanwhile, in the valleys and river basins of ancient China, artisans explored similar methods, refining their craft with patience and ingenuity. Although separated by distance, these early cultures shared a common realization. By shaping clay and harnessing fire, they could create something that made life not just easier, but more stable and more communal. From these beginnings, the craft of pottery spread like gentle ripples across regions and civilizations. Clay pots appeared throughout Mesopotamia, China, and the Indus Valley, each region adding its own techniques, shapes, decorations, and cultural meanings. Some pots were designed for cooking over open flames. Others were shaped for storage, allowing grains, water, and precious ingredients to be kept safe from animals and the elements. Still others were used in rituals or given symbolic meaning, showing that even functional objects can hold emotional or spiritual value. Over time, new materials began to transform the world of cooking. As human knowledge expanded and metalworking evolved, people discovered that bronze, and later iron, offered greater durability than clay alone. Metal pots could withstand higher temperatures, last longer, and survive accidental drops or cracks. By the time of the Han Dynasty in China, cast iron pots had become common. These pots spread warmth evenly and were strong enough to withstand daily use in bustling households and communal kitchens. With cast iron came a new chapter in cooking: slow stews that deepened in flavor, broths that simmered to perfection, and meals that brought families together at the end of a long day. Yet clay never disappeared. It continued to be shaped, fired, and used across the world because clay holds a certain gentleness. It is abundant, it is forgiving, and it carries the imprint of the hands that formed it. Today,
We still use ceramic pots for their beauty and their ability to hold heat in a comforting way. They remind us of the deep, ancient connection between people and the earth beneath their feet. When we look at a pot, whether it is made of clay, bronze, iron, or something more modern, we see more than a tool. We see thousands of years of human curiosity, creativity, and resilience. We see early families learning how to cook more efficiently, communities forming around shared meals, and cultures expressing themselves through craftsmanship. Every pot, no matter how simple, echoes that long heritage. And so the pot becomes more than a vessel. It becomes a symbol of continuity. It reflects the warmth of a home, the nourishment of food, and the countless quiet moments that have unfolded around it. When we stir a soup or lift the lid from a simmering dish, we engage in a ritual that stretches back to the dawn of settled life. We touch something ancient, something universal, something deeply human. In its sturdy shape and steady presence, the pot reminds us that the simplest objects often carry the richest stories, stories of survival, ingenuity, and the timeless comfort of a shared meal.
Number 56. Refrigerator.
To truly appreciate the modern refrigerator, it helps to drift back into the 19th century, before electricity entered most homes, and long before cold could be produced at the touch of a button. At that time, people relied on something called the ice box, a wooden cabinet lined with insulating materials such as tin or zinc. A large block of ice, often delivered daily by workers who cut it from frozen lakes in winter, was placed inside the box. As the ice slowly melted, it cooled the compartment, keeping milk, butter, and perishable food fresh for as long as possible. This system worked, but it depended entirely on the availability of natural ice, which varied with the seasons and with geography. For families living far from frozen lakes or cold winters, reliable refrigeration was almost impossible. But human curiosity rarely rests, especially when it comes to comfort and survival. In 1834, an engineer named Jacob Perkins designed the world's first vapor compression refrigeration system. It was a pioneering experiment, built on the simple but powerful idea that compressing and expanding certain gases could absorb and release heat. Although Perkins' machine was not widely adopted at the time, it revealed something extraordinary. Cold could be created artificially, without relying on climate or seasons. This was a turning point. It suggested that the cooling power once found only in winter ice could someday be brought into homes, industries, and cities everywhere. As the century progressed, other inventors took Perkins' idea and slowly transformed it into something more practical. Among them was Carl von Linde, a German engineer whose work in the late 19th century revolutionized industrial cooling. Linde developed more efficient refrigeration techniques that could be used in breweries, meat-packing plants, and ice-making factories. His innovations brought cold out of the hands of nature and into the realm of controlled machinery. For the first time, businesses could store food safely for long periods, even during the warmest months, reshaping entire industries and making it possible to feed growing urban populations. Even so, household refrigerators, the kind we know today, remained a distant dream. Early cooling systems were expensive, noisy, and often dangerous. They used refrigerants like ammonia or sulfur dioxide, substances that cooled effectively but were toxic and could leak. It wasn't until the early 20th century, with the development of safer refrigerants, that refrigerators finally made their quiet entrance into ordinary homes. Once safety was assured, adoption grew quickly. Suddenly, families could store food for days instead of hours. Meals could be planned, preserved, and enjoyed with more freedom. Daily life became less rushed and more secure. With time, the refrigerator evolved from a technological curiosity into a universal household fixture. Its design became sleeker, quieter, and more efficient. Freezer compartments appeared, then expanded. Shelves and drawers were shaped to hold everything from vegetables to bottles of milk. The refrigerator became not just a cold box, but a gentle reminder of abundance and continuity. A place where leftovers wait patiently, where ingredients stay fresh until they become part of a warm meal shared with others. Even today, the refrigerator sits at the heart of the home, humming softly through the night. Its steady presence offers comfort. It keeps nourishment safe. It connects us to a long history of people who looked at the challenges of daily life and imagined something better.
Number 57. Remote control. To trace the origins of the remote control, we travel back to the early 20th century. It is the year 1903, a time when wireless technology as we know it had barely taken shape. Radios were new, electricity was still reshaping cities, and airplanes had yet to become part of everyday travel. In this era of invention, a Spanish engineer named Leonardo Torres Quevedo unveiled something astonishing. An early wireless remote control system he called the Telequino. The Telequino was not built for televisions or household gadgets, for those did not exist yet. Instead, it was an ambitious experiment that allowed a machine to follow commands from a distance. Using electromagnetic signals, Quevedo demonstrated that a boat, or later, even a small mechanical device, could obey instructions sent wirelessly by an operator far away. Imagine the wonder of that moment. A human standing on shore, issuing invisible commands through the air, while the vessel responded with calm precision. It was a glimpse into the future, a whisper of the world that would one day take shape, where touch and distance could be connected by waves we cannot see. Yet the journey from the Telequino to the remote controls we know today was not immediate. Many decades passed as technologies evolved. Radios spread into homes, televisions flickered into existence, and people began to dream of controlling their devices without leaving the comfort of their chairs. The mid-20th century became a fertile time for this dream, as engineers experimented with ways to free people from mechanical dials and switches. In 1956, a new chapter began. Robert Adler, an Austrian-American engineer working for the Zenith Radio Corporation, introduced an invention called the Zenith Space Command. Unlike earlier remote controls that relied on light signals or wires, Adler's device used ultrasonic sound, frequencies too high for human ears to detect. Each time a button was pressed,
The remote produced a faint click, a physical sound that triggered an ultrasonic vibration. This vibration traveled invisibly through the air until it reached the television, which obeyed the signal by changing the channel or adjusting the volume. Those who grew up with early televisions might remember that soft clicking sound, subtle yet unmistakable, like a tiny piece of mechanical music marking the moment of a command being sent. It was a simple gesture, but it brought a new kind of ease into the home. No longer did viewers need to rise from their seats repeatedly. The television became something that responded to quiet intention, making evenings more relaxed and giving families one more reason to gather together. From that point on, remote control technology blossomed. Infrared signals replaced ultrasonic waves, allowing commands to be sent silently and more precisely. Buttons multiplied. Devices learned to speak to one another. As homes filled with televisions, stereos, fans, air conditioners, and countless other inventions, the remote control became an unassuming bridge between people and their environments. With a gentle tap, a room could brighten, a song could begin, or a screen could shift to a new world of stories. Yet, as modern as remote controls feel, their roots stretch back to a moment on a quiet shoreline in 1903, when Torres Quevedo demonstrated that a machine could listen to commands carried through the air. His telequino was the seed, Adler's Space Command the next sturdy branch, and today's remotes the leaves that sway softly in the present era of convenience.
When we hold a remote control in our hand today, we touch a century of ingenuity, of inventors who imagined ways to make life more comfortable, more intuitive, and more connected. And in the stillness of a nighttime room, when we press a button and watch something respond across the space, we participate in a long human story, one where distance can be bridged with a whisper of intention, carried gently by invisible waves, reaching out into the world with calm precision.
Number 58. Rubber Band. To understand the rubber band's journey, we can drift back to a time when the world was beginning to learn the remarkable qualities of rubber. For centuries, people in parts of the Americas had used natural latex, the sap of rubber trees, to create waterproof coatings and flexible objects. But in the early 19th century, as trade expanded, rubber began making its way into European workshops. The material was fascinating, but unpredictable. It softened in heat, hardened in cold, and had a habit of sticking to anything it touched. It was full of potential, but difficult to tame. Everything changed with the development of vulcanized rubber, a process discovered in the 1840s by Charles Goodyear. By adding sulfur to natural rubber and applying heat, the material transformed. It became elastic, durable, and resilient. For the first time, rubber could stretch and return to its shape without cracking or melting. It could endure the warmth of summer, the chill of winter, and the physical demands of everyday handling. This new, stable form of rubber opened the door to a wave of inventions: shoes, tires, waterproof garments, and small tools that added quiet utility to modern life.
It was in this era of renewed possibility that Stephen Perry, a member of the London-based firm Messrs. Perry & Co., saw a simple yet powerful use for this newly improved material. In 1845, he patented the rubber band, a loop formed from vulcanized rubber, cut from a tube, to create an object both flexible and strong. Perry and his company were involved in producing stationery supplies, and they recognized that an elastic loop could solve a problem familiar to anyone who worked with papers: how to keep documents together securely without damaging them. The design was modest: no moving parts, no elaborate mechanism. Just a smooth, continuous ring that could stretch gently around letters, envelopes, and bundles of paper. Yet its simplicity was precisely its brilliance. With a single small action, a rubber band could hold things neatly, release them easily, and be used again and again. Over time, people discovered even more uses: organizing household items, sealing small containers, securing packages, bundling produce, or simply serving as a playful tool in idle moments. Its versatility became part of its charm. As vulcanized rubber became more widely available, rubber bands spread across offices, schools, and homes throughout the world. They were inexpensive, portable, and endlessly useful. Children played with them, workers relied on them. Families kept extras tucked away in drawers, ready to stretch into service at a moment's notice. Though tiny and often overlooked, rubber bands quietly supported the smooth flow of everyday tasks. The story of the rubber band is a reminder that innovation does not always arrive in the form of large machines or complex systems. Sometimes it arrives in a small loop of rubber, expertly crafted from a material that humans learned to shape through patience, experimentation, and imagination. The rubber band carries within it the legacy of ancient latex, the ingenuity of vulcanization, and the creativity of a 19th-century inventor who saw potential in something simple.
Number 59. Ruler. To explore the story of the ruler, we can let our thoughts drift back thousands of years to one of the earliest urban societies known to the world, the Indus Valley Civilization. Around 1500 BC, in cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, people were already crafting advanced tools of measurement. Among them were rulers made from ivory, smooth, detailed, and beautifully precise. These ancient rulers contained subdivisions that were astonishingly accurate, evidence of a society that valued order and careful planning. They were used by builders, artisans, and merchants who needed to measure materials for trade, construct buildings with symmetry, and create objects that fit into daily life with harmony. These measurements were not merely technical tools. They reflected a culture deeply concerned with structure and consistency. The cities of the Indus Valley were organized with remarkable uniformity. Streets formed grids. Houses followed similar designs. Drainage systems were laid out with foresight and engineering skill. The presence of rulers with fine markings suggests that measurement was not random or improvised, but a central part of how the society shaped its world.
At the same time, across the deserts and riverbanks of ancient Egypt, another form of measurement was taking shape. Egyptians used something called a cubit rod, a tool based on the length of the human forearm. A cubit was measured from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, and for official purposes, standardized rods were created from wood or stone. These rods became essential instruments for constructing temples, pyramids, homes, and canals. Picture the quiet dignity of an Egyptian builder holding a cubit rod, a simple tool guiding the creation of structures that would endure for millennia. Each line, each angle, each block placed in perfect alignment was made possible through careful measurement. The cubit rod linked the human body with the built environment, turning personal proportions into universal systems. Over time, measurement tools evolved alongside civilizations. As people traded, traveled, and interacted, their tools and ideas blended and grew. Rulers were made from wood, metal, bone, and later from modern materials like plastic and stainless steel. Subdivisions became more refined. Systems of measurement shifted and standardized. Communities created shared definitions for length, centimeters, inches, meters, allowing people across distances to communicate and build with consistency. Despite all these changes, the heart of the ruler remained the same. A straightforward guide that helps us navigate space with clarity.
Today, rulers are used by school children drawing their first straight lines, by designers sketching new shapes, by carpenters shaping wood, and by countless others who rely on the gentle certainty that a measured line brings. Even though a ruler is small, it carries the echoes of entire civilizations, of ancient hands carving ivory in the Indus Valley, of Egyptian architects preparing to raise monumental stone structures, of countless generations who relied on precise measurement to bring their ideas into the world. It reminds us that precision has always been a part of human creativity, that even thousands of years ago, people sought order in the midst of uncertainty, finding comfort in the ability to measure, compare, and shape.
Number 60. Salt. Salt has accompanied humanity since the earliest chapters of our history. Long before written records existed, people learned to harvest it from the sea, waiting patiently as shallow pools of seawater evaporated under the sun and left behind delicate crystals. Others chipped it directly from the earth, mining thick deposits of rock salt that had formed over millions of years. These early discoveries were more than practical, they were transformative. Salt allowed ancient communities to preserve food, to survive lean seasons, and to travel farther than ever before without fear of what might spoil along the way. Its value soon became so great that it shaped some of the world's earliest trade routes. One of the most famous was the Via Salaria in Italy, a road that stretched from the Adriatic coast to the heart of ancient Rome. Along this path, caravans carried blocks of precious salt inward, while others carried grains, metals, and goods outward. Step by step, journey by journey, salt became a quiet architect of cultural exchange, binding distant regions together with threads of commerce and necessity. Salt's influence spread far beyond the marketplace. It seeped into language, tradition, and identity. In ancient Rome, the word salarium referred to an allowance paid to soldiers, originally intended to help them purchase salt, a vital supply for daily life and military campaigns. Over time, that word gave rise to salary, a reminder of how deeply this simple mineral once shaped the rhythms of work and the meaning of value. Even today, when we speak of someone being worth their salt, we echo a memory that stretches back 2,000 years. Salt also carried power. Kingdoms taxed it. Empires controlled it. Communities defended their sources fiercely, knowing that without it, they would lose not just flavor or comfort, but survival itself. Its ability to preserve food meant it could preserve armies, sustain cities through winter, and allow explorers to cross deserts and seas. Through its quiet presence, it helped humans settle, flourish, and dream beyond the horizon. And yet, alongside this story of salt runs another tale, one of sweetness. Long before sugar became a staple in homes around the world, people in ancient India discovered how to crystallize the juice of cane plants into the familiar form we know today. This happened sometime in the first millennium BC, and it marked the beginning of sugar's long journey across continents. When European crusaders traveled through the Middle East many centuries later, they encountered this crystallized sugar and carried their fascination home. That curiosity, paired with the demands of growing economies, eventually led to vast colonial plantations that spread sugar cultivation across tropical regions of the world. For a time, salt and sugar existed side by side as luxurious rarities, each transforming the lives of those who touched them. Salt preserved what people needed to endure. Sugar sweetened what they hoped to enjoy. Together, they shaped traditions, recipes, and global exchange in ways that still echo across our kitchens and tables.
Number 61. Scissors.
Imagine yourself in ancient Egypt, more than 3,000 years ago, around 1500 BC. The landscape is warm, the air dry, and the Nile flows steadily through a world that seems both familiar and impossibly distant. In this early civilization, one that built monumental architecture, expressed itself through intricate art, and recorded life on papyrus, people already understood the deep usefulness of cutting tools. Among their many innovations were the earliest known scissors, though they didn't look exactly like the kind you and I use today. These early Egyptian scissors were spring-type shears, two bronze blades connected not by a central pivot, but by a flexible, curved strip of metal. When you pressed the blades together, they sliced whatever lay between them. When you released your hand, the curved strip pushed the blades back apart. The mechanism was simple, elegant, and efficient. It required no screws, no pins, nothing to tighten or adjust, just a clever use of tension. In their hands, this was enough to trim cloth, shape leather,
cut plants for weaving, and prepare materials for the many crafts that sustained daily life along the Nile. If you pause and imagine that moment, someone shaping a piece of linen under the warm Egyptian sun, you might notice how little the fundamentals of human need have changed. Across thousands of years, through dynasties rising and fading, through shifting sands and newly discovered tombs, that instinct to shape, to refine, to turn raw materials into something meaningful has remained constant. Those early scissors were quiet companions in this long story of human hands learning to transform the world around them. But as time moved on, humans continued to refine their tools. And somewhere far from Egypt, in the expanding world of ancient Rome, around 100 AD, another transformation took place. Roman metalworkers introduced a new design, one that would eventually become the foundation of the scissors we recognize today, the pivoted cross-blade scissor. This innovation added a single brilliant improvement, a pin or pivot mounting the two blades at their center. With this mechanism, instead of relying on a curved spring to open the blades, the user could manipulate the tool more precisely through the handles, allowing for smoother, more controlled cutting. The blades crossed like a pair of balanced wings, meeting at just the right angle to shear cleanly through fabric, parchment, and other materials. It is a small detail, the addition of a pivot, yet small details often carry quietly transformative power. The Romans did not invent cutting, nor even the idea of dual blades, but they reimagined how those blades could work together. And as with many Roman innovations, the design spread slowly across cultures, carried by trade, craftsmanship, and the exchange of ideas that unfolded wherever new roads joined distant regions. If you picture a Roman artisan in a small workshop using these early pivoted scissors to trim wool for a garment, or to prepare parchment for writing, you might find yourself tracing the line between their world and ours. Their hands moved with the same careful intention as any tailor, student, or craftsperson today. The simple act of cutting, so routine to us, was already a sign of growing precision, of societies becoming more organized, of human beings reaching for better tools to bring their imagination to life. Over the centuries that followed, scissors traveled through cultures and eras like a quiet thread. They evolved slowly, shaped by the needs of those who held them. Metalworkers in the Middle Ages built sturdier versions suited for cloth and agriculture. In the early modern period, scissor-making became a craft of its own, especially in places like Sheffield, England, where bladesmiths perfected the process of forging strong, sharp steel. By the time the Industrial Revolution arrived, scissors were being produced on a scale that earlier generations could never have imagined. They became accessible to ordinary households, not just to specialized trades. Then came new variations: kitchen shears, embroidery scissors, barber scissors, surgical scissors, and countless specialized forms designed to cut thick ropes or leather. Each one reflected a particular need, a particular gesture of the human hand. Some were designed to cut thick ropes or leather. Others were made so finely that they could trim a single thread without disturbing the fabric around it. And some, used in medicine or laboratories, allowed people to cut with remarkable accuracy in places where mistakes could cost lives. What is remarkable is that through all this change, through thousands of inventions, materials, and techniques, the basic idea introduced by the Romans remained nearly untouched. 2 blades, 1 pivot, a gentle squeezing motion that transforms pressure into precision. You might reflect on that as you settle into rest, how a tool this ancient has stayed so stable across time. It suggests something quiet but profound about human life. When an idea is right, truly right, it needs no dramatic reinvention. It simply stays with us, becoming part of daily routines so familiar that we hardly notice their elegance. Think about the last time you held a pair of scissors. Maybe you cut open a package, trimmed a thread from your shirt, or helped a child with a school project. In that small moment, your hands were participating in a story that stretches back more than 3,000 years. A story carried by Egyptian artisans who shaped bronze into springing blades, by Roman metalworkers who introduced a pivot, and by generations of craftspeople who refined the tool until it fit effortlessly into human life.
Number 62. Screwdriver. To begin this journey, we have to travel back to the late 15th century, a time when Europe was in the midst of profound transformation. Firearms were becoming more sophisticated, armor making was an essential craft, and metalworkers were beginning to experiment with new ways to fasten materials. Among these early innovations were some of the first metal screws designed for use in wood. Small but sturdy pieces created by blacksmiths who painstakingly shaped them by hand. These early screws often had squared or slotted heads, and each one was slightly unique, carrying the imprint of the craftsman who made it. It was during this era, in France, that the earliest true screwdrivers emerged. They were not tools for household repairs or furniture assembly, but rather instruments for precision work with armor and firearms. One of the key technologies of the time was the wheel lock mechanism, a sophisticated ignition system for firing guns. This mechanism relied on carefully fitted parts, many of which were secured with screws. To assemble and maintain these intricate devices, craftsmen needed a specialized tool, one capable of turning the narrow slots of these early screws. And so, the first screwdrivers were born. Shaped by necessity and refined by the demands of increasingly complex machinery. In those early years, both screws and screwdrivers were rare and valued. Because each screw was made individually, threads varied widely in size and shape. A screw crafted in one workshop might not fit a nut or a hole produced in another. Everything needed to match perfectly by hand. It was an era when craftsmanship meant patience, and precision required intimacy with the materials. The screwdriver in this world was a personal tool, one that lived alongside the weapons and armor it was meant to service. But as centuries passed, the world changed. The 18th century ushered in the Industrial Revolution, a period of rapid mechanical innovation that reshaped societies across Europe and beyond. Factories rose, machines hummed, and production methods shifted from individual craftsmanship to large-scale manufacturing. With this transformation came a need for standardized parts, components that could be made quickly, replaced easily,
and used interchangeably in countless products. It was during this time that screws truly found their place in global industry. New technologies allowed them to be mass-produced with consistent, standardized threads. No longer did each screw have to be shaped by hand. Instead, machines could cut hundreds, thousands, even millions of identical screws, each one precisely formed to the same specifications. As screws became more common, the screwdriver also stepped into a larger role. Once a specialized tool, it now became an essential companion to carpenters, machine builders, shipwrights, and anyone working with the increasingly complex objects of the modern world. From this foundation, the screwdriver continued to evolve. As technology advanced, so did the tools meant to support it. In the early 20th century, new screw head designs appeared, each created to solve a particular problem or enhance a specific task. The Robertson screw, with its square socket, offered a snug fit that reduced slippage and made it easier to drive screws with one hand. The Phillips head, with its distinctive cross-shaped design, was created to allow a screwdriver to naturally center itself in the screw, making it ideal for assembly lines where speed and accuracy were essential. Later came the Torx head, with its star-shaped pattern that provided even greater torque and reduced the risk of stripping the metal. Every new design reflected a quiet dialogue between human hands and human needs. Each twist of innovation made the work smoother, safer, or more efficient. And through these changes, the humble screwdriver remained constant in its purpose: to bring materials together, to hold things in place, and to help people build the structures, tools, and devices that shape their daily lives. If you spend a moment reflecting on this journey, the movement from medieval armor to industrial machines, from hand-forged screws to precise modern fittings, you might notice a gentle pattern. The screwdriver has always been a tool of connection. It binds wood to wood, metal to metal, idea to reality. It bridges gaps and secures dreams, allowing builders, inventors, and everyday people to take loose pieces and transform them into something whole. And even tonight, somewhere in the quiet spaces of the world, a screwdriver waits patiently in a drawer or a toolbox, ready for its next small task. Perhaps tomorrow it will help someone fix a chair, assemble a shelf, or open a device that needs repair. Its movements are subtle, its purpose humble. Yet it remains one of the most enduring tools ever created.
Number 63. Soap. To understand where soap began, we travel far back. So far that written history itself was still taking shape. Around 2800 BC, in the region of ancient Babylon, people were already producing a soap-like substance. These early soaps were created by boiling animal fats with ashes, a reaction that produced a thick, gritty mixture useful for cleaning wool and textiles. It was not yet the fragrant, gentle bar we know today, but it was enough to mark the beginning of humanity's long relationship with cleanliness and purification. A similar knowledge appeared among the Sumerians, who also understood that fats and ashes, when heated together, created a material that could lift dirt, oil, and grime from the skin and fabric. It may seem simple now, almost obvious, but in a world shaped by agriculture, sweat, and handcraft, this discovery was deeply practical. It made life a little easier, a little more comfortable, and perhaps even a little more dignified. As centuries passed, different cultures developed different habits. For instance, in ancient Rome, soap, as we think of it today, was not widely used for personal washing. Instead, Romans cleaned themselves with oil. They would rub olive oil onto their skin, loosening dust and sweat, and then scrape it away with a curved metal tool called a strigil. It was a ritual that combined grooming with social life, often taking place in the warm, echoing halls of public bathhouses. Yet even the Romans knew about soap, and one legend seeks to explain how they discovered it. According to the story of Mount Sapo, a tale recorded much later, animal sacrifices were once performed on a hillside. As rain washed down the slope, the mixture of melted fat, wood ashes, and clay flowed into the nearby river. Women washing clothes there noticed that this strange substance made their washing easier. Whether or not this story is true, it reflects a human instinct to explain practical discoveries with rich imagery and memory. Real or mythical, the idea shows how closely our ancestors watched nature, how willing they were to learn from unexpected moments, and slowly soap found its way not only into the cleaning of fabrics, but into the care of the human body. As we step into the Middle Ages, soap begins to resemble something more familiar. Soap bars, solid, shaped by hand, became more common throughout Europe and the Middle East. Different regions developed their own traditions. Some used olive oil, creating gentle soaps that foamed softly. Others blended tallow and plant ash, creating sturdier bars suited for scrubbing. Soap making became a craft, sometimes secretive, passed from one generation to the next. By the 18th century, soap was no longer just a household remedy or a craft performed in small workshops. It was becoming a commercial product, shaped by recognizable names and reliable recipes. One of the early companies to popularize soap was Pears, founded in London. Pears produced a transparent, gently scented bar that soon became known for its smooth texture and aesthetic beauty. Soap had moved from a simple necessity to something that could carry luxury, comfort, and personal identity. From that point onward, soap began to travel with the rhythms of modern life. As hygiene became better understood, as cities grew, and as more people gained access to bathing and sanitation, soap became a symbol of well-being. Bars were refined, fragrances blended, methods improved. What once began as a rough mixture of fat and ash had evolved into an essential part of everyday living. Even now, the story continues. Some soaps are crafted for sensitive skin. Others carry scents meant to calm the mind or energize the morning.
Some are produced in small batches by artisans. Others are made in factories by the millions. Each bar is shaped by a history that stretches back nearly 5,000 years.
Number 64. Socks. When we think of socks, we often imagine something simple: a knitted tube, a pair folded neatly in a drawer, perhaps a cozy companion on a cold evening. But the truth is far richer. Socks have a history that stretches back centuries, connecting us to people who walked the earth long before modern shoes, heaters, or warm floors existed. Their story begins in the sands of ancient Egypt, where the oldest known knitted socks were discovered. These ancient socks date back to the 3rd to 5th centuries AD, a time when Egypt was under Roman rule. They were crafted using a method known as null binding, an early looping technique that predates modern knitting and crocheting. Instead of using 2 needles, null binding uses a single needle and lengths of yarn to create a dense, durable fabric. It was slow, meticulous work, something that required attention, patience, and skill. And from that quiet labor emerged the earliest socks we still have today. These Egyptian socks hold another gentle surprise. They were made with a split toe. This small detail tells us something about how people dressed and moved through their lives. The split toe was designed so the wearer could comfortably slip the socks into sandals, a common form of footwear in the warm climate of Roman Egypt. Even in that distant age, people were adapting their clothing to their environment, finding ways to blend comfort, practicality, and the simple need to keep their feet warm or protected. If you close your eyes for a moment, you might imagine someone from that time, perhaps a child, a farmer, or a traveler, pulling on one of these soft handmade socks before stepping out into the world. The sensation would not be so different from what you feel today. A gentle embrace around the foot, a small shield against rough ground, a quiet reassurance that you're cared for and prepared. But the story of socks does not begin and end in Egypt. Long before these knitted examples appeared, people across different cultures used whatever materials they had to protect their feet. Some wrapped strips of fabric or hide around their soles. Others layered felt or wool into shoes. Wherever there was walking to be done, across icy plains, sun-baked paths, or rocky trails, humans found ways to soften the journey. The Egyptian socks, however, mark an important moment in textile history. They represent not just protection, but intentional craftsmanship, a merging of comfort and creativity. And as centuries passed, knitting spread across regions and cultures. Techniques improved, materials diversified, and socks slowly evolved from luxury items to everyday essentials. By the Middle Ages, knitted garments became more common in Europe. Socks made from wool or silk were worn by both ordinary people and nobles, each reflecting the wearer's status, climate, and lifestyle. In colder regions, thick wool socks provided warmth during harsh winters. In wealthier courts, finely woven silk stockings became symbols of refinement and elegance. Through each stitch,
people expressed both function and identity. As the modern world emerged, shaped by new technologies and global trade, socks became more accessible. The invention of knitting machines in the 16th century allowed socks to be produced more quickly and uniformly. Instead of being a precious handmade item, they became a familiar comfort available to nearly everyone. From that point forward, socks quietly followed the rhythms of human life. They warmed the feet of travelers crossing long distances. They cushioned the steps of workers in fields and factories. They offered comfort to children taking their first uncertain steps, and to the elderly resting after a lifetime of walking different paths. Even today, socks continue to evolve. Athletic socks cushion and support movement. Thermal socks keep feet warm in cold climates. Lightweight socks breathe in the heat of summer. And still, beneath all the variations, the essence remains unchanged. A simple layer of softness, woven with care, made to accompany you wherever you go.
Number 65. Spices. When we think of spices today, we might imagine the quiet rows of jars in a kitchen. Pepper, cinnamon, cloves, perhaps nutmeg or cardamom, waiting patiently to add warmth or depth to a meal. We reach for them almost without thinking, letting their scents drift gently through our homes. But long before they became commonplace, these same spices were rare treasures, prized above gold and cherished for reasons far beyond flavor. Their story begins in the ancient world, where spices grew primarily in the fertile and tropical lands of Asia. Pepper thrived on the Malabar coast of India. Cinnamon was harvested from the fragrant inner bark of trees in Sri Lanka and parts of Southeast Asia. Cloves grew only in the remote Maluku Islands of Indonesia. These places were once mysterious, nearly unreachable to those living in Europe or the Mediterranean. And yet, the desire for these tiny wonders drew merchants, travelers, and empires toward them. In antiquity, the spice trade flourished as one of the earliest forms of long-distance global exchange. Caravans moved slowly along the Silk Road, carrying delicate cargoes across deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Ships navigated from India to the Arabian Peninsula, where traders passed aromatic goods to merchants who traveled onward to the Mediterranean. Every step of the journey added to the value of the spices, making them symbols of luxury, healing, and even spiritual power. People sought spices not only for taste, but for their believed medicinal qualities. Pepper was thought to warm the body and aid digestion. Cinnamon was valued for its scent, its sweetness, and its use in rituals. Cloves, with their deep, rich aroma, were used to freshen breath, preserve food, and prepare remedies. In ancient households, a pinch of these spices could transform a simple dish, soothe an illness, or offer comfort during rituals and gatherings. For many, spices embodied the allure of lands far beyond the horizon, places lush with unfamiliar trees, vibrant markets, and cultures that seemed to exist just at the edge of imagination. And so, for centuries, the world remained connected through these quiet, fragrant exchanges. As time moved forward, the desire for spices helped shape the course of history.
By the early modern period, European nations longed to control the spice trade directly. They wanted to bypass the middlemen who had dominated the trade routes for generations. This longing, simple on the surface, sparked one of the most dramatic shifts in global exploration. Explorers set sail, not for adventure alone, but in search of cloves, cinnamon, pepper, and nutmeg, spices so valuable that entire expeditions were funded solely to find them. Ships crossed unfamiliar oceans, guided by the stars and driven by winds that carried them into unknown waters. The promise of spices helped usher in the Age of Discovery, a period that transformed maps, connected continents, and changed the balance of power across the world. Because of these tiny aromatic treasures, ports blossomed into cities. New trade routes emerged. Cultures met, sometimes peacefully, sometimes with conflict, and exchanged knowledge, food, and stories. Spices traveled in one direction, while ideas, inventions, and beliefs traveled in another, weaving together a tapestry of global interaction. Yet through all these sweeping changes, the essence of spices remains simple. They continued to add warmth to meals, fragrance to homes, and comfort to the human spirit. Whether sprinkled into a pot of soup, stirred into a cup of tea, or carried in the folds of a trader's pouch, they remained symbols of connection, bridges between distant lands and the lives of ordinary people.
Number 66. Stapler.
To begin this tale, we journey back to 18th century France, where paper fasteners existed in a form almost unrecognizable to us today. These early fasteners were not mass-produced, nor were they made for bustling offices or school assignments. Instead, each staple was crafted by hand, individually shaped, individually fitted, and often inscribed with decorative marks. Legend weaves a delicate thread through this period, suggesting that King Louis XV himself used such fasteners, each bearing a symbol of his court. Whether every detail of the legend is true or softened by time, the idea captures something real, that fastening documents once belonged to the slow, careful work of artisans, not machines. In those early days, fastening papers together required patience. There were no quick-click staplers, no strips of neatly aligned staples waiting in a drawer. Every action depended on craftsmanship. It was a world in which even small tasks carried ceremony, and where joining sheets of paper reflected care, status, and intention. But as time moved forward and the world shifted, the need for speed and simplicity grew. The 19th century brought new rhythms, more letters, more records, more documents that needed to be kept together. Offices expanded, businesses grew, and the gentle art of manually fastening papers became too slow for a fast-changing era. Into this world stepped George McGill, an American inventor who sensed that paper fastening could be transformed. In 1866, he patented a device that would mark the beginning of modern stapling. A small press designed to push a wire through sheets of paper and clinch it securely. McGill's invention did not yet look like the sleek office staplers we know today, but it carried the essential idea, a simple mechanism that could bind papers quickly and reliably. McGill's device arrived at a time when the world needed new tools
for a growing tide of paperwork. Businesses were expanding across states and continents. Factories were rising. Communication was increasing. People needed ways to organize their lives and their labor, and McGill's design offered a practical solution. Still, the stapler as we recognize it today, the spring-loaded, hand-held device with its smooth top and satisfying click, did not fully emerge until the 20th century. Gradually, staplers became smaller, easier to use, and more efficient. Their internal springs allowed them to reload effortlessly. Their mechanisms became more durable, and slowly they transitioned from industrial devices to everyday companions. Then, in the 1930s, came a moment that truly shaped the modern stapler: the introduction of the swing line design. This innovation allowed long strips of glued staples to be loaded into a magazine, transforming the stapler from a tool that required constant feeding into one that could be used repeatedly without pause. With swing lines design, the stapler gained the familiar rhythm we know today: a gentle press, a quiet punch, a tiny metallic fold holding papers neatly together. From that point onward, staplers became inseparable parts of homes and offices around the world. They found their place on teachers' desks, in accountants' offices, on writers' tables, and in school backpacks. They became part of the everyday choreography of work, organizing reports, preparing assignments, gathering memories, securing all the loose pages of life. And even now, in an age of digital documents and cloud storage, the stapler endures. There is still something grounding about taking a handful of papers, aligning their edges, and feeling the soft resistance as the stapler presses down, binding them into a single, coherent whole. It is a small act, almost meditative, reminding us that even in a world of screens, we remain deeply connected to the tactile comfort of paper and touch. As you drift into rest tonight, think of how this simple tool carries the echoes of centuries, of craftsmen carefully shaping metal for a French court, of an inventor sketching ideas for a better fastening device, of countless people pressing gently on a stapler to bring order to their work. In its quiet way, the stapler tells a story of human ingenuity, of evolving needs, and of our shared desire to keep the pieces of our lives from scattering. Let that story settle softly in your mind as the night deepens, reminding you that even the smallest tools carry histories long enough to accompany you gently into sleep.
Number 67. Sugar. Our journey begins in India, thousands of years ago. In the first millennium BC, long before sugar became an everyday presence in kitchens around the world, people living in the Indian subcontinent learned something remarkable. They discovered how to take the juice of sugarcane, a tall, bamboo-like plant with a sweet, hidden core, and transform it into crystals. This was no small achievement. Until that point, sweetness in most places came from honey, fruits, or natural syrups. Sugarcane itself was known and enjoyed, but it's the crystallization process that changed everything. Imagine those early moments, people harvesting sugarcane in warm fields, pressing the stalks to release their golden juice, boiling it gently, watching it thicken, and then noticing that under the right conditions,
it hardened into small, sparkling crystals. Suddenly, sweetness could be held, stored, and most importantly, transported. What was once a local crop became a portable treasure. This knowledge deepened during the Gupta dynasty around the 4th century CE, an era often remembered as a golden age of science, mathematics, poetry, and innovation. Indian scholars refined the techniques of crystallizing cane juice, giving the world not just sugar, but a reliable way to produce it. These early crystals became known as charkra, a word that traveled across languages and eventually evolved into the English word sugar. From India, sugar slowly made its way outward, carried along trade routes that stretched from Persia to the Mediterranean. Traders and travelers brought small quantities to new lands where it was seen not simply as a food, but as a rare and valuable substance. In many places, it was used as a medicine, believed to balance the body or soothe discomfort. In others, it was treated as a luxury, reserved for the wealthy or for special occasions. Then, during the time of the Crusades, Europeans encountered sugar more directly. Returning soldiers and merchants came back with stories of a sweet salt, something unlike anything they had tasted before. Soon, demand began to grow. But Europe's climate was not suited for sugarcane, and so the continent relied on distant, warmer lands for its supply. This dependence on faraway sources set the stage for a massive change. In the centuries that followed, as exploration and naval power expanded, European nations sought new territories in tropical regions where sugarcane could grow. Colonial plantations spread across the Caribbean, South America, and parts of Asia. These plantations produced sugar on a scale that transformed global trade and, tragically, led to human suffering on a vast scale, as enslaved and indentured laborers were forced to work under brutal conditions. It is important to acknowledge this part of sugar's history, even gently, because it reminds us that everyday objects often carry shadows as well as sweetness. The global spread of sugar came with both delight and hardship, connection and exploitation. It shaped economies, fueled voyages, and influenced the making of nations. Yet through all these changes, sugar itself remained what it had always been, a quiet source of comfort, a reminder of celebration, a tiny moment of pleasure that dissolves on the tongue. Over time, it found its way into homes everywhere. It sweetened tea in China and Great Britain, flavored pastries in France, enriched desserts in the Middle East, and became a central ingredient in countless traditions and recipes around the world. Today, sugar is so common that we rarely think of its origins. It waits patiently in kitchen jars and café bowls, ready to brighten a cup of coffee or add depth to a dish. But behind its familiar sparkle lies a story shaped by curiosity, innovation, and the movement of people across continents.
Number 68. Sunglasses. To begin, imagine a world long before modern lenses, before plastic frames or tinted glass, before fashion touched the idea at all. Picture the Arctic, a landscape of endless white,
where sunlight reflects sharply off snow and ice. For thousands of years, the Inuit crafted snow goggles from bone, wood, or ivory. These goggles had narrow slits carved into them, allowing just enough light to enter while blocking the blinding glare. They were not sunglasses as we know them, but they served the same purpose, protecting the eyes, allowing people to move safely beneath the shimmering Arctic sky. In their simplicity, these goggles reveal an early understanding of light and its effects, a quiet example of humans adapting gently to their environment. Now travel south in your imagination, into the heart of the ancient Roman Empire. There, legend tells us that Emperor Nero watched gladiator contests through a polished emerald. Whether he used it for magnification or simply to soften the harsh glare of the sun, the story suggests that even in ancient Rome, people were searching for ways to filter light, to make vision clearer, more comfortable, or more dramatic. The emerald, held up to the eye, offered a small glimpse of what would one day become a familiar tool across the modern world. Centuries later, across the continent in 12th century China, we find another step in the evolution of tinted eyewear. And this time, the purpose was different. Judges in Chinese courts wore lenses made of smoky quartz, not to protect their eyes from brightness, but to conceal their gaze. The darkened lenses hid their expressions, preventing any sign of emotion from revealing their thoughts during testimonies and interrogations. These early sunglasses, in a sense, were instruments of neutrality, quiet barriers that allowed judges to observe without being observed. While these early forms of shaded eyewear existed across cultures, the familiar shape of eyeglasses began to emerge elsewhere. In Italy, around the 13th century, craftsmen created the earliest true spectacles. They were designed not for sun protection, but for clarity, helping scholars, monks, merchants, and artisans see their work with greater precision. From that moment, the idea of placing lenses before the eyes became part of human life, opening the door for new possibilities. Yet it was not until the early 20th century that sunglasses, as we recognize them, truly took shape. By this time, industries had advanced, fashion was becoming global, and the sun itself had become something people sought deliberately, at beaches, in parks, during travel and leisure. In 1929, an American entrepreneur named Sam Foster introduced the first mass-produced sunglasses to the public. Under the brand name Foster Grant, his affordable, tinted eyewear appeared on the boardwalks of Atlantic City, attracting attention from beachgoers who wanted comfort as much as style. These sunglasses were simple, practical, and accessible. But soon, they became something more. During the 1930s and 1940s, pilots began wearing sunglasses to reduce glare at high altitudes. The crisp, sharp sunlight above the clouds demanded protection, and the aviator style was born, large, sleek, and reflective. These practical tools quietly transformed into icons. Then came Hollywood. When actors and actresses appeared in magazines and films wearing dark, elegant lenses, sunglasses took on a new identity. They became symbols of glamour, mystery, confidence, and allure. A single pair of tinted glasses could turn an ordinary face into something cinematic.
And so sunglasses crossed the line from necessity to expression, from protection to personality. Today, sunglasses accompany us everywhere, to sunny sidewalks, mountain trails, morning drives, quiet beaches, and busy city streets. They shield our eyes from ultraviolet light, soften harsh rays, reduce glare, and offer small moments of comfort as we navigate the brightness of the world. Some designs are bold, others subtle. Some are fashionable, others purely functional. Yet behind every pair is a lineage stretching back to ancient snow goggles, polished emeralds, smoky quartz, and the inventive hands of craftsmen across centuries.
Number 69. Tape. Tape might feel like a modern convenience, an everyday helper born in an age of plastic and packaging, but its roots are more thoughtful than we might imagine. Its story begins not in a laboratory full of chemicals, but in workshops filled with color and paint. In a world of craftsmen who needed a little more precision than their tools allowed. In the early 20th century, automobiles were becoming a symbol of progress and personal freedom. Each car was painted by hand, and painters had the meticulous task of creating sharp, clean lines, two-toned patterns, decorative edges, and carefully divided panels. But there was a problem. No tool existed to help them mask one section cleanly while painting another. When painters attempted it themselves, the results were often imperfect. Paint bled across borders. Hard edges looked uneven. Time was wasted sanding and retouching. Into this world stepped a young man named Richard Drew, an engineer working for a company that would one day become known worldwide, 3M. In 1923, Drew visited a garage to test an early sandpaper product. While he was there, he watched painters struggle with their lines, listened to their frustration, and felt a quiet curiosity take root. Maybe, he thought, there is a better way. For years, Drew experimented with adhesives, materials, and textures. He understood something subtle. The key to a perfect masking tool was not brute strength, but gentle precision. He needed something that would stick firmly, yet release without tearing away paint beneath it. Something flexible enough to curve around edges, but strong enough to hold its shape. In 1930, after endless cycles of trial, error, and delicate adjustments, Drew introduced the world to pressure-sensitive masking tape. It was not glamorous. It did not announce itself with fanfare, but it changed everything. With this simple invention, painters could lay down clean borders, press the tape gently to the surface, and peel it away without damage. Suddenly, the smooth, crisp lines of a beautifully painted car became achievable with far less effort. But Drew's story did not end there. At the same time, something else was changing in the world. A new material called cellophane was capturing people's imagination. It was thin and transparent, almost like glass you could crinkle in your hand. People used it to wrap gifts, protect food, and seal small items. But cellophane had a weakness. It needed help staying closed. Drew, always alert to the needs of the moment, recognized an opportunity. If masking tape could help painters, perhaps another kind of tape could help the growing world of packaging and home use. And so he adapted his earlier work, pairing pressure-sensitive adhesive with the smooth, clear beauty of cellophane. The result was cellophane tape, what the world quickly came to know as Scotch tape.
When it was introduced, it felt like a small miracle. Suddenly, people could mend torn paper with a nearly invisible strip. They could seal envelopes, wrap presents, repair broken book covers, and protect fragile items. In homes across America during the Great Depression, Scotch tape became something of a household treasure. If a child's toy cracked, or a page in a family Bible tore, people reached for this clear, quiet helper. It offered relief during a time when resources were scarce and replacing items was often impossible. Tape became not just a tool, but a symbol of resilience, of finding ways to hold things together even when life felt fragile. As decades passed, tape evolved in gentle, practical ways. Masking tape remained a trusted companion to painters and craftsmen. Cellophane tape found its way into schools, offices, and homes everywhere. New types of tape appeared: double-sided, electrical, medical, and packaging tape, each designed to meet a different human need. But through all these variations, the heart of tape remained the same: a thin strip carrying just enough stickiness to join two things that might otherwise drift apart. Think for a moment about how often tape appears in our lives. Not loudly, but quietly. A gift wrapped with care. A ripped sheet of paper saved from being thrown away. A box sealed before a long journey. A child's handmade craft proudly held together on a refrigerator door. Tape does not demand attention. It simply supports, repairs, reinforces, and holds fast, gently and patiently. In this way, tape mirrors something tender about human life. So often, our days are held together by small acts of kindness, by small moments of effort, by simple tools that make life just a little easier. Tape reminds us that strength is sometimes found not in rigidity, but in the ability to connect. It invites us to appreciate the quiet helpers around us, those objects, and even those people who bring stability without seeking praise. As you sink deeper into rest, picture Richard Drew at his workbench, carefully testing adhesives, gently pressing and peeling, searching for the perfect balance of grip and release. His story is a reminder that innovation often begins with observation, with noticing someone's struggle and feeling compelled to help. It is also a reminder that things we take for granted today once required patience, insight, and imagination.
Number 70. Tape measure. Before the tape measure as we know it existed, people relied on long fabric tapes. These early versions were practical and flexible, often used by tailors, craftsmen, and surveyors who needed a tool that could be rolled up easily and carried from place to place. Fabric tapes were dependable for their time, but they stretched, wore out, and were not always precise after years of use. Still, they were the first steps toward a more exact and durable instrument. The turning point arrived in the 19th century, when Alvin J. Fellows patented the retractable steel tape measure in 1868. His idea introduced something new: a measuring tool that could extend firmly and retract neatly into a compact case. This small innovation made the tape measure easier to handle, more reliable, and resilient enough for everyday tasks. With the press of the thumb, the tape could be released or stopped, allowing even a single person to measure long distances without assistance. For builders, carpenters, and anyone working with precision, this was a quiet revolution. Interestingly, the story of the tape measure is linked to a moment of changing fashion. During this period,
Hoop skirts, known as crinolines, were becoming less popular. These skirts were supported by flat wire structures, and factories had invested heavily in machinery designed to bend and shape those wires. When the fashion faded, manufacturers were left with equipment that no longer had a purpose. Instead of letting that equipment sit idle, they reimagined its potential. The same technology used to form the wire supports of hoop skirts was adapted to create the coiled steel tapes that would become an essential measuring tool. A trend from the world of clothing quietly paved the way for a tool now used across construction sites, design studios, and households around the world. With time, the tape measure continued to evolve. Modern versions still carry the spirit of Fellow's original concept, but today they are made with stronger metals, smoother mechanisms, and markings that resist fading even after years of folding and unfolding. As technology progressed, digital laser measures joined them, offering precision at the touch of a button. These devices use beams of light to calculate distances instantly, handy in spaces where a physical tape cannot easily reach. Yet even with these innovations, the steel tape measure remains a trusted companion, reliable, tangible, and easy to use. There is something calming about the way a tape measure works. You pull it outward, feeling the smooth resistance as it grows longer, bridging the space between 2 points. You hold it steady, watching the numbers line up, offering clarity in a world that often feels uncertain. And then, with a quiet glide, it returns to its resting place. In that gentle motion is a reminder of how tools evolve alongside us, shaped by the needs of their time, shaped by human creativity, and shaped by unexpected connections, like a forgotten fashion trend giving rise to one of the most familiar objects in our daily lives.
Number 71. Tea. Tea is one of those quiet companions that seems to follow humanity through time. Whether it is sipped in a bustling city, enjoyed in a calm garden, or shared between friends in a dimly lit kitchen late at night, tea has a way of slowing the world for a moment. Its story begins long before our modern routines, long before electric kettles or carefully wrapped sachets, reaching back into the deep past of ancient China. According to legend, tea was first discovered in 2737 BC during the reign of Emperor Shen Nong. The story tells of a peaceful afternoon when the emperor, known for his love of plants and his curiosity about the natural world, sat beneath a tree while water boiled nearby. A gentle breeze carried a few leaves from an overhanging branch into the pot. As the leaves infused the water, a fragrant aroma rose into the air. Shen Nong tasted the infusion and found it both refreshing and soothing. Whether this tale unfolded exactly as described or simply grew as a cherished tradition over generations, it captures something essential about tea, that sense of calm, of quiet discovery, of warmth spreading through the body with each sip.
From China, tea traveled slowly and gracefully, carried by monks, traders, and explorers. It found a home in Japan and Korea,
where it became part of meditative practices and refined rituals. In Japan, the tea ceremony grew into an art form, one that celebrates simplicity, humility, and harmony. In Korea, tea culture developed its own gentle traditions, emphasizing natural beauty and moments of shared stillness. Across these places, tea was more than a drink. It became a guide toward mindfulness, a way of grounding oneself in the present moment. By the 16th century, tea began to make its way toward Europe, carried by Portuguese traders who encountered it during their travels in Asia. At first, tea was rare and expensive, something exotic and admired from afar. But by the 18th century, it had become deeply woven into daily life in Britain. Afternoon tea emerged as a cherished ritual, a small pause in the day when people gathered to rest, reflect, and enjoy warm hospitality. Over time, tea became a symbol of comfort in British homes, a steady presence during quiet mornings and rainy evenings alike. Yet even as tea's long history grew, one of the most familiar parts of modern tea culture, the tea bag, was not part of its ancient past. In fact, the tea bag was not carefully planned or intentionally designed at all. It began as a simple accident in 1908, thanks to Thomas Sullivan, a tea merchant in New York. Sullivan wanted to send small samples of tea to his customers, so he packaged them in delicate silk bags. His customers, however, misunderstood his intention. Instead of opening the bags and pouring the leaves into their pots, they placed the entire silk pouch directly into boiling water. The effect surprised them. The tea steeped smoothly. The fragrance was released gently through the fine silk, and the process felt wonderfully simple. No stray leaves, no need for strainers, just a soothing infusion ready to enjoy. Word spread, and people found themselves drawn to the ease of this new method. Soon, manufacturers began creating bags specifically designed for brewing, first with silk, then with gauze, and eventually with the paper-based materials used today. What began as a bit of confusion became a quiet revolution, reshaping the way the world brewed tea. So when you hold a warm cup in your hands tonight, perhaps with a small paper tag hanging over the edge, you are touching threads of history that stretch across millennia. From ancient forests in China to temples in Japan, from ships crossing vast oceans to the hands of a curious merchant in New York, tea has traveled through time and across cultures, gathering stories and comforting countless people along the way. And in that gentle rise of steam, in that first calming sip, there is a reminder of how something so simple can connect us to distant eras, to faraway places, and to a long human desire for warmth, reflection, and peace.
Number 72. The belt. Long before cities rose or written records appeared, prehistoric people fashioned simple belts from whatever materials were available. Strips of leather,
Woven fibers or pieces of fabric were tied around the body to keep loose clothing in place. It was practical, a small but essential part of daily life, especially for people living close to the land. A belt kept garments from shifting as they hunted, gathered, or traveled across rough terrain. Even in these ancient moments, the belt quietly served as a bridge between comfort and practicality. By the time Europe entered the Bronze Age, belts had taken on new forms and new meanings. People began crafting belts from metal, bronze, sometimes richly decorated, shaped not only to secure clothing, but also to reflect craftsmanship and status. These metal belts were often rigid, more like artistic bands encircling the waist than the flexible straps we know today. Archaeologists have found them in ancient graves, their decorations suggesting that they were treasured possessions, perhaps marking the identity or social standing of the wearer. Throughout antiquity, belts gained another role. They became symbols of military rank and authority. A soldier's belt was not merely an accessory, it was a sign of belonging and of strength. It held weapons, carried essential tools, and announced to others that the person wearing it was prepared for duty. In many ancient armies, belts were awarded to mark position, and losing one's belt could even be seen as a sign of disgrace. These early belts carried the weight of responsibility and honor, wrapped around the waist of warriors across many cultures. As centuries passed and clothing styles shifted, the belt continued to evolve. For a long time, it remained primarily utilitarian, used to hold tunics or robes, or to carry small items needed for work and travel. But the form most familiar to us today, the leather belt with a buckle, did not become widespread until the 19th century. It was the rise of modern trousers that changed everything. As trousers became common everyday wear, people needed something sturdy and reliable to keep them comfortably in place. The leather belt, durable and easy to fasten, became a natural companion to this new style of clothing. Once it became a part of daily dress, the belt began to change again, this time guided by personal expression rather than pure function. Its purpose slowly expanded beyond holding garments securely. New designs appeared, new shapes of buckles, new materials. Belts started to carry subtle hints of personality, sleek and simple for some, bold and decorative for others. What had once been a tool became a quiet canvas for style. In modern times, many belts are worn not because they are strictly necessary, but because they complete an outfit. A belt can tie together the color of a shirt and a pair of shoes, or add structure to a flowing dress. It can signal professionalism, formality, or ease. Across cultures, belts have found their place both in ceremonial attire and in everyday clothing. Fashion houses design belts that are admired in their own right, while craftsmen continue to create simple belts that are meant to last for years. And yet, even as belts become aesthetic choices, they retain echoes of their past. When you fasten a belt in the morning, guiding the strap through the buckle, feeling the quiet click that holds it in place, you are touching the same thread of practicality that guided people thousands of years ago. You are linking to warriors who strapped on weapons, to Bronze Age artisans who shaped metal bands, to the first individuals who wrapped fabric around themselves to face the day's work. In this gentle continuity, the belt reminds us of how small objects can travel through time alongside us, changing shape but keeping a familiar purpose. It shows how everyday items, humble and often overlooked, carry stories of human ingenuity, adaptation, and the desire to create both usefulness and beauty.
Number 73.
The Blackboard, Whiteboard. Before the blackboard existed, teaching in the 19th century looked very different. Most students worked individually with small handheld slates. These were small pieces of stone framed in wood, from which chalk marks could be wiped away and used again. They were practical for personal exercises, but they limited a teacher's ability to speak to everyone at once. Each lesson required approaching each student one by one, repeating instructions again and again, and hoping the message carried through. In 1801, a Scottish headmaster named James Pillins felt there must be a better way. Teaching geography at the time, he wanted his students to visualize maps, borders, and the shapes of distant lands. So he tried something simple yet transformative. He hung a large slate on the wall. It was, in essence, the first classroom blackboard. This single idea shifted the rhythm of teaching forever. Suddenly, one drawing or explanation could reach an entire room at the same time. Students could watch ideas unfold together, follow the same problem, the same sentence, the same line on a map. Group learning was born from that moment, and education took a quiet but profound step forward. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, the blackboard became a fixture in classrooms across the world. Its dark surface held the dust of countless pieces of chalk, each stroke carrying a lesson, a question, or a spark of curiosity. There was something almost calming in the way chalk glided across the board, leaving crisp white lines that could be brushed away with a soft cloth or a dusty eraser. Generations learned to read, to calculate, to dream, and to imagine while facing that simple black background. But as the world changed and new tools emerged, another innovation made its way into classrooms, unexpectedly from a photographer's experiment. In the 1950s, Martin Hite, working with film negatives, noticed something curious. When he wrote notes on the surface of a negative with a marker, he could wipe the writing clean without damaging the material. The marks disappeared as easily as they appeared. It was a small discovery, one of those quiet, private moments of realization that later shape entire industries. Hite imagined his idea as a way to jot down messages near the telephone, a reusable memo pad. But others saw its greater potential. The smooth, white surface soon evolved into what we now call the dry erase whiteboard. By the late 20th century, schools, offices, and meeting rooms began to adopt this new tool. It was clean, easy to use, and free from the clouds of chalk dust that often lingered in the air of classrooms. With a simple motion of the hand, colorful lines could appear and vanish, encouraging swift brainstorming, bright diagrams, and a more fluid style of teaching. Today,
Blackboards and whiteboards continue to coexist around the world. Some classrooms still prefer the soft scratch of chalk against slate, appreciating its texture and familiar rhythm. Others favor the brightness of a whiteboard, where markers glide easily and colors bring lessons to life. Whether dark or bright, each board remains a quiet stage where ideas take shape, where teachers guide minds toward new understanding, and where students gather to learn not just facts, but the joy of discovery.
Number 74. The brick. The earliest bricks we know of were made around 7500 BC in the Levant, one of the regions where human civilization first blossomed. At that time, people shaped bricks from mud mixed with water and bits of straw, forming them into blocks that could dry naturally under the warmth of the sun. These sun-dried bricks were far from perfect, but they were revolutionary for their time. They allowed early communities to create structures stronger than simple huts of reeds or branches. When the rains came, the walls might wear down and repairs were often needed, but even so, these early bricks helped people imagine sturdier homes, places where families could gather and feel protected. As centuries passed and settlements grew more complex, a new innovation emerged, an idea that would change the future of architecture. Around 3000 BC, in the ancient civilizations of the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia, people discovered that clay could be transformed through fire. When bricks were placed in a kiln and heated to high temperatures, they became harder, more resilient, and importantly, waterproof. A simple shift in method, letting flames rather than sunlight finish the job, turned the fragile mud brick into a durable building material capable of withstanding heavy rains, shifting seasons, and the wear of time. This transformation opened doors to new possibilities. Fired bricks were strong enough to form multi-story buildings, long-lasting roads, and intricate drainage systems. In the Indus Valley, entire cities like Mohenjo-Daro were laid out with remarkable precision, using standardized fired bricks that fit together neatly like pieces of a thoughtful puzzle. These bricks supported homes, public baths, storage buildings, and walls that aligned with the geometry of early urban planning. Even today, historians and archaeologists marvel at the sophistication of these ancient designs.
In Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates, bricks shaped empires. The soil there was rich in clay, but poor in natural stone, so bricks became the foundational material for everything, from ordinary houses to towering ziggurats that reached toward the sky like terraced mountains. Each brick was a small promise of strength, and when stacked together in the thousands or even millions, they formed structures that could endure for centuries. Some of these brick-built cities, despite erosion and time, still whisper stories of their former grandeur. Over the millennia, the brick traveled far from its earliest homes. It moved along trade routes, was copied and adapted, and found new roles in different landscapes. From the warm climates of the Middle East to the cooler regions of Europe, people experimented with shapes, sizes, and firing techniques. Wherever the brick was adopted, it brought with it the same steady reliability, a material that was simple to make, inexpensive, and flexible in its uses. In ancient Rome, bricks were refined further. Roman engineers developed uniform sizing systems and efficient kiln designs, allowing them to produce bricks on a scale that supported their vast architectural projects. Many of their buildings, arches, and aqueducts still stand today, their foundations supported by bricks that have survived more than 1,000 years of weather and change. The durability of fired clay became part of the Roman legacy, inspiring future generations to embrace the same material. With time, brickwork took on cultural identities. In parts of Asia, bricks became part of temple architecture, forming intricate patterns and decorative surfaces. In Northern Europe, where timber was scarce, bricks were used to construct grand cathedrals, town halls, and sturdy homes that protected communities from harsh winters. And in more modern centuries, brick became a symbol of the industrial age. Factories, railway stations, and early urban neighborhoods were built with bricks that carried a warm, earthy color, tones of red, brown, and deep orange that echoed the landscapes they came from. Today, bricks remain one of the most familiar building materials on Earth. We pass them on quiet residential streets, see them in old factories now turned into cafes and studios, and notice them forming the strong foundations of city walls and bridges. Though new materials have joined the world of construction, steel, concrete, glass, and composites, the brick continues to hold its place as steady and dependable as it was thousands of years ago.
Number 75. The button. The earliest buttons we know of appeared around 2000 BC in the Indus Valley Civilization, one of the world's oldest and most remarkable centers of urban life. These ancient buttons were not practical fasteners like the ones we know today. Instead, they were made from shells, carefully carved and often perforated with small holes. Archaeologists believe these early buttons served mostly as ornaments, tiny decorations sewn onto garments to add beauty, meaning, or social identity. They were worn for the simple pleasure of adornment, a reminder that even in ancient times, humans had an instinct for embellishing the cloth that touched their skin. Think of the people who lived in that distant world. Artisans shaping shells with steady hands, threads weaving through delicate holes, patterns blossoming on linen or cotton. Clothing then was not only practical, but expressive, and these early buttons were miniature works of art. They symbolized status or sentiment, or perhaps simply a desire to bring a little more beauty into daily life. Their small size didn't diminish their significance. In fact, it was their simplicity that made them so enduring. For centuries after their first appearance, buttons remained mostly decorative. Clothing was fastened instead with ties, pins, brooches, or simple knots. These methods worked well enough, and many cultures developed intricate fastening traditions that matched their fabrics, climate, and style. In a world without mass-produced garments, clothing was tailored to the body and adjusted carefully with sashes or cords, making a functional button unnecessary. It wasn't until much later, many centuries after those shell ornaments first appeared, that the button began to evolve into a tool of utility. As clothing styles changed and sewing techniques advanced, People started experimenting with the idea of using buttons to fasten garments more securely. This shift did not happen all at once, but gradually, as if the world was gently learning a new way to manage cloth and comfort. When buttons finally became functional fasteners, they transformed the way garments were designed. Instead of simply wrapping cloth around the body, tailors began shaping clothing more closely, using buttons to hold pieces together at exact points. This allowed for more fitted sleeves, structured bodices, and layered garments that could be opened or closed with ease. It marked a quiet turning point in fashion, one that made clothing more versatile, more personal, and even more expressive. Imagine the rhythm of daily life changing slightly with this small invention. The satisfying feel of a button sliding into its hole, the soft click of closure, the sense of being wrapped securely in something made just for you. Buttons introduced an intimacy between people and their clothing, a moment of connection each time a garment was fastened. Even now, long after zippers, snaps, and elastic have joined the world of fasteners, the button remains a comforting presence, a tiny gesture of order and routine that bookends our days. As the centuries unfolded, buttons took on new shapes, sizes, and materials. They were crafted from bone, wood, horn, metal, and eventually glass, porcelain, and plastic. Some were plain and simple, made for work garments or everyday clothing. Others were splendid pieces of craftsmanship, adorned with intricate carvings or painted details, like small artworks worn on coats and gowns. Buttons became tokens of fashion, symbols of elegance, even indicators of class. Soldiers' uniforms featured rows of shining buttons that signified rank and regiment. Royal garments displayed buttons that sparkled like jewels. Children's clothing often carried bright, cheerful buttons designed with tiny flowers or animals, little details meant to bring joy. And yet, even with all these variations, the humble purpose of the button remained unchanged. It continued to do quietly what it had grown into: hold things together, steady the fabric against wind or movement, and offer a sense of completeness.
Number 76. The can.
The can, as we know it, traces its origins to the early 19th century, a time when feeding large groups of people was a tremendous challenge, especially during long journeys or military campaigns. It was Napoleon Bonaparte, the French leader with vast ambitions, who famously offered a reward to anyone who could discover a reliable method of preserving food for his armies. Soldiers often marched for weeks without access to fresh supplies, and food spoilage was a constant threat, not just to strength and morale, but to survival itself. Into this moment of need stepped Nicolas Appert, a French confectioner with a creative mind. He experimented with ways of heating and sealing food in glass jars, discovering that when heat removed the air inside, food could last far longer than anyone expected. His method laid the foundation for modern food preservation. But glass, though useful, was fragile. It could crack, break, or shatter under pressure or during transport, making it less ideal for armies on the move. It was this limitation that opened the door for another inventor. In 1810, a British merchant named Peter Durand patented a new kind of container, one crafted from tin-plated iron.
Stronger and more durable than glass, these early cans offered a sturdy shelter for preserved food. They could withstand the jostling of travel, the weight of storage, and the rough handling that often accompanied military life. With this invention, the era of sealed canned food began. For the first time, food that once spoiled within days could remain safe and nourishing for months, even years. Imagine the transformation this brought. Soldiers far from home could eat meals that reminded them of the kitchens they left behind. Explorers traveling across oceans, deserts, and mountains could trust that they carried sustenance that would endure the harshest climates. Families in growing cities found comfort in having foods stored safely for leaner seasons. The can quietly expanded the boundaries of where people could travel, how they could live, and how communities could care for one another. As time moved forward into the 20th century, the can continued to evolve. Manufacturers replaced tin-plated iron with more durable steel, and later introduced aluminum, especially for beverages. These materials were lighter, easier to shape, and better suited for mass production. The familiar beverage can, with its smooth, cylindrical body and easy open top, became a symbol of modern convenience, something found in homes, picnics, festivals, and markets around the world. What began as a solution for armies slowly became a companion in everyday life. Canned vegetables, soups, fruits, and fish brought new options to households. They offered security during difficult times, such as during wars or natural disasters, when fresh food was hard to find. They also gave families the ability to enjoy foods from distant places, expanding culinary horizons into a global experience. Yet for all its practicality, the can also carries with it a kind of quiet poetry. It is a container that guards something precious until the very moment it is needed. Inside its sealed walls lies nourishment, preserved through care and ingenuity. And when the seal is finally broken, whether by a pull tab or a can opener, it releases not only food, but a little piece of human history, a reminder of the moment when someone dared to solve a problem that once seemed impossible.
Number 77. The carpet. Rug. Long before cities rose or permanent houses became common, carpets were part of the lives of nomadic peoples in Central Asia. These communities lived in tents that moved with the seasons, following herds and the rhythm of the land. Life in these mobile homes required objects that were not only beautiful, but practical. And so they wove rugs from wool, warm, resilient, and plentiful among their flocks. These early carpets served as insulation, protecting families from the cold ground and harsh winds. They made the inside of a tent feel inviting, softened by patterns created on simple looms, each knot tied by hand. Over time, these rugs became more than practical coverings. They began to carry symbols, motifs, and colors that reflected the tribe's identity. To walk into a tent was to step into a tapestry of stories, patterns that evoked the natural world, the movements of stars, and the lineage of families who lived close to the earth. Carpets became heirlooms long before the concept existed, passed down through generations as markers of who people were and where they came from.
the oldest surviving pile carpet in the world, gives us a glimpse of this ancient artistry. Known as the Postage carpet, it was discovered in a frozen Siberian tomb dating to the 5th century BC. Trapped beneath layers of ice for centuries, it remained astonishingly well preserved. When it was uncovered, scholars found a dense network of intricate knots, elaborate borders, and stylized figures that suggested remarkable skill. Its craftsmanship points to origins in Persia or Armenia, regions long known for their mastery of weaving. The Postage carpet was not merely a household item. It was likely a symbol of status for nomadic elites, carried with them as part of their most valued possessions. As the centuries unfolded, carpets evolved into one of humanity's great art forms. Nowhere is this more evident than in Persia, where by the 16th century carpet weaving had reached extraordinary heights of beauty. Under the Safavid dynasty, workshops flourished, employing master artisans who blended imagination with patient technique. Persian carpets from this period displayed flowing floral designs, intricate arabesques, and deep, harmonious colors drawn from natural dyes. Reds from madder, blues from indigo, soft golds and browns from plants and minerals. These carpets became treasured objects, admired across empires, traded along the Silk Road, and displayed in palaces and sacred spaces. To run your hand across a Persian carpet is to feel the quiet dedication of those who tied each knot. A single large carpet could take months or even years to complete, with artisans working side by side, carrying forward motifs that had been part of their cultural memory for generations. Each piece was a landscape of imagination, a woven meditation in color and form. As time moved forward, the Industrial Revolution brought profound change. New machines made it possible to produce carpets more quickly and affordably. What once required long hours of careful hand knotting could now be manufactured at scale, allowing more people to bring softness and warmth into their homes. Machine-woven carpets spread throughout Europe and beyond, becoming part of modern households. They were practical and accessible, and they carried forward many of the same patterns inspired by the ancient weaving traditions that came before them. Still, even with the rise of industrial production, the legacy of hand-woven carpets has never faded. In many parts of the world, Persia, Turkey, the Caucasus, Central Asia, and India, artisans continue to tie carpets by hand, keeping alive techniques that connect them to ancestors who wove under tents, in village courtyards, or in royal workshops centuries ago. Each knot remains a quiet dialogue between past and present.
Number 78. The clothes hanger. For most of human history, clothes were not stored the way we store them now. Garments were folded carefully and placed inside chests, crates, or woven baskets. Many people owned only a few pieces of clothing, so a simple storage box was more than enough. In homes and inns, hooks fixed to the wall or door offered a place to hang cloaks and coats, especially after long walks through cold rain or dusty paths. These hooks were practical, sturdy, and familiar, used by shepherds resting after a day in the fields,
merchants arriving home after travel, or families gathering at the end of the night. Even as centuries passed and furniture grew more sophisticated, the idea of hanging clothes on something shaped like human shoulders simply did not exist. Wardrobes became larger, carved from heavy woods and decorated with intricate designs. Yet inside them, clothing was still folded or draped over rods or shelves. If someone wanted to keep the shape of a coat or gown, they might stuff it with fabric or place it over a stand. But there was no single tool designed specifically to cradle the garment gently and preserve its form. This changed in the early 20th century, at a time when factories, new forms of transportation, and new ways of living were reshaping everyday life. People owned more garments, including tailored coats and structured dresses that could lose their shape if stored carelessly. Workers needed their uniforms to remain neat. Offices expected employees to arrive in pressed shirts. And in homes, closets began to appear. Small, enclosed spaces meant not for storing boxes, but for hanging clothes. It was within this shifting landscape that the clothes hanger emerged. One of the earliest known wire hanger designs is often credited to O.A. North, a worker at the Timberlake Wire and Novelty Company in the United States. In 1903, he patented a simple yet clever invention, a hanger formed from a single piece of wire, twisted into a triangular shape with a small hook at the top. Something so light, so slender, and so minimal suddenly offered an elegant solution to a growing need. It supported the shoulders of a garment, allowed air to circulate, and let clothing hang freely without wrinkling. What had once been draped or folded now found a new home, suspended gently, held in shape, ready to be worn again. North's invention quickly spread because its form was intuitive. Anyone could understand it at a glance. Factories could produce thousands of wire hangers in a short time, making them affordable for businesses, hotels, laundries, and households. Laundry shops discovered that wire hangers were perfect for returning cleaned garments to customers. Hotels appreciated how tidy a wardrobe looked when coats hung in a row rather than on scattered hooks. People at home found it easier to organize their closets and see all their clothes at once. Soon, wooden hangers followed. These were shaped more closely to the human form, their smooth surfaces kinder to fabric, their structure sturdier for heavier coats. Some wooden hangers included horizontal bars for trousers or delicate notches for dresses. Craftsmen carved them from strong woods, sometimes adding a touch of gentle polish or a curve that felt natural to the eye. Over time, the hanger became not only a tool, but a small piece of furniture, something that, in its quiet way, reflected care for the garments it held. As the decades slipped by, variations appeared. Padded hangers offering softness for silk and satin, wide-shouldered hangers designed to support tailored suits, plastic hangers that brought color and affordability to closets around the world. Yet despite all these developments, the essential shape, the soft triangle rising into a smooth hook, remains remarkably close to North's original vision. And now, in the peaceful stillness of the evening, it is easy to forget how much this humble object does for us. It protects the shape of a favorite coat. It keeps the crisp lines of a shirt ready for a new day. It holds memories, too. A wedding dress saved for years. A child's small jacket kept in a corner of the wardrobe. A uniform that once marked the start of a career. These garments rest quietly, supported by something we almost never notice. Perhaps that is the beauty of the clothes hanger. It does not call attention to itself. Instead, it offers steady, patient service, helping us care for the things we wear as we move through our lives. What began as a simple twist of wire more than a century ago is now a silent companion in homes across the world.
Number 79. The credit card. The origins of the credit card lead us to New York City in 1950, to a well-known story, often called the First Supper. The tale begins with Frank McNamara, a businessman who went out to dinner with colleagues. As the evening came to an end and the bill was placed on the table, McNamara is said to have reached into his pockets, only to realize that he had forgotten his wallet. It was a simple mistake, one that could happen to anyone. But in that moment of embarrassment, a thought formed, an idea for a way to pay that did not depend on carrying cash, an idea for a card that would represent trust between customer and merchant. This small spark of inconvenience gave rise to something entirely new. Shortly afterward, McNamara worked with his business partner, Ralph Schneider, to bring the concept to life. In early 1950, they introduced the first Diners Club card. Unlike the sleek plastic cards we know today, the original was made of cardboard. It was not designed for broad, everyday use, but was created specifically for travel and entertainment expenses. The idea was simple, but powerful. Cardholders could dine at participating restaurants or stay at certain hotels without paying immediately. Instead, the Diners Club would settle the bill, and the cardholder would repay the amount at the end of the month. It was a new kind of convenience, one based on trust, membership, and a shared understanding between customer and establishment. At first, the Diners Club card had only a handful of members and worked at a modest number of restaurants. But word spread quickly. Business travelers appreciated the freedom of not having to carry large amounts of cash, and restaurants saw the benefit of attracting loyal customers who felt welcomed and valued. Each month, more establishments joined. What began as a small experiment soon grew into a recognizable network of services, reaching across the city and then the country. As the idea matured, so did the card. Cardboard gave way to sturdier materials. The expansion beyond dining and entertainment paved the way for banks to enter the scene. They envisioned a system that could be used for purchases of all kinds: clothing, groceries, gasoline, appliances. By the 1960s and 70s, credit cards had become standard, their durability and practicality shaping the way people managed money. Financial institutions developed systems that allowed users to borrow funds, spread payments over time, and build financial histories. Merchants installed machines to capture card details, and the familiar practice of signing a receipt became part of everyday transactions. In the decades that followed, credit cards continued to evolve. Magnetic stripes appeared, allowing machines to read information electronically. This was followed by microchips, adding layers of security and reliability. Later came contactless payments, where a gentle tap on a terminal completes a transaction, as quiet and effortless as placing a hand on a doorframe while passing through. Through all these changes, the core idea remained the same: to create a tool that connects people with the resources they need, wherever they may be. Today, the credit card is more than a method of payment. It represents the interconnectedness of modern life, a way for people to travel, to purchase, to plan, and to respond to emergencies. Its presence in a wallet can feel reassuring, like a small promise that help and possibility are close at hand. It can accompany someone buying a simple cup of tea on a quiet morning, or help a traveler find shelter in a distant city late at night. It stands quietly behind the scenes, offering a sense of continuity in a world that often moves quickly. And yet, despite its sophistication, its story began with something so human: the gentle panic of realizing a wallet was missing, the desire to find a better way, and the creativity to transform an awkward moment into something meaningful. From a single dinner in New York, a global system of trust and convenience emerged, one that millions of people now rely on without thinking twice.
Number 80. The doorknob. For most of human history, doors opened in far simpler ways. For thousands of years, people relied on wooden latches, loops of rope, or softened leather straps to secure an entrance. Homes in ancient villages, farmhouses in early Europe, and wooden dwellings across Asia all used these modest mechanisms. They were easy to carve, simple to repair, and perfectly suited to societies in which the line between public and private life was not yet sharply drawn. A door was less a barrier and more a gentle threshold. Then, something began to change. As cities grew and the idea of a personal room took root, families started to build houses with separate spaces for cooking, sleeping, and gathering. Privacy began to matter in a new way. People wanted to protect their belongings, their conversations, and their quiet routines. In the 19th century, these social changes sparked the need for something more sophisticated than a latch. Into this moment stepped Osborne Dorsey, an African-American inventor who, in 1878, patented what we recognize today as the modern doorknob mechanism. His design offered a new kind of elegance: a turning handle connected to an internal spindle and catch, allowing a smooth, controlled motion to open or close a door. It was an invention perfectly aligned with the growth of middle-class housing, where individual rooms and personal boundaries became part of everyday life. The doorknob, simple as it may seem, quietly supported the shift toward modern privacy. But the story of the doorknob does not stand alone. It rests on a much older tale, one stretching back several thousand years to a time when locks and keys were themselves remarkable innovations. Around 4000 BC in ancient Egypt, craftsmen created the first known pin tumbler locks. These early devices were made entirely from wood. Their internal pins rose and fell into place, allowing only the correct wooden key to lift them into alignment. For their time, they were marvels of engineering and symbols of trust and protection. The door that could be locked also became a door that could be confidently left behind. Centuries later, the Romans took this idea and transformed it. They replaced wood with metal, shaping slimmer, more durable mechanisms that set the foundation for the locks we know today. Roman keys became small enough to carry easily, and in some cases elegant enough to wear as rings. Imagine for a moment a Roman citizen walking through a busy market street with a tiny bronze key circling a finger, both functional and symbolic, an everyday reminder of home, safety, and the life waiting behind a locked door. When we place all of these pieces together,
the long arc becomes clear. The wooden latches of ancient houses gave way to wooden locks, which slowly evolved into delicate Roman mechanisms, and finally into the refined doorknob of the 19th century. What seems like a simple object on your bedroom door carries a quiet legacy of human needs: the need for safety, the need for personal space, and the deep comfort of being able to close a door gently behind you and rest. As you prepare to settle into sleep, let your mind wander to the slow, patient journey of these small inventions. They remind us that human life is built from countless subtle ideas, ideas that shape our homes, guide our hands, and become the quiet companions of our daily routines.
Number 81. The Dustpan. For most of human history, sweeping was a task done low to the ground. People knelt or bent close to the floor, guiding dust and fallen debris into small piles with bundles of twigs, straw, or reeds. The final step of any cleaning session, gathering everything up, was awkward, sometimes uncomfortable, and almost always hard on the knees and back. But because homes were simpler and expectations of cleanliness more modest, this was simply how things were done. As towns grew busier and indoor spaces became more central to everyday life, the rhythms of housekeeping began to change. Floors needed to be cleaned more often, not just to maintain order, but to support health. The 19th century brought rapid urbanization, new industries, and homes filled with soot from stoves, ash from fireplaces, and dust carried in from horse-drawn streets. Suddenly, gathering debris from the floor was not an occasional activity, but a daily, almost hourly necessity. Into this moment came an improvement that quietly transformed a task people had done for generations. In 1897, Lloyd P. Ray, an African-American inventor whose contributions too often go unrecognized, patented a device that allowed people to clean without kneeling. His design featured a long handle attached to a metal collection plate. By simply standing upright and holding the handle, a person could sweep dust directly into the pan, sparing their joints and saving precious time. It was such a simple idea, yet it made work lighter, cleaner, and more dignified. Ray's design brought together practicality and respect for the body. It recognized that housekeeping, so often silent and invisible, deserved tools that cared for the people who performed it. In crowded cities and growing neighborhoods, where floors accumulated debris more quickly than ever before, this long-handled dustpan became a small but meaningful gesture toward better sanitation and healthier homes. Over time, the dustpan evolved into the familiar form we know now. A flat scoop used alongside a broom, angled just enough to catch the smallest crumbs, shaped to help dust glide in without scattering back onto the floor. Modern references and industrial histories document this standard design, reminding us that even the most ordinary tools carry deep lineages of trial, error, and thoughtful improvement. Whether made from metal, wood, or the lightweight plastics of today, the dustpan remains fundamentally the same. A simple companion to the broom, ready to gather whatever the day leaves behind. With every quiet sweep, with every gentle motion of guiding dust into its waiting mouth,
The dustpan performs a ritual of renewal. It helps us restore our living spaces, clear away what is no longer needed, and create room for rest. And perhaps that is why stories like this feel comforting at the end of the day. They remind us that life is shaped by small gestures, ones that make work easier, homes cleaner, and our evenings a little more peaceful.
Number 82. The Escalator. The earliest seeds of the escalator were planted in the mid-19th century, a time when engineers and dreamers were beginning to imagine machines that could move people as effortlessly as they moved goods. In 1859, an American inventor named Nathan Ames patented what he called a moving stairway. His design existed only on paper. No prototype was ever constructed. No set of steps ever rose or fell under its own power. Yet even in this unbuilt form, Ames captured a vision far ahead of its time. His idea was a whisper of what would eventually become one of the defining conveniences of modern architecture. Decades passed, and the idea of a self-moving stair lingered in the imaginations of engineers. Then, in 1896, a more practical and playful version came to life. Jesse Reno, another inventive mind of the era, created an inclined conveyor belt that transported visitors upward at Coney Island, a place known for its amusements and wonders. This early machine did not yet resemble the escalators we know today. There were no individual steps, and the ride felt more like standing on a slowly rising walkway. But it worked. People stepped onto it out of curiosity, letting the machine lift them gently. And for many, the experience felt almost magical. Reno's creation proved that the dream of a moving staircase could be real, and that people were ready to trust such a device with their balance and their sense of upward motion. The true shift came a few years later, when Charles Seeberger refined the concept into a form much closer to what we recognize now. In the late 19th century, he coined the term escalator, blending the Latin scala, meaning ladder or steps, with the idea of motion. It was a name that captured both the elegance and the practicality of the device. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, a firm already renowned for its work on safe, reliable lifting systems. Together, they prepared a full-functioning escalator to be shown to the world. At the 1900 Paris Exposition, visitors encountered Seeberger and Otis's invention for the first time in a grand international setting. Imagine wandering through the exhibition halls, surrounded by innovations that promised a new century of progress, and suddenly being invited to step onto a staircase that moves under its own power. For many, it must have felt like stepping into the future, a gentle glide upward that required no effort at all. The escalator became one of the attractions of the exposition, a symbol of human ingenuity, and a quiet promise of how technology could make daily life smoother and more accessible. After the exposition, escalators began to appear in places where large numbers of people needed to move quickly and comfortably. Department stores adopted them first. Shoppers could drift between floors without the exertion of climbing stairs, turning a practical necessity into a soft, flowing transition. Soon, subway systems around the world embraced them as well, especially in cities where trains ran deep beneath the ground. The escalator transformed the way people navigated public spaces, offering a steady, continuous movement that made even the busiest stations feel more orderly and calm. Over time, escalators became such an ordinary part of daily life
that we rarely think about them at all. Yet each one carries within it the legacy of those early dreamers, the imagination of Nathan Ames, who first pictured a stairway that could move on its own, the creativity of Jesse Reno, who let people experience that motion at a joyful seaside park, and the refinement and naming by Charles Seeberger, who helped transform the idea into a practical tool for the modern world.
Number 83. The File Cabinet. Its story begins long before metal drawers and labeled folders existed. In the 18th century, a Swedish biologist named Carl Linnaeus, best known today as the father of modern taxonomy, began using something simple but incredibly powerful: small index cards. On each card, he recorded observations about plants and animals, one entry per card, one idea per piece of paper. By separating information into small, movable units, Linnaeus could sort and reorder the natural world with an astonishing flexibility. This method, which seems so ordinary to us now, allowed knowledge to become modular, dynamic, and alive. It was a quiet revolution long before the age of filing cabinets. As the centuries turned, human societies produced more information than ever before. The 19th century witnessed a remarkable expansion of commerce, government, education, and industry. With every transaction came receipts. With every shipment came records. With every invention came patents, sketches, and correspondence. Offices filled with stacks of paper that had to be preserved, referenced, and understood. This surge became known as the paperwork explosion, a phrase that captured both the opportunity and the overwhelming challenge of the era. Before filing cabinets existed, offices relied on pigeonhole shelves, where papers were folded and stuffed into small openings. Documents were also bound into large books or tied into bundles with string. These methods worked in a slow, traditional world, but they made finding a single sheet of paper feel like searching for a leaf inside a forest. Folding documents caused damage. Binding them meant that retrieving one page required handling them all. Clerks and secretaries spent hours each day simply looking for information. Then, in 1898, Edwin G. Sybils introduced an idea that seems almost modest in its simplicity: the vertical filing system. Instead of folding papers or stacking them in piles, he proposed storing them flat, inside individual folders, standing upright like books on a shelf. When placed inside a tall cabinet with sliding drawers, each folder could be lifted out in a moment, handled gently, and returned just as easily. This eliminated the wear and tear of repeated folding and unfolding. It also transformed the rhythm of office work. What once took minutes or even hours could now be done in seconds. This was not simply a new piece of furniture, it was a shift in how information lived in the world. The file cabinet became a structure that shaped modern administration. Businesses used it to track sales and inventory. Hospitals stored patient records within it. Governments preserved correspondence, census data, and legal documents. Schools kept enrollment lists and academic records in its drawers. Inside every cabinet, the quiet architecture of folders and labels supported the growing complexity of global society. Soon, file cabinets stood in almost every office on Earth, from towering skyscrapers to small local shops. Their presence was so common that people stopped noticing them, even though they supported everything from scientific research to financial systems. A single cabinet could hold hundreds or thousands of documents,
each one accessible with a soft pull of a drawer and a gentle rustle of paper.
Even today, in a world shaped by digital storage, the image of a file cabinet still represents order, structure, and the patient work of organizing information. Its legacy lives on in the way we design computer folders, directories, and archives. The digital world did not replace its logic, it inherited it.
Number 84. The globe. Long before anyone could hold a miniature Earth in their hands, people relied on other tools to make sense of direction and place. One of the most important of these tools was the compass. The earliest compasses emerged in China during the Han Dynasty, more than 2,000 years ago. But in their earliest form, they were not used to guide ships across unsettled seas. Instead, they served a more inward, contemplative purpose. They were used for geomancy, for choosing auspicious locations, for aligning buildings with cosmic principles, and for understanding the invisible energies thought to flow through the land. The compass, therefore, began its life not as a navigator's instrument, but as a guide for harmony between people and the earth beneath their feet. Only later, as trade routes expanded and ocean travel grew bolder, did mariners adopt the compass as a practical tool for navigation. Its floating needle, drawn gently toward the magnetic pull of the earth, allowed sailors to keep direction even when clouds hid the stars. That shift, from spiritual tool to navigational aid, quietly laid the foundation for a new understanding of the world, one built on movement, exploration, and maps that began to stretch further and further outward. Yet even with compasses and maps, the idea of creating a physical model of the earth required a different kind of imagination. It asked people to step back from their immediate surroundings and envision the entire world as a sphere, something vast, unified, and full of places most would never see. The oldest surviving terrestrial globe that we know of was created in 1492 by a German mariner and mapmaker named Martin Beheim. He called it the Erdapfel, which translates charmingly to earth apple. When you imagine this globe, picture something crafted with great care. Hand-painted continents, delicate coastlines, and long stretches of ocean where no ship had yet sailed. But what makes the Erdapfel truly extraordinary is not just its beauty, it is the moment in history it captures. Beheim completed his globe just before Columbus returned from his first voyage across the Atlantic. That means the Erdapfel depicts a world on the edge of transformation, a world that existed in the European imagination before anyone there knew of the vast lands across the Western Ocean. The Americas are entirely missing from the globe. Instead, the Atlantic stretches wider than we now know it to be, and Asia occupies more space than reality allows. To hold the Erdapfel is to hold a moment just before world geography changed forever, a snapshot of a time when much of the planet remained a mystery. For viewers today, this absence is striking. It reminds us how much of human understanding has been shaped gradually, through observation, exploration, error, and revision. The globe, in its various forms, has always been a reflection not only of the world itself, but of what we believed the world to be. As centuries passed, globes became tools for scholars, symbols of education, and gentle invitations to dream of other places. Children gathered around them, tracing their fingers along tiny printed coastlines. Travelers used them to imagine faraway journeys. In quiet study rooms and libraries, they stood as reminders that the world is much larger than the space we occupy each day. Even in a digital age, when satellites map the planet with remarkable precision, and when we can view any city from above with a few taps, the globe continues to evoke a sense of wonder. There is something calming about its gentle rotation, about seeing continents as part of a single, spherical whole. It reminds us that every place is connected, that oceans curve back into each other, and that no matter where we stand, we are always part of a shared planet.
Number 85. The handbag, purse. Long before the handbags of today, people relied on smaller, simpler containers. Early wallets were nothing like the slim shapes we slip into pockets now. Instead, they were small leather pouches used for carrying coins, perhaps tied to a belt or tucked inside clothing. In an age where money clinked with every step and each coin held significant value, these pouches were practical, humble companions.
But during the 1600s, something changed. Paper currency began to spread across different parts of the world, especially in Europe. Folded notes required larger, flatter containers. This shift led to the birth of the billfold, a wallet designed not just to hold coins, but to keep paper money safe and neat. In this quiet way, economic evolution guided the shape of the everyday wallet. The origins of the handbag follow a slightly different and beautifully intricate path. In the Middle Ages and through the Victorian era, many women wore something known as a chatelaine. This was a decorative hook or clasp attached to the waist, from which hung small useful items, keys, scissors, sewing tools, and sometimes tiny purses. The chatelaine was both functional and ornamental, a small display of daily essentials that also reflected a woman's role within the household. For a long time, women also used tie-on pockets, separate pouches hidden beneath layers of clothing and accessed through slits in skirts. These pockets were private spaces, unseen but always present, and they carried everything from coins to handkerchiefs to personal trinkets. But fashion, as it often does, shifted. Dresses and skirts began to change shape during the 19th century, gradually eliminating the hidden openings that allowed access to these pockets. As tie-on pockets disappeared, women suddenly needed a new way to carry their belongings. At the same time, another transformation was unfolding. The 19th century brought the rise of rail travel. Trains connected distant towns and cities in ways that were never before possible, and women began to travel more frequently and more independently than in earlier generations.
With longer journeys came the need to carry personal items, tickets, letters, perfumes, small necessities, somewhere accessible. Out of these combined changes emerged the modern handbag. What had once been hidden beneath clothing moved outward, becoming a visible accessory in its own right. Handbags were designed with handles or straps, crafted in leather or fabric, and made to accompany women beyond the home. They were no longer just functional containers. They became companions that traveled through stations, streets, and the shifting landscapes of a rapidly modernizing world. As the decades passed, handbags evolved alongside society's tastes and needs. Some grew larger, becoming practical totes capable of holding books, work materials, or daily essentials. Others became small and elegant, created for evenings out or special occasions. And as craftsmanship turned into artistry, luxury handbags emerged, symbols of style, identity, and personal expression. Even so, beneath every fashionable detail lies the same quiet purpose, a place to carry the objects we need and the small pieces of our everyday lives. Today, the handbag stands at a crossroads between utility and symbolism. For some, it is a practical item for carrying belongings from one place to another. For others, it is an expression of personality, a piece of fashion, or even a treasured possession passed down through generations. Whatever form it takes, the handbag remains rooted in its long, thoughtful history. From medieval chatelaines to tied-on pockets, to the bags that swing gently at one side in the world today.
Number 86. The hinge. It is easy to overlook a hinge because it does its work quietly. It does not seek gratitude. It opens and closes, carrying weight again and again, asking for nothing in return. But the history of the hinge stretches far back, deep into the earliest chapters of human architecture. Long before metal tools were common, people in the Bronze Age created doors that rotated on pivot stones. These were simple, ingenious solutions. A vertical wooden slab rested in a carved socket, allowing it to turn slightly, enough to open and close. Though we might not think of these early pivots as hinges in the modern sense, they fulfilled the same essential purpose, supporting movement, allowing an entrance to be controlled, and shaping how living spaces were defined. As societies grew more sophisticated and materials evolved, so too did this quiet mechanism. Ancient Egypt, a land of monumental buildings and intricate craftsmanship, developed metal hinges that were far more refined than stone pivots. The Egyptians understood that bronze and copper, shaped carefully, could create smoother, more reliable motion. In their temples and tombs, archaeologists have found beautifully crafted hinge plates, evidence that this small device was treasured not just for its practicality, but for its craftsmanship. Later, in ancient Rome, hinges matured even further. Roman builders embraced metalworking with remarkable skill, and their hinges reflected the precision of their engineering. Some Roman hinges were small and delicate, used for boxes, chests, and domestic furnishings. Others were large and strong, designed for city gates or wooden doors that opened into busy forums and lively marketplaces.
The Romans believed deeply in infrastructure, roads, aqueducts, orderly buildings. And hinges were part of the quiet machinery that held their world together. Across centuries and cultures, the hinge took on different forms. It adapted to the needs of its time. Sometimes decorative, sometimes sturdy, sometimes barely noticeable, but always essential. And eventually, out of this long evolution came the form that is most familiar to us today, the butt hinge. This classic hinge, made of two flat plates joined by a pin, appears in homes and buildings everywhere. One plate attaches to a door, the other to a frame. When the pin joins them, a door can swing smoothly with a gentle push. It is such a simple design, yet so perfectly suited to its task that it has remained nearly unchanged for generations. When you open a bedroom door at night, or close a cabinet quietly so as not to wake anyone, it is the butt hinge doing its steady, uncomplaining work. Alongside this common form, another type of hinge emerged to meet a different need: the continuous hinge, often called the piano hinge. Unlike the shorter butt hinge, this version runs the entire length of a door, lid, or panel. By distributing weight evenly, it prevents bending and warping. It is often found on pianos, hence its name, where the long, elegant lid requires gentle, uniform support. But it also appears in storage chests, toolboxes, and architectural elements where longevity and strength are essential. The continuous hinge is a reminder that sometimes the best way to support something is not at one point, but every step along the way. The beauty of the hinge lies in its devotion to movement. It exists to guide motion that would otherwise be clumsy or impossible. It allows openness and closure, privacy and connection, stillness and transition. A hinge is the quiet mediator between two worlds, the room you leave and the room you enter, the inside of a box and the outside world, the familiar space of home, and whatever lies beyond the threshold. And perhaps that is why its story feels soothing at the end of the day. The hinge teaches us that even the smallest mechanisms can shape the rhythm of life. It shows us that support can be steady and unremarkable, yet profoundly important. It reminds us that movement, when guided with care, can be smooth and gentle.
Number 87. The iron.
Clothing. Long before electricity, long before factories and modern fabrics, people found ways to smooth their garments using the simplest yet most determined methods. In both China and Europe, centuries ago, households relied on flat irons that had to be heated directly on stoves or over glowing coals. These early irons were made of solid metal, often heavy, sometimes beautifully formed, and they held heat only for as long as the metal remained warm. A person would lift one carefully, feel the warmth radiating through the handle, and press it across cloth to remove creases formed by wear, washing, or storage. Imagine how the rhythm of ironing must have felt then. You placed the iron on a stove, waited patiently for it to reach the right temperature, then moved it steadily across sleeves, collars, and hems. When the iron cooled, you returned it to the heat and reached for another one if you owned a spare. The process required patience, strength, and a sense of timing. It was slow and methodical,
almost like a quiet ritual that prepared the fabric and perhaps the household itself for a new day. Despite the effort involved, ironing symbolized something deeply human, the desire to take care of one's appearance, to respect the garments that offered warmth and comfort, and to put a sense of order into the small details of daily life. As the 19th century unfolded, a wave of new inventions began to transform homes. Electricity made its gradual entrance, first lighting lamps and later powering small appliances. Among these early innovations was the electric iron. In 1882, an American inventor named Henry W. Seeley patented a device that used electrical currents to heat a metal base, eliminating the need for stoves and coals. With Seeley's invention, the quiet, repetitive task of ironing became gentler and more accessible. For the first time, heat could be controlled with relative precision, allowing the work to be done more easily and more safely. It must have felt like a small wonder at the time, a tool that warmed itself. No more watching a fire, no more timing your movements to the life of a cooling block of metal. The electric iron brought convenience to millions of homes, and with it, a new sense of ease. But the evolution continued. In the 1920s, steam irons appeared, adding moisture to the process in a way that transformed the experience. Where dry irons pressed stiffness into fabric, steam irons softened fibers before smoothing them, making wrinkles easier to release. This simple addition, just a bit of water meeting heat, made the iron far more effective. The hissing of steam became a familiar sound in homes, a gentle exhale marking the moment when fabric yielded to smoothness. Steam irons quickly became a household standard, easing the task even further and giving people the ability to care for their clothes with far less effort. Over time, irons grew lighter, more adjustable, and safer. They adapted to delicate fabrics, shifting fashions, and modern materials, yet their purpose remained unchanged: to restore order to cloth, one slow, even stroke at a time. When we think about the iron today, we may see only a simple appliance, but its long history is a story of human ingenuity rising to meet everyday needs. It is a story of warmth, patience, and the quiet rhythm of caring for the things we wear. It reflects the desire to smooth the creases of life, not in haste, but with gentle, intentional movements.
Number 88. The Microwave Oven. Our story begins not in a kitchen, but in a laboratory filled with the sounds of humming machines, wires, and radar components. In the mid-1940s, Percy Spencer, an engineer at Raytheon, and a man known for his natural curiosity, was working on radar technology, a field that was rapidly advancing in the final years of World War II. Spencer was a self-taught inventor, someone who learned by observing, experimenting, and letting his mind wander toward possibilities others overlooked. One day, in 1945, as Spencer stood near an active radar magnetron, a device that generates microwaves, he noticed something unusual. The chocolate bar in his pocket had softened and begun to melt. At first, it must have seemed like a small inconvenience, a sticky surprise at the end of a workday. But Spencer did not shrug it off. Instead, he paused and wondered.
Why had this happened? What caused the chocolate to react in this particular way? Could the same phenomenon be used intentionally? Curiosity guided his next steps. He placed popcorn kernels near the magnetron to see what would happen. They popped energetically, spilling across the laboratory like tiny, enthusiastic messengers. Then he tried an egg, which heated so quickly that it burst. These informal experiments revealed something profound. Microwaves could heat food from the inside out, rapidly and efficiently. This was a discovery hiding in plain sight, revealed through nothing more than an accidental melting chocolate bar, and the mind of a person willing to notice the small things. From that moment, the idea of a microwave oven began to take shape. In 1947, Raytheon produced the first commercial microwave. It was an enormous machine, taller than an adult, weighing hundreds of kilograms and requiring a water cooling system. Restaurants and industrial kitchens were the only places that could accommodate such a device. The cost was equally imposing, far beyond the reach of the average household. Still, for the first time in human history, food could be heated by waves of energy, rather than by flame or hot surfaces. The early microwave ovens were fascinating, but impractical for home use. They stood more like refrigerators, humming with mechanical intensity, filling commercial kitchens with the promise of faster cooking. Over the next decades, engineers worked to make them smaller, safer, and more efficient. Doors were improved, mechanisms refined, and controls simplified. Gradually, the large industrial machines shrank into something more familiar, more welcoming, more suited to daily life. By the 1970s, microwaves arrived in homes around the world. Finally, the average family could place one in the kitchen and experience the ease of heating food in moments. For many households, this was transformative. Leftovers no longer needed pots and pans to be warmed. A cup of tea that had cooled could be revived in seconds. Busy parents could prepare meals quickly after long days, and children learned to make simple snacks with minimal effort. Cooking no longer demanded constant attention or long stretches of waiting. The microwave oven became a quiet companion to modern life, slipping seamlessly into daily routines. Its gentle hum became a familiar sound in the background of evenings, while people read books, watched television, or prepared for bed. Even now, when we open its door and feel the warmth on rising steam, we rarely think about the chain of events that made it possible. Radar experiments, a melted chocolate bar, a curious engineer, and decades of refinement. And perhaps that is what makes the story of the microwave so soothing at the end of the day. It reminds us that progress often comes from small moments, unexpected discoveries, simple observations, and the willingness to question the ordinary. It shows us that even a quiet appliance can carry within it a story of wonder, patience, and human ingenuity.
Number 89. The Safety Pin.
At first glance, a safety pin seems almost too simple to carry a story. It is nothing more than a length of wire bent into curves, with a clasp at one end and a pin at the other. But this clean, minimal shape, so effortless to use, was not always part of human life. For centuries, people relied on straight pins made of bone, thorn, or metal to fasten cloth. These straight pins held clothing together, closed cloaks, and secured garments long before buttons became widespread. But they had a clear drawback. They were sharp, exposed, and could easily cause injury. Anyone who used them had to handle them carefully, and even then, a misplaced hand could lead to a sting of pain. In the 19th century, in a small workshop filled with tools and scraps of metal, an American inventor named Walter Hunt encountered a practical problem. He owed someone $15, a small but pressing debt, and needed a quick way to earn the money. Hunt was known for his inventive mind and his talent for seeing possibilities in ordinary materials. One day, with nothing more than a piece of wire in hand, he began to twist and bend it, letting his fingers follow a quiet rhythm of experimentation. As he worked, the wire curled into a shape that was both functional and elegant. He created a loop that acted as a spring, allowing the wire to open and close with gentle tension. He fashioned a clasp, a tiny cradle of metal, to cover the sharp point when the pin was closed, ensuring that it would not prick fingers or snag on fabric. In this simple gesture, he transformed a potentially dangerous object into one that was safe, reliable, and easy to use. In 1849, Hunt patented his creation, the modern safety pin. He had solved the problem of securing cloth in a way that protected the person wearing it. What had once been a small, sharp hazard became a thoughtful tool of convenience. The safety pins soon replaced straight pins in many everyday uses, from holding bandages in place to fastening loose garments or repairing clothing on the go. Its spring mechanism kept it securely closed, and its clasp made it gentle to handle. But the story contains a quiet note of bittersweetness. To pay off his $15 debt quickly, Hunt sold his patent for $400, an amount that must have felt generous at the time. What he could not have known was that the safety pin would soon become a global staple, manufactured by the millions and used in homes, hospitals, workshops, and schools across the world. The small invention generated a fortune far greater than the price he accepted. Yet Hunt never received the wealth that flowed from his idea. Even so, his contribution endures. The safety pin became a symbol of practicality, of clever design, and of the way small innovations can bring comfort and safety into daily life. Over time, its uses multiplied. Parents used it to fasten baby clothes. Tailors tucked it into their aprons for quick adjustments. Travelers kept one in a bag just in case. And in moments of unexpected need, when a button fell off, when a seam split, or fabric needed gathering, the safety pin offered a quiet, dependable solution. Its form remained almost unchanged because it didn't need to evolve. Hunt's design was so refined in its simplicity that generations found no reason to improve upon it. A coiled spring, a curved clasp, a pointed pin.
each part in perfect balance, each part doing exactly what it must.
Number 90. The shoelace. The modern shoelace, as we know it today, was patented in 1790 by an inventor named Harvey Kennedy. His contribution may seem modest at first glance, but it played an important role in transforming how people wore and secured their footwear. Kennedy introduced the small yet essential feature known as the aglet, the tiny metal or plastic tip that sits at the end of each lace. Though easy to overlook, this little cap prevents the lace from fraying and makes it far easier to thread through the narrow openings of a shoe. Without it, laces would easily unravel, growing fuzzy and misshapen, and turning the simple act of getting dressed into a slow and frustrating task. Kennedy's idea helped shoelaces become reliable, durable, and practical for everyday use, and in turn supported the wider adoption of laced shoes across different walks of life. But the story of tying footwear stretches much further back, long before patents and factories, into a time when people relied on what nature offered. For thousands of years, early humans walked the world wearing sandals fashioned from leather thongs, strips of plant fiber, or braided animal hide. These early bindings served the same purpose as today's laces. They kept the foot steady, protected, and ready for long journeys over uneven ground. A simple loop, a knot around the ankle, or a tie across the instep. These early solutions were practical, adaptable, and shaped by the materials available in each region. As centuries passed and craftsmanship evolved, shoes began to take on more structure. By the 17th century, shoes with eyelets and laces appeared, bringing a new level of adjustability and comfort. Instead of relying solely on straps or buckles, people could now fine-tune the fit of their shoes simply by tightening or loosening the laces. This was especially helpful in colder climates, where thicker socks were needed, or in occupations that required long hours of walking or standing. The lace, paired with rows of small reinforced holes, allowed shoes to mold gently to the foot, offering a level of personalization that earlier styles could not provide. With the arrival of the aglet, these improvements became even more practical. Threading a lace through multiple eyelets, especially when made of strong but coarse materials, could be a slow process. The aglet changed that, guiding the lace smoothly through each tiny opening. It also helped the lace last longer, making the shoe itself more dependable. Over time, this tiny invention became a quiet partner to millions of footsteps around the world. Today, shoelaces come in countless materials and colors, from sturdy cotton to polished leather, from round hiking laces built for rough terrain to thin, elegant strings on dress shoes. Yet beneath all these variations lies the same simple idea that has traveled through centuries: the need to secure, support, and adapt. Whether a child learning to tie a bow for the first time, an athlete tightening their shoes before a race, or someone easing their laces loose at the end of a long day, these small movements connect us with generations before us. Number 91. The telephone. The telephone is most famously associated with Alexander Graham Bell, whose name has become almost inseparable from the invention itself. On February 14, 1876, Bell filed his patent for a device that could transmit the human voice electrically. It was a chilly winter day in Washington, D.C., but inside the patent office, something far more significant than the weather was unfolding. With that submission, Bell secured a place in the unfolding tapestry of communication technology. His idea would one day shrink the world, allowing families separated by oceans to hear one another again, and enabling entire societies to move at a faster, more connected pace. Yet the path to that patent was not a peaceful one. On that very same day, within mere hours, another inventor, Elisha Gray, arrived with his own design for a voice-transmitting device. Both men had been working independently, exploring the same scientific principles. They shared the same intuition that an electric current might carry the vibrations of sound from one place to another, and both reached the threshold of the patent office at nearly the same moment. This near collision of ideas sparked one of the most famous disputes in the history of technology. Who truly arrived first? Who deserved to be recognized as the first to imagine the possibility of speaking into a device and hearing a reply from far away? Records suggest that Bell's lawyer reached the patent office slightly earlier, but the closeness of the timing left a long shadow of debate. Historians have examined documents, compared notes and depositions, and even reconstructed timelines, yet the question still carries an air of mystery. It reminds us that great discoveries often emerge not from a single spark, but from a shared moment in human thought, when multiple minds lean toward the same horizon. When we step back and look at the broader picture, the drama of that day becomes even more fascinating. It was a time when electricity itself felt almost magical. Inventors were experimenting with wires, magnets, and coils, trying to understand how energy moved and how it might be used to extend human capabilities. The telegraph had already shown that messages could leap across long distances at lightning speed, but the possibility of transmitting a real human voice, distinct, emotional, alive, felt extraordinary. Many people could hardly imagine it, and yet two men, Bell and Gray, were close enough in their understanding to arrive at similar concepts at nearly the same moment. Bell's patent eventually became the foundation of the telephone industry, shaping the devices that would follow, and defining the way communication technology developed. But Gray's work, too, remains a testament to a time of intense exploration, when inventors worked at the edge of what was known. In the quiet hours of their workshops, surrounded by wires, tools, and manuscripts, they were both reaching toward the same dream. As we reflect on this story in the stillness of night, it becomes more than an account of legal filings and historical arguments. It becomes a reminder of how human progress unfolds, through curiosity, through determination, and through the often overlapping journeys of many minds. The telephone, which now rests so comfortably in our hands or pockets, was born from a moment of near simultaneity, a race between two thinkers who believed that our voices deserved to travel farther than our feet ever could. Number 92. The tie. The tie began its life not in a tailor's workshop, but in the midst of the 30 Years' War, a conflict that swept across Europe from 1618 to 1648. It was a time shaped by shifting alliances, harsh winters, and the constant movement of armies. Among the soldiers who traveled through this turbulent landscape were Croatian mercenaries serving under the French crown. They marched across foreign soil wearing practical knotted cloths around their necks, simple pieces of fabric tied for warmth, comfort, and a measure of protection against the elements. These neckerchiefs were not meant to be decorative. They were functional, easy to adjust, and made from materials that could withstand long days of travel.
But war often brings cultures into contact, and sometimes the smallest details catch the eye of those watching. As these Croatian fighters arrived in France, their neckerchiefs drew unexpected attention. The bright, neatly tied knots stood out amid the rigid and elaborate fashion of the French court. French nobles, who were always searching for new styles and new forms of refinement, found the look intriguingly different. Even the young King Louis XIV, known for his love of display and the artistry of clothing, noticed the way these pieces of cloth gave a distinctive touch to the soldier's appearance. From that moment, the cravat, named in reference to the Croats, began its gentle journey into European fashion. What started as a practical accessory soon became a symbol of sophistication. In the courts and salons of France, people experimented with fabrics, lengths, and ways of tying. Silk replaced rougher cloth. Colors grew bolder. Knots became more elaborate. The simple neckerchief that once shielded soldiers from the wind transformed into a statement of elegance, worn not out of necessity but out of desire. It suggested refinement, education, and a worldly sense of taste. As decades passed, the cravat continued to evolve. Different regions embraced their own variations. Wide, flowing bands sat softly beneath embroidered coats. Carefully tied knots marked the status of their wearers. By the 18th and 19th centuries, the accessory spread throughout Europe and beyond, weaving itself into the wardrobes of statesmen, poets, artists, and everyday citizens alike. With each change in fashion, the cravat shifted a little more, narrowing, lengthening, simplifying, until it gradually became the modern necktie we know today. Even now, when someone ties a knot in front of a mirror, there is a faint echo of that long history. The gesture connects the present to a past filled with movement, creativity, and cultural exchange. A tie worn for a celebration, a ceremony, or an important meeting carries a piece of that journey, even if the wearer never knows the story.
Number 93. The traffic light. In the early 20th century, the rise of automobiles transformed daily life. Streets that had once hosted horses, carts, and scattered foot traffic became crowded with machines that moved at speeds few people had ever experienced before. Intersections grew more dangerous, and accidents became a troubling part of the modern landscape. The rules for sharing the road had not yet caught up with this new era, and cities everywhere struggled to keep people safe. It was during this time of rapid change that an African-American inventor named Garrett Morgan made an important observation. One day, he witnessed a collision between a motor vehicle and a horse-drawn carriage. The scene was chaotic, shouting, confusion, and fear filling the air as people rushed to help. Morgan, a man known for his curiosity and his desire to solve practical problems, realized that the incident was not simply the result of bad luck. It was a sign that roads needed better guidance, something clearer and more structured than what existed at the time. In 1923, Morgan patented a traffic signal that introduced a thoughtful innovation: a third position between stop and go. Earlier systems typically offered only two possibilities, which meant that drivers frequently made sudden decisions, unsure whether cross-traffic had truly cleared. Morgan's design created a transitional moment, a pause that allowed the intersection to reset safely. Today, we know this as the yellow light, the gentle warning that tells drivers to slow down, to prepare, to be mindful of what comes next. This addition may seem small, but its impact was profound. The yellow light reduced abrupt changes, gave everyone on the road a moment to breathe, and significantly decreased collisions. It brought a sense of order to the growing complexity of urban travel, offering a clearer rhythm to the flow of movement. In many ways, Morgan's solution mirrored the way life itself often unfolds: moments of action, moments of stillness, and moments in between when we prepare for the next step. As the years passed, traffic lights spread across cities and continents, adapting to new technologies and new patterns of transportation. But the core idea, the trio of signals guiding us from action to caution to rest, remained steady. Today, whether someone is crossing a street in a small town or navigating a busy avenue in a global metropolis, they are following a rhythm shaped in part by Morgan's thoughtful insight. If you find yourself driving home at night, watching the lights change from red to yellow to green, you might notice the soft glow they cast across the road. In the quiet moments between cycles, there is something almost calming about their gentle order. They remind us that even in the midst of movement and noise, there can be clarity. They remind us that a single well-timed pause can keep us safe.
Number 94. The Vacuum Cleaner.
The story begins in the mid-19th century, a time when homes were lit by oil lamps, heated by coal, and swept by hand. Dust was a constant companion, settling into carpets and clinging to corners. During this period, inventors were already dreaming of ways to reduce the effort required to keep living spaces clean. Mechanized carpet sweepers appeared in the 1860s, devices that used rotating brushes to lift dirt from rugs. They were helpful, but they lacked the deeper power needed to pull dust out from the fibers where it hid. Still, they represented a meaningful step forward, a sign that people were ready for change. Then, in 1901, an engineer named Hubert Booth took a bold leap. After observing a demonstration of a machine that blew air outward to clear debris, Booth wondered what might happen if suction, rather than outward force, were used instead. His curiosity led to the creation of a remarkable device, a vacuum cleaner so large that it had to be mounted on a horse-drawn carriage. Operators would park the machine outside a building, unroll long hoses, and run the system from the street. Inside, the powerful motor would draw dust and dirt through windows and doors, pulling them into a collection chamber. Though this early vacuum cleaner was far from convenient, it was revolutionary. For the first time, people could remove dust not just from the surface of a carpet, but from deep within its layers. Booth's invention made an impression. Hotels, public buildings, and wealthy households began to hire these mobile cleaning units for special occasions. People were captivated by the idea that cleanliness could be achieved not by sheer physical effort, but by thoughtful engineering. It was a glimpse of a future where machines would take on some of the burdens of daily life. But the true transformation, the shift that brought vacuuming into ordinary homes, came a few years later. In 1907, an American janitor named James Murray Spangler faced a practical problem. His work required him to sweep large indoor spaces, but he suffered from asthma and found the clouds of dust stirred up by sweeping difficult to bear. Rather than accept this hardship, he experimented with ways to create a more manageable cleaning tool. From odds and ends, a fan motor, a broom handle, and a simple cloth bag, he assembled a portable electric vacuum cleaner. Spangler's invention was compact, light enough to move from room to room, and capable of drawing dust into a bag instead of scattering it into the air. It was a quiet triumph of necessity and creativity. Recognizing its potential, he later sold the patent to the Hoover Company, which improved the design and introduced it to households across America and eventually the world. From these beginnings, the vacuum cleaner evolved steadily. Motors became quieter. Bags became easier to replace. Designs grew more efficient, more flexible, and more attuned to the rhythms of everyday life. Today, some vacuums move on their own, navigating around furniture with sensors and gentle movements. Others are small enough to hold in one hand. Yet the heart of the invention, the idea of using controlled suction to lift dust from the places where it hides, remains the same.
Number 95. The Wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow first emerged during the Han Dynasty, around the year 100 CE. It was a period when China was flourishing, with new technologies and ideas spreading across its vast landscape. People were building roads, expanding cities, and cultivating fields to support a growing population. In the midst of this progress, someone observed that the burden a person carried on their shoulders might be eased if the weight could be placed on a wheel instead. From that simple yet powerful idea, the earliest wheelbarrows took shape. These early Chinese wheelbarrows were ingeniously designed. Instead of placing the wheel at the front, as many people today might expect, the builders positioned it in the very center of the frame. This thoughtful choice allowed the wheel, not the person, to bear most of the load. A single individual could move heavy materials, bundles of crops, or tools with far less strain. By balancing the weight over the center, the wheelbarrow became an extension of the body, allowing strength and motion to work together with surprising ease. Over time, the wheelbarrow found uses far beyond farming and construction. One of the most influential figures connected to its development was Zhuge Liang, a brilliant strategist from the Three Kingdoms period. He is often remembered for his sharp mind and deep understanding of logistics, how to move armies, supplies, and equipment through challenging landscapes. Recognizing the potential of the wheelbarrow, Zhuge Liang refined its design for military transport. With this simple tool, soldiers could carry food, weapons, and other necessities across long distances. In moments when terrain was difficult or manpower limited, the wheelbarrow provided a practical and reliable solution. It became a quiet companion to the movement of entire armies, helping them travel farther and sustain themselves more effectively. As centuries passed,
The idea of the wheelbarrow traveled along ancient trade routes, reaching different cultures and regions. When it eventually appeared in Europe, the design changed. European wheelbarrows placed the wheel at the front rather than at the center. This version required the user to bear more of the weight themselves, but it offered a longer tray and could navigate certain terrains differently. Though the two designs varied, both reflected the same underlying principle, that a single wheel, thoughtfully placed, could transform the way humans moved heavy loads. Even today, the wheelbarrow remains a tool of quiet importance. In gardens around the world, people use it to carry soil and seedlings. On construction sites, it transports bricks, sand, and cement. Farmers rely on it to move feed, harvest crops, and tend to their land. No matter the setting, its purpose stays the same: to lighten the load, to make the path easier, and to give the human body a gentle ally in daily labor.
Number 96. The window. In the earliest days, windows were nothing more than openings in a wall, small, practical spaces carved into stone, wood, or clay. These openings let in air and light, but they also let in wind, cold, and dust. People closed them with wooden shutters, woven mats, or even stretched animal skins. These coverings softened the elements and created a sense of enclosure, but they did little to let natural light flow gently into a room. Daily life was shaped by flickering firelight, by candles, and by the rhythms of the sun. Everything began to change with the Romans, who were the first to imagine that a window could be more than an empty space. They experimented with thin slices of translucent stone, materials like mica or alabaster, and discovered that these sheets could soften the harshness of light while keeping out wind and rain. Eventually, they turned to something even more transformative: glass. Roman window glass was thick, uneven, and far from transparent by modern standards, yet they represented an extraordinary leap. For the first time, a wall could admit both light and protection at once. These early glass panes found their greatest purpose in Roman bathhouses. In these warm, steamy spaces, glass helped trap heat while still inviting daylight inside, creating an early version of what we now call the greenhouse effect. Visitors could bathe in a space filled with gentle, filtered light, shielded from the outside air. The idea that glass could shape comfort and atmosphere and not simply act as a barrier was a remarkable start to a long architectural evolution. Centuries later, in medieval Europe, glass windows became increasingly common, especially after the 15th century. As glassmaking improved, windows grew clearer and more widely used. Buildings that once relied on narrow slits for light now welcomed broader, brighter openings. The texture of daily life began to change. Rooms could be illuminated without opening shutters to the wind. People could look outward without stepping beyond their doorways. By the 17th century, the development of sheet glass made it possible to create larger panes. These broad, smoother surfaces allowed more natural light to enter a room, and they gave buildings a new sense of openness. The world outside, fields, forests, markets, and streets, became a moving picture, framed gently by the geometry of window panes. Then, in the 18th century, another thoughtful advancement appeared: the double-glazed sash window. By placing two layers of glass with a small air gap between them, builders discovered that they could keep rooms warmer in winter and cooler in summer. It was a simple yet effective way to insulate a home,
reducing drafts and making indoor spaces more comfortable throughout the year. Windows were no longer mere openings, they had become tools for shaping climate, warmth, and well-being. As we look at the windows around us today, clear, smooth, and effortless to open, it is comforting to remember the long journey that brought them to us. From primitive shutters to Roman bathhouse glass, from small medieval panes to wide sheets of hand-poured glass, each stage reflects human ingenuity and the desire to create spaces filled with gentle light.
Number 97. The Thread. The story begins at least 40,000 years ago, a time when early humans lived in close relationship with the natural world. To survive the harshness of their environment, they needed clothing that could shield them from cold winds, rough terrain, and unpredictable seasons. They fashioned garments from animal hides, but stitching them together required a kind of precision that the human hand alone could not achieve. This was when bone needles first appeared, carefully shaped from animal remains and pierced with a small eye. Through this eye, early artisans threaded pieces of animal sinew, creating some of the earliest clothing known to humankind. These bone needles represent one of the most remarkable early inventions. They show that even in prehistoric times, people were attentive not only to necessity, but also to skill. Their efforts required patience, creativity, and a deep understanding of materials. Every stitch made life a little safer and a little warmer. As centuries passed, humans continued to refine the tools they used for sewing. In medieval Europe, steel needles began to appear. Metal offered strength and sharpness that bone could not match. For the first time, people could create finer stitches, joining fabrics with greater accuracy and ease. The eye-pointed needle, its hole at one end, its sharp point at the other, was a small but transformative development. Instead of using awls, which punched rough holes into fabric, tailors could now draw thread cleanly through cloth, allowing garments to fit more smoothly and hold together more securely.
Thread itself evolved alongside the needle. Early stitches used animal sinew, a strong yet limited material. But over time, people turned to plant fibers, flax used to make linen, and cotton, soft and abundant in warmer climates. These threads opened the door to new kinds of textiles, new patterns, and new ways of expressing identity through cloth. Clothing became not just functional, but also cultural, carrying the colors, textures, and traditions of each region. Then came another moment of transformation in the 19th century. The world was changing rapidly, with machines reshaping how people worked and lived. Among the many inventions of this era was the sewing machine, created by Barthélemy Timonier in 1830. His early machine used a chain stitch, making it possible to sew fabric faster and more consistently than ever before. Though the idea faced resistance at first, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in clothing production. A few decades later, two other inventors, Elias Howe and Isaac Singer, refined the sewing machine, improving its mechanics and making it more practical for both factories and homes.
Their contributions helped mechanize stitching on a large scale. Clothing became more accessible, repairs became simpler, and textiles could be produced in greater variety. What once took hours of careful handwork could now be completed in a fraction of the time, guided by metal needles moving in steady, precise rhythms. Despite these advances, the essence of thread remained unchanged. It continued to serve as a quiet connector, binding cloth to cloth, idea to idea, past to present. Even today, whether someone is mending a button in the warm glow of a lamp, weaving fabric on a loom, or operating a modern sewing machine, they are participating in a tradition as old as humanity itself.
Number 98. Toilet paper. The earliest known reference to toilet paper comes from the 6th century China. At that time, China was a place of flourishing scholarship, poetry, and refined courtly life. The written word carried immense value, and the imperial court lived with a level of sophistication that was remarkable for its era. It was in this environment that officials first recorded the use of soft paper for personal hygiene. For the ordinary population, such a luxury was out of reach. Paper was precious, and most people relied on other materials available in their surroundings. But for the imperial family and the elite, specially prepared sheets of paper offered comfort and cleanliness in a way that reflected their elevated standing. By the 14th century, the idea had expanded further within China. Historical records describe massive quantities of paper being produced specifically for the imperial household. Large sheets, sometimes perfumed, carefully cut and stacked. Imagine, in the quiet halls of a palace, workers preparing thousands upon thousands of sheets every year, each one meant to offer a moment of simple comfort. It is a reminder that even in the grandest settings, the basic needs of daily life remain universal. Centuries passed, and although paper spread across the world as a medium for writing and art, the idea of using it for hygiene was slow to travel beyond East Asia. For much of history, different cultures relied on whatever materials their environment provided: water, cloth, moss, leaves, sponges on sticks, or smooth stones shaped by rivers. These choices might seem unusual today, but they were practical, shaped by climate and tradition. The modern form of toilet paper, the one we recognize today, did not take shape until the 19th century in the West. In 1857, an American entrepreneur named Joseph Gaetti introduced a new commercial product: small flat sheets of medicated paper designed specifically for personal care. Gaetti believed deeply in the health benefits of his creation, marketing it as treatment for hemorrhoids. His name was printed on every sheet, a sign of pride and confidence. Though his product did not immediately become universal, it represented a turning point. The moment when toilet paper began to shift from a luxury or curiosity into a standardized commodity. Over time, manufacturers experimented with softer materials, perforated sheets, and eventually the roll format that now feels so familiar. With the rise of indoor plumbing and the development of more efficient paper mills, toilet paper became increasingly accessible. By the early 20th century, it had entered households across many parts of the world, offering convenience, comfort, and a sense of privacy that earlier eras could barely imagine. Today, toilet paper is one of those quiet companions that shape the background of modern life. It is present in homes, schools, workplaces, and places of travel. It is something people notice most only when it is missing, a subtle reminder of how seamlessly it supports daily routines.
And behind this softness lies a long story, one that connects imperial palaces, early inventors, industrial innovation, and the simple human desire for cleanliness and ease.
Number 99. Toothbrush. The idea of brushing one's teeth stretches far back into history, long before minty toothpaste and soft nylon bristles. More than 1,000 years ago, during China's Tang Dynasty, people crafted early toothbrushes from materials they found around them. Handles were often made from bamboo or bone, and the bristles came from the stiff hairs of animals such as pigs. These brushes were practical and surprisingly effective, reflecting a culture that placed value on cleanliness, health, and thoughtful daily habits. With each stroke, early users were participating in a practice that would one day reach the entire world. As centuries passed, the concept of the toothbrush slowly traveled beyond East Asia, carried along trade routes and through cultural exchange. Yet in many parts of the world, dental care remained simple and improvised. People cleaned their teeth with cloths, rubbing away debris with soot, salt, or crushed herbs. Some chewed the ends of small twigs until they frayed into soft fibers, creating what we might now recognize as a primitive brush. These methods did their job, but lacked the precision and ease of the bristled tools already being used in China. Everything changed in the late 18th century with the story of an Englishman named William Addis. His life took an unexpected turn when he was imprisoned for inciting a riot. In the confined quiet of his cell, Addis observed his fellow inmates attempting to clean their teeth with rag and soot, just as he had done himself. But he felt that there must be a better way, a tool that could lift dirt from between the teeth more effectively, and one that could be reused day after day. With time on his hands and an inventive spirit, Addis saved a small piece of bone left over from a meal. He carefully shaped it into a handle, smoothing its edges by hand. He then collected bristles, tied them into tight bundles, and inserted them into small drilled holes in the bone. The result was a simple yet elegant toothbrush, far more effective and durable than the improvised methods around him. When he was released from prison, Addis recognized that he had created something valuable. He began to produce toothbrushes on a larger scale, offering them to the public at a time when personal hygiene was beginning to gain new importance in society. His idea spread quickly. By the late 18th century, toothbrushes were being mass-produced, gradually becoming an everyday item in households across Europe and, eventually, the world. Over time, materials improved. Animal bone handles gave way to smooth woods, then plastics. Bristles shifted from hog hair to softer, more hygienic materials. Designs became more refined, angles more ergonomic, and brushing more comfortable. And yet, despite these changes, the core idea remained the same: a handle, a cluster of bristles, and the simple motion of sweeping them along the teeth. It is a gesture that connects modern life to ancient practices, linking us with the people of the Tang Dynasty and with William Addis in his quiet prison cell. Today, as we brush our teeth in the soft light of morning or the calm glow of evening, we are participating in a tradition thousands of years old, a tradition shaped by necessity, creativity, and human care. Each brushstroke reminds us of how small habits contribute to our well-being, how everyday objects carry stories far older than we realize, and how even the most ordinary tools can hold a history threaded gently through time.
Number 100. Towel. Long before towels became common household items, they appeared in medieval European inventories as plain pieces of cloth, listed almost casually among the belongings of the wealthy. But the towel as we know it today, soft, comforting, and welcoming,
traces its deepest roots to a place of warmth and ritual, the Turkish bathhouse or hammam. It was within these steamy, marble-walled rooms that a humble piece of fabric began to evolve into a textile that would eventually touch nearly every home on the planet. By the 17th century, the city of Bursa in northwestern Turkey had become a center of remarkable textile craftsmanship. Artisans there produced flat-woven cotton or linen cloths known as peshtemals. These early towels were deceptively simple, thin, lightweight, and wonderfully absorbent. Their design allowed bathers to wrap themselves comfortably while enjoying the therapeutic warmth of the hammam. The peshtimal didn't try to impress with extravagance, yet its practicality made it indispensable. In those quiet corners of Turkish bath culture, the modern towel was quietly taking shape. As time flowed into the 18th century, a gentle transformation began. Weavers introduced a new style of textile known as the looped pile havli towel. These towels featured tiny loops of thread that stood up from the surface, increasing absorbency and offering a softer, more luxurious feel. Many of these early havli towels were decorated with intricate embroidery, their borders telling stories in thread, stories of flowers, geometric patterns, or symbols cherished by the families who used them. Bath culture was evolving, and the towel evolved right alongside it, becoming not only a practical tool, but also an expression of craftsmanship and beauty. Then came the 19th century, a time when machines began to reshape the rhythm of human life. Industrial production brought speed and accessibility to textile manufacturing. What had once been a craft for skilled weavers became something that could be produced on a much larger scale. Towels, once reserved for the affluent or admired for their artisanal detail, became affordable to ordinary households. Families, regardless of their background or income, could own soft towels that absorbed water efficiently and provided comfort in everyday routines. A simple object, shaped by centuries of weaving traditions, had become universal. Yet even with all this modern change, the spirit of the original peshtimal never truly disappeared. That flat-woven cloth, so essential in Turkish baths, continued to influence the design of contemporary towels around the world. And the looped terry cloth that emerged from the havli tradition became the standard texture we recognize today, the texture that gently absorbs droplets from our skin after a bath or swim. When we hold a towel now, it's easy to overlook its quiet lineage. But if we pause for a moment and trace its threads backward in time, we find echoes of hammams filled with rising steam, of artisans in Bursa weaving cotton under the soft light of early morning, and of families across centuries embracing a small piece of fabric that offered warmth and care.
Number 101. Umbrella.
Long before the umbrella became a companion on rainy mornings, something we pop open with a soft, familiar sound, it began as a symbol of prestige, protection, and power. In the warm ancient landscapes of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and China, the umbrella was not meant for rain at all. It was born to shield people from the sun. Imagine high officials and nobles walking beneath the desert sky, a servant holding above them a crafted parasol made of palm leaves, feathers, or carefully shaped paper. The umbrella was not a tool of convenience then. It was a mark of honor, a moving patch of shade that followed only those regarded as important. In China, the story deepened and took on a new form. By around the 11th century BC, artisans were creating collapsible parasols using bamboo ribs and oiled paper. These early umbrellas were more than simple sunshades. They were innovations shaped with quiet ingenuity. The folding mechanism, those delicate ribs that open like the wings of a bird, was a marvel long before it reached the rest of the world. Carried in ceremonies, attached to chariots, or held above scholars and nobles, these umbrellas became layered symbols of dignity, culture, and craftsmanship. As centuries passed, umbrellas journeyed silently along trade routes, traveling from east to west. By the time they arrived in Europe, they once again began as parasols, light, decorative accessories used by women to shield their skin from the sun. But the rainy skies of England would soon change everything. In the mid-18th century, a determined man named Jonas Hanway began carrying a large, sturdy umbrella through the wet streets of London. People scoffed. Umbrellas were considered odd, even unmanly. Yet Hanway persisted, strolling calmly beneath his portable shelter. Slowly, almost reluctantly, the public began to see the usefulness of this curious contraption. By the early 19th century, umbrellas had become a common sight. Craftsmen created them with whalebone ribs and silk canopies, graceful structures designed to withstand unpredictable weather. Later, steel ribs replaced whalebone, bringing strength without weight. And in 1928, a quiet revolution arrived with the invention of the pocket umbrella. Suddenly, a tool once carried by servants, once symbolic of royalty and ceremony, could be folded small enough to slip into a handbag or coat pocket. What makes the umbrella so remarkable, though, is not just its history, it is its essence. Unlike many inventions that require gears or electricity, the umbrella remains disarmingly simple. A straight handle, a cluster of ribs, a canopy stretched into a soft dome. Opened, it becomes a small portable shelter, a circle of calm in the middle of a storm. Closed, it returns to its slender, quiet form, patient until it is needed again. Today, umbrellas come in every shape and color. Some open with a gentle push, others with a satisfying click. Some are large enough to shelter two people walking side by side. Some are small and feather-light, tucked away until a sudden rain calls them forth. And yet, despite all their variations, umbrellas carry the same ancient promise: a patch of protection, a small refuge from the elements. As you drift toward rest tonight, imagine the soft patter of rain on an umbrella's canopy, the rhythmic tapping that turns a storm into a lullaby. Picture the gentle curve of its ribs, the way it blooms open like a flower, the way it creates a quiet world beneath it. In that small space of shelter, there is comfort, and a reminder that even in the midst of uncertain weather, something simple and familiar can keep us safe, dry, and gently moving forward. The umbrella, humble yet elegant, has followed humanity for more than 3,000 years, through sun, through storm, through ceremony, through travel. And like so many everyday objects, it continues to serve with quiet loyalty, opening above us whenever the sky grows dark, offering a moment of calm beneath its sheltering wings.
Number 102. Velcro.
The story of Velcro begins in the early 1940s with a man who had a curious mind and a habit of paying attention to the little things. His name was George de Mestral, a Swiss engineer who often walked through the countryside with his dog. These walks were ordinary moments, just a man, his pet, and the open landscape of Switzerland. Yet they held space for a discovery that would eventually travel across continents, industries, and generations. One day, after a stroll through fields sprinkled with tiny burdock plants, de Mestral found his dog covered in burrs, those small, spiky seed heads that cling stubbornly to fur, fabric, and anything else they can latch onto. Most people brush them away with mild annoyance, but that day de Mestral paused. He wondered how these little burrs could cling so firmly without any glue or knot. What was it in their structure that allowed them to grip so effectively? When he looked more closely, even placing the burrs under a microscope, he saw a forest of tiny hooks, each one curved in a way that allowed it to latch on to the loops of his dog's fur. It was a simple interaction, humble and unpretentious, yet it revealed a powerful principle. In that moment, he witnessed nature's own fastening system, perfected over countless generations of plants seeking ways to disperse their seeds. A seed that could catch a ride on a passing animal would travel farther, increasing its chance of survival and growth. Nature had engineered a solution that was both clever and efficient. De Mestral was captivated by this mechanism, and rather than letting the idea slip away, he carried it with him, turning it over in his mind, imagining how it might be replicated, refined, and brought into human use. This spirit of learning from nature is what we now call biomimicry, the practice of observing natural systems and using those insights to solve human challenges. But long before the term became popular, de Mestral was already living this philosophy, guided by curiosity and respect for the intelligence embedded in the natural world. His challenge was to find a material that could mimic the burr's tiny hooks and loops. After many experiments, he chose nylon, a strong, flexible synthetic fiber. When heated and shaped, nylon could form durable hooks that would catch onto loops of fabric in a way strikingly similar to the burdock burrs. It took years of trial and refinement, with many setbacks along the way. Yet de Mestral persisted, trusting that the idea he had found in a quiet field would eventually take shape into something useful. By the early 1950s, he had created a working hook and loop fastener and later patented the invention. He called it Velcro, a name inspired by two French words, velours, meaning velvet, and crochet, meaning hook. The name itself carries a softness on the tongue, blending comfort and utility, much like the invention it describes. Velcro didn't immediately capture public attention. Many people weren't sure what to make of a fastener that relied on countless tiny hooks catching onto loops. But gradually, its convenience became undeniable. It offered a way to attach and detach objects quickly without tying knots, threading buttons, or operating zippers. And because the material was strong and durable, it opened the door to uses far beyond everyday clothing. In time, Velcro found its way into space travel, where astronauts needed fastening systems that were reliable in zero gravity. It appeared in medical settings, where easy adjustments to equipment could make care more efficient and comfortable. It became part of children's shoes, helping little ones gain independence as they learned to dress themselves. It secured sports equipment,
camping gear, and even components inside aircraft. Wherever simplicity, speed, and strength were needed, the hook and loop design offered a quiet solution. Yet for all its technological success, the story of Velcro remains grounded in something poetically simple. A man taking a walk with his dog, noticing a small everyday occurrence, and allowing wonder to guide him. In a world that often rushes forward, this invention reminds us that innovation sometimes begins with slowing down, paying attention, and letting curiosity lead us to look a little closer. As you prepare for rest tonight, let this story unfold gently in your mind. Think of the burr clinging softly to a dog's fur, of the tiny hooks nature designed, and of the human hands that carefully studied them. Think of the long chain of quiet moments that led from a Swiss hillside to a fastening system now used in homes, hospitals, laboratories, and even beyond our atmosphere. Velcro is more than a practical invention. It is a bridge between nature and human creativity, a testament to the insights that come when we listen to the world around us. And it reminds us that even the simplest everyday objects often carry within them a story woven with patience, observation, and the subtle brilliance of the natural world.
Number 103. Wallet.
The earliest wallets were not the flat, folded companions we know today. Long ago, in a world where currency came in the form of solid metal coins, people carried small leather pouches tied with simple cords. These early wallets were sturdy and practical, made to endure travel on dusty roads, long days in bustling markets, and the rhythm of daily life. In those centuries, coins were weighty and tangible, so a pouch that could be drawn closed and tucked at the waist served as a faithful guardian of a person's earnings. As societies grew and trade expanded, the way people paid for goods began to change. By the 1600s, paper currency became more common in parts of Europe and beyond. Bills could not simply be tossed into a round pouch without being bent or damaged, so people adapted. Wallets flattened, widened, and unfolded into shapes that could protect fragile sheets of printed value. This shift marked the beginning of the billfold, a more refined design that could be opened and closed like a small book, keeping its contents neatly organized. With each passing decade, the wallet mirrored the evolution of money itself. Meanwhile, a different transformation was unfolding in the lives of women. During the 19th century, travel by rail became a defining part of modern life. Trains connected cities and towns, making journeys quicker and more accessible than ever before. As women traveled more frequently, they needed a practical way to carry their personal belongings, not just money, but handkerchiefs, small tools, letters, and other daily essentials. This growing need gave rise to the handbag, a larger companion distinct from the small wallets used for coins and notes. These early bags were shaped by the rhythm of railway stations and long rides, offering both convenience and a new sense of independence. Over time, handbags grew into an entire world of their own. Shapes, materials, and designs began to reflect not only utility but personality, artistry, and culture. Some bags remained purely functional, meant to carry everything needed for a busy day. Others evolved into symbols of craftsmanship and luxury, treasured for their beauty as much as their practicality. In this expansion, the purse became much more than an object.
It became part of how people expressed themselves, a quiet extension of who they were and how they moved through the world. And still, beside these developments, the wallet continued its own quiet journey of refinement. As paper money spread to more regions and economies modernized, wallets grew to include sections for identification cards, small windows for photos, and compartments for receipts or stamps. In the post-Renaissance era, the wallet became a personal archive of sorts, holding not only currency but moments of life, a ticket from a trip, a small note written by a loved one, a treasured photograph that has softened at the edges. Even today, in an age where digital payments are slowly replacing the weight of physical money, the wallet remains. It has adapted once again, creating space for cards, transit passes, and the few bills we still carry. Some modern wallets are minimalist and slim, made to slip into the narrow pocket of a jacket. Others retain a sense of tradition, crafted from leather that ages softly over time. And some people, even with the convenience of digital tools, still enjoy the reassuring feel of a physical wallet, something tangible that holds the essentials of their daily lives.
Number 104. Watch. Long before anyone wore time on their body, communities relied on great public clocks. In medieval towns, the clock tower was the heart of daily rhythm. Its chimes traveled through crowded markets, across cobblestone squares, and into the homes of workers and families. Time was something shared, announced from above, heard by many, and not yet something people carried privately. But in the early 16th century, a shift began. In Nuremberg, a city known for skilled craftsmen, a locksmith named Peter Henlein experimented with tiny, portable mechanisms powered by coiled springs. Around the year 1510, he produced a small, rounded device that would later be nicknamed the Nuremberg egg. It was one of the earliest portable clocks, a remarkable step that allowed time to be held close, protected in a pocket, or worn on a chain. These early devices were not as accurate as the great tower clocks, but they were magical in their own way. Little worlds of gears and springs that brought time down from the skyline and placed it in a person's hand. As the centuries unfolded, these portable clocks became more refined and evolved into the familiar pocket watch. Gentle ticking accompanied merchants, travelers, and scholars. The pocket watch became a symbol of reliability and, in many places, a mark of adulthood or status. Opening its small metal case was like lifting a tiny lid on the steady heartbeat of time itself. It wasn't until the 19th century that a new idea emerged, one that placed time on the wrist. The first wristwatches were worn mostly by women, seen as elegant accessories rather than tools of precision. They were dainty, decorative pieces, often with fine chains and ornate faces. Men, on the other hand, continued to rely on pocket watches, believing wristwatches to be more ornamental than practical. But history has a way of shifting our habits in unexpected moments. During World War I, soldiers in the trenches needed a hands-free way to coordinate movements, synchronize attacks, and keep track of crucial minutes in the chaos of battle. Pocket watches, which required both hands to open and read, were impractical. Wristwatches suddenly became essential, not a fashion choice, but a survival tool.
What began as a necessity in the mud and urgency of war quietly reshaped everyday life after peace returned. Men embraced the wristwatch, and it soon became a universal companion. As technology advanced, so did our relationship with time. In the 1960s, the arrival of quartz movement brought a profound transformation. Instead of relying on mechanical gears and springs alone, these new watches used vibrating quartz crystals to keep time with astonishing accuracy. They were durable, affordable, and nearly flawless in precision. A watch no longer needed to be wound or carefully maintained. It could quietly and reliably tick forward, measuring the moments of daily life with a steadiness that felt almost effortless. Timekeeping continued to evolve, and in the 21st century, the watch transformed again. Smartwatches emerged, carrying not only time but also the vast digital world within them. These modern watches can track health, display messages, guide navigation, and even host miniature versions of the tools once reserved for computers. In a sense, they are the newest chapter in the long story that began with the Nuremberg egg, still resting on the wrist, but now pulsing with information far beyond the hours and minutes of the day. Yet even with all these changes, the essence of the watch remains the same. Whether mechanical, quartz, or digital, a watch is a reminder of our deep human desire to understand time, to carry it close, and to feel connected to its gentle movement. It is a quiet witness to our schedules, our routines, and our private moments. The early morning rush, the peaceful night walk, the memories we mark by glancing down at the shifting hands or glowing numbers.
Number 105. Zipper. The zipper's beginnings were much humbler than its modern convenience suggests. In the late 19th century, inventors were searching for ways to make fastening garments easier. Buttons required time and dexterity. Laces needed tying and untying. Snaps could only do so much. People imagined something faster, a mechanism that could join two edges in a single smooth motion. One of the first attempts came from Whitcomb Judson, an American inventor who envisioned a device that could close shoes with a simple pull. In 1893, he patented what he called a clasp locker. It was an ambitious idea, promising a future in which shoes no longer needed to be laced by hand. But Judson's design, while inventive, had a problem. It jammed easily. The mechanism was delicate, the alignment tricky, and the fastener unreliable. Still, Judson's work planted an important seed, the belief that clothing could be opened and closed more effortlessly. Earlier in the century, Elias Howe, the inventor of the sewing machine, had experimented with similar concepts, but he too found the challenge daunting. For decades, the idea of a reliable fastener remained just out of reach, waiting for someone with the right combination of skill and persistence to bring it fully to life. That person arrived in the early 20th century, a Swedish-American engineer named Gideon Sundback. Joining Judson's company, Sundback studied the early designs with patience, searching for ways to strengthen them. Between 1913 and 1917, he transformed the concept entirely.
Instead of relying on hooks that were prone to slipping, he created rows of metal teeth that interlocked firmly when guided by a small sliding piece. He called his invention the hookless fastener, and it was a quiet triumph of mechanical design. Simple, elegant, and reliable. Sundback's fastener didn't jam easily. It didn't struggle to stay aligned. It moved smoothly, joining two edges with a gentle pull and separating them just as easily. It was the moment the zipper, as we know it today, finally came into being. At first, this new fastener found its place on boots and tobacco pouches, where durability mattered more than appearance. People appreciated how quickly these items could be opened and closed, and slowly the zipper's reputation grew. Over time, manufacturers realized how useful it could be. By the middle of the 20th century, zippers appeared on jackets, skirts, trousers, bags, and countless other objects. They became an unseen but essential part of modern life, a small companion threaded quietly into the fabric of daily routines. Today, the zipper feels almost inevitable, as though it had always existed. It moves with a soft, reassuring sound, guiding metal or plastic teeth into place with a precision that feels effortless. But behind that simplicity lies decades of determination, experimentation, and imagination. From Howe's early attempts to Judson's imperfect clasp locker, and finally to Sundback's perfected interlocking mechanism, the zipper carries within it the patience of many minds working to solve one gentle, practical problem.